Chapter 1. The Perils of a Hasty Companion. In the heart of Central City, at a remote intersection far from the bustling urban landscape, a sharply dressed young man crouched by the roadside, his head swiveling incessantly. From side to side, not misconstrue his behavior, he was not under the influence of drugs, but rather keenly observing the traffic, on the lookout for any individuals in need of assistance. To passers-by, his actions appeared rather peculiar, often prompting them to maintain a deliberate distance as they walked by. Qin Su remained unfazed by the peculiar glances cast his way. Should anyone find him bothersome and request that he vacate the area, he would be more than willing to comply, though he would prefer a more pointed dismissal, perhaps even a kick, to provide him with an opportunity for a retort. I've been waiting here for 2 hours, yet not a single elderly person has crossed the street. Aren't there numerous nursing homes nearby? The young man's name was Qin Su, a traveler from another realm. His father, a Chinese expatriate, owned a restaurant in Chinatown that thrived, thus affording Qin Su a rather affluent childhood. Nevertheless, he was not content with mere comfort. The city he inhabited was known as Central City, home to a superhero named the Flash. All signs indicated that he had crossed into the DC universe, a realm notorious for its dangers. For an ordinary person, surviving in such a dark world was akin to an unattainable dream. Thinking of the Flash, Qin Su felt a surge of resentment. Cursed Flash. If it weren't for him, I could have amassed a substantial amount of points a month ago. Qin Su aspired to perform acts of kindness, yet in comparison to the Justice League's conscientious speedster, he was painfully slow. Whether it was a blazing fire, a bank heist, or even the simple act of helping a kitten or assisting an elderly lady across the street, wherever Qin Su ventured, he was invariably eclipsed by the flash of that crimson figure, who effortlessly resolved every crisis as the sun climbed higher in the sky, and the temperature surpassed Qin Su's threshold of comfort. He could no longer endure the wait after 3 arduous hours. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, he caught sight of a trembling elderly man approaching from across the street. A spark of excitement coursed through him finally. An opportunity. However, before he could even blink, a red blur zipped past, and the elderly man stood beside him as if no time had passed at all. The elderly gentleman adjusted his spectacles with a calm demeanor, showing no surprise at his sudden relocation, evidently accustomed to such occurrences. He prodded Qin Su with his cane and remarked, "Young man, please step aside, you are obstructing my path," in a rather courteous manner. The old man had requested Qin Su to vacate the area, prompting him to reluctantly rise and head towards his vehicle. At a bustling Chinese restaurant, the waitress, Su Qian, delivered a steaming bowl of chicken soup to the son of her employer before swaying away. "Qin Su," Barry Allen exclaimed, hurriedly entering through the door. Upon locating Qin Su, he took a seat and gazed around at the crowded establishment, marveling. "Your restaurant cuisine must be authentic. There are always so many patrons." "Thankfully, Su Qian has reserved a spot for us." Lifting a piece of chicken, Qin Su sighed and set down his chopsticks. Deliciousness does not equate to authenticity, and authenticity does not necessarily imply deliciousness. Let me put it this way. If these dishes were served in Huaxia, they would be mercilessly criticized. Grabbing a fortune cookie from the table, Qin Su cracked it open, glanced at the slip inside, then crumpled it up and discarded it. "Keep going. Let's stride towards a brighter tomorrow." Ha! This kind of insipid platitude is less substantial than a simple thank you for your patronage. At least that straightforwardly informs you that you've been duped. Much like the fortune cookie, this Americanized Asian cuisine at Qin Su's family restaurant had been modified to cater to local palates. The survival of the fittest had led to the demise of truly authentic establishments, leaving behind those that made decisions against their ancestral heritage. Is that so? Barry, oblivious to the intricacies, simply came for the free food and drink. Barry and Qin Su graduated from the same school, and after completing his studies, he became an exceptional forensic technician. However, he harbored a hidden identity who was none other than the renowned Flash of Central City. The Speed Force endowed Barry with extraordinary velocity, but wielding such power demanded a significant amount of energy, necessitating an increased food intake to replenish what he expended. Although Barry's salary as a forensic technician was decent, it was hardly lavish. Qin Su astutely recognized this and frequently invited Barry out to dine, which swiftly fortified their bond. After all, to capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. Qin Su aimed to nurture a good relationship with Barry, for in times of peril, having a friend like the Flash could bring immense comfort. Yet at this moment, Qin Su wished to obliterate his former self that T18. Qin Su's long-awaited golden finger finally awakened a point system that allowed him to earn points through good deeds, which could then be used to draw items and abilities. However, as Barry's friend, Qin Su found himself under close scrutiny. Wherever he went, he encountered those in need, but the Flash always arrived first. Every situation has its dual facets, while having a friend like the Flash could help him evade danger. It also left Qin Su constrained in certain respects. Seizing the opportunity while Barry indulged in his meal, Qin Su opened the system menu to check his character data. Name: Qin Su. Title: None. Points: 98. Ability: None. The system menu was quite rudimentary. The sole purpose of points was to draw cards. Spending 100 points allowed one draw from the pool, with 10 draws costing 1,000, and so forth. According to the system's description, the prize pool contained all the abilities and items used by righteous heroes across the worlds. As long as Qin Su performed enough good deeds, theoretically, he could grow infinitely stronger. Qin Su's ambition was to become the foremost philanthropist in the DC universe, and he was on the verge of taking a pivotal first step. Assist the superhero Flash in replenishing energy, earn 1 point. With his points reaching 99, Qin Su became increasingly restless. Barry, it's time to feed the stray cats. I shall take my leave for now. Enjoy your meal at your leisure. After Qin Su finished speaking, he left the table and headed toward the kitchen, where he had instructed leftover food to be set aside. Feeding the homeless could invite criticism, but offering it to the stray cats and dogs was indeed a noble act. As Qin Su exited through the back door of the restaurant, he was immediately besieged by a group of eagerly awaiting felines before he could even set the bowl of food down. Easy now. Everyone will get their share. Tom, let go. That's my new pair of jeans. Don't scratch. Qin Su was soon adorned with cats, but he wasn't the only one with an audience. The dogs, having witnessed the tragic fate of their kind, had learned to keep their distance from well-meaning humans. After carrying out 4 bowls of leftovers, Qin Su finally freed himself from his overly exuberant guests. Once satiated, these small creatures would come back to lick his palms, seemingly expressing their gratitude in their own unique way. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Su remarked, "I aim to do good, let each take what they need." Feeding stray animals grants a small amount of points. According to the system's assessment, the points earned from dining and feeding stray animals were equivalent. Each time he thought of it, Qin Su couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, this time he felt no inclination to laugh, as the main event was upon him, his first lottery draw. Great Jade Emperor, Buddha, I often invoke your names. Please ensure I receive a worthy prize. I'm not greedy. Just a scion bloodline, or perhaps a divine light stick would suffice. Anything befitting a protagonist. Qin Su fervently prayed, rushing into the restroom to splash his face with water, taking deep breaths before the mirror. He couldn't afford to be anything but anxious. Accumulating those 100 points had taken considerable effort. With a mental confirmation to draw, his 100 points instantly vanished, and Qin Su found himself in a white space, facing a pool approximately 3 by 3 meters in size. So this is the prize pool? It truly resembles a pool. How am I supposed to? Lowering his gaze, he discovered a fishing rod had inexplicably appeared in his hand. Qin Su felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Well, I suppose there's no way it can be a bust. With a shrug, he gazed at the water surface. Aside from a glimmer of gold at its center, nothing was discernible beneath. Tentatively, he cast a line, the golden fishing line extending automatically to the edge of the pool. That I hope I didn't exert too much force. I wonder how long I should wait to reel it in. Wait. Barely 5 seconds had passed when Qin Su felt a tug at the rod. Instinctively, he pulled upward, and a long object soared out of the water. Wait, was that not a fish? Catching the object as it flew towards him, Qin Su felt a twinge of disappointment. What he desperately needed was power, not mere trinkets. To name: wooden knife coated in curry. Type: weapon, quality. Attack power, weak, attribute. None, special effect, spirit of the samurai. Description: this is an abandoned wooden knife, said to be crafted from the Vajra tree, which has stood for 10,000 years at the border, remarkably sturdy. The handle bears 3 indistinct characters, but it is not a limited edition. Qin Su's lips twitched in disbelief. What a farce! Is this not the so-called Lake Toya? Why embellish it so extravagantly? Why not just say it's something ordered from a television shopping ad? Even the only distinguishing mark on the hilt, the Lake Toya inscription, is missing. It has devolved into mere common merchandise. After a bout of roaring within his consciousness, Qin Su returned to reality, and the wooden sword was automatically transferred to the storage. Upon opening the storage menu, he noticed an icon bearing the character for silver. With the wooden sword now out of his grasp, Qin Su found his emotions considerably more subdued. So, The essence of the warrior spirit is merely to critique. Thus, his first attempt was lost. Though he had drawn forth an item of such caliber as the protagonist's weapon, his luck had undeniably peaked. Yet akin to the chicken ribs he had selected, it was tasteless to consume and too regrettable to discard. This was, after all, the United States of D.C., the birthplace of gunplay, where martial virtue was in abundance in the face of formidable firearms. What use could a wooden sword possibly serve? Silver could cleave his way from Kabukicho to Yoshiwara, and then to Night Rabbit Star, due to his own exceptional prowess, which bore little relation to the weapon itself. Upon returning to the dining table, he found Barry had prepared all the meals, sitting obediently in his chair. You still have quite the appetite, Barry. Sometimes I truly wonder if you belong to the Night Rabbit clan. Barry scratched his head in embarrassment. What's a night rabbit? I've never heard of it. Qin Su picked up a piece of chicken rib with his chopsticks and meticulously gnawed it clean. A race of immensely powerful extraterrestrials, resembling humans, with an insatiable appetite for vinegar kelp, as profound as the integrity of their leader. Barry was utterly perplexed by Qin Su's words. Having known him for 2.5 years, he understood that it was best not to engage in conversation at such times. By the way, Qin Su, your internship ends in 2 days, right? Should we throw a party to celebrate your transition to full-time? Both graduated from the same school. Barry had become a forensic examiner, while Qin Su had taken up an internship at the Central City Police Department. Qin Su had initially intended to become a police officer to facilitate good deeds and accumulate merit. However, upon reporting to the precinct, he discovered that the Central City Police was practically non-existent. The majority of severe incidents were resolved by the Flash before they even reached the police, leaving Qin Su's role primarily to clean up after him. Upon hearing Barry's words, Qin Su retrieved a transfer notice from his pocket. Barry, there's something I must tell you. I'm being transferred to another city. Barry's smile faded as he took the document and perused it, his brow furrowing with concern. Damn it. Qin Su, did you offend someone? You've been assigned to Gotham. Qin Su remained unfazed. Don't get worked up, I applied for the transfer myself. What? Barry's agitation grew as he grasped Qin Su's collar. Are you out of your mind? Qin Su? Gotham has the highest crime rate in the entire United States. It's the polar opposite of Central City. The only decent officers there are those under Commissioner Gordon. The rest are all in cahoots with the gangs. You'll be devoured whole. Describing Gotham as hell could be seen as a form of embellishment. In truth, Gotham is far more terrifying than hell itself. Arkham is teeming with highly intelligent villains, each one more formidable than the last. It would be embarrassing for anyone without a doctorate to even greet another person. It is only due to the presence of Batman that Gotham has not transformed into a den of crime overnight. Barry has visited Gotham on several occasions and has had the fortune of witnessing the fierce clashes between Batman and his arch-nemesis, the Joker. The Joker's madness left an indelible mark on him, making him realize just how charming the rogues of Central City truly are. Moreover, Gotham presents a peculiar dilemma. Batman forbids any outside heroes from intervening in a city. This means that should anything happen to Qin Su, even Barry would find it exceedingly difficult to come to his aid. Qin Su remains steadfast in his belief. Barry, don't get too worked up. You know my temperament. The public safety in Central City is impeccable, albeit rather mundane. It may take ages for me to get promoted. Gotham, though perilous, offers far greater opportunities for growth. Barry wished to express that merely surviving in Gotham until that distant time was a challenge in itself, yet he ultimately relinquished his grip on Kinsu's collar and shook the orders in his hand. Decisions have been made, and the die is cast. I cannot sway you, so I can only wish you the best of luck. Qin Su possesses a peculiar obsession with doing good, which is precisely why Barry became his friend. However, you wouldn't have mentioned your transfer without informing Uncle Qin first. Barry suddenly realized why Qin Su had invited him to dinner. With hands clasped together, Qin Su bowed deeply to Barry. Barry, I leave the old man in your hands. Years ago, Qin Su had applied to the police academy without his father's consent and had been met with severe reprimand. Now, he was set to venture alone into Gotham. If his father were to find out, he would undoubtedly break his legs. 2 days later, Qin Su stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant, hazy lights of the city. Gotham, here I come. End of chapter. Chapter 2, Arriving in Gotham. The ship docked at Gotham's harbor, and Qin Su disembarked with his luggage. Having planned this trip for quite some time, he did not feel rushed. Before leaving, the captain had taken a moment to speak with him. You are the first police officer in many years to actively request a transfer to Gotham. The captain patted Qin Su on the shoulder. Young man, Gotham is not like Central City. If you wish to survive as a police officer here, you must tread carefully. Qin Su listened attentively to the captain's life lessons, catching a glimpse of a protrusion in the pocket of a nearby crew member who was busy unloading cargo. Gotham truly lives up to its reputation. The harbor is bustling even at this late hour. Reflecting on Gotham's vibrant spirit, Qin Su remained discreet. He was not a superhero and lacked the capacity to take on many foes at once. Besides, he was unarmed, having left his original handgun at the Central City Police Station. He would need to report to the Gotham Police Department to apply for a new one, that casually dragging his luggage. Qin Su walked past the crew members, one of whom instinctively reached for his waist, only to be restrained by a companion, who silently urged him to reconsider. Do not move recklessly. You are among friends. The captain brought you here. I hear you are a newly confirmed police officer. A police officer who voluntarily applied to Gotham? Huh. One can easily surmise his character. Perhaps he has already aligned himself with the boss. Infiltrating informants within the police department is a fundamental tactic of the mob. Even officers under Commissioner Gordon are not exempt. Moreover, a newly arrived officer associating closely with the underworld, even if Qin Su is innocent, would find it impossible to cleanse himself of suspicion. Indeed, Qin Su himself was puzzled by this coincidence. As the sole officer reassigned to Gotham, the higher-ups would not go to the trouble of chartering an entire vessel for just him. They merely provided travel expenses, leaving Qin Su to decide which ship to take. Thus, he took some time to inquire and learn of a cargo ship bound for Gotham. He approached the captain to negotiate a ride, which he offered to pay for. The captain readily agreed and engaged Qin Su in conversation during the voyage, inquiring about his purpose in Gotham, to which Qin Su replied candidly. It was only after Qin Su revealed his identity as a police officer that he noticed a change in the captain's demeanor. He then observed closely and discovered that the cargo being transported was somewhat different from his initial expectations. Once out of the crew's sight, Qin Su set his luggage aside, secured his loose clothing with straps, and donned a mask he always carried, a habit formed in a previous life. Climbing atop the luggage, Qin Su cautiously crawled forward, peering out to see the captain who had just imparted life lessons to him, conversing with a portly gentleman in a tailcoat. "Edward, have you brought what I requested?" Mr. Cobblepot, the penguin, leaned on his umbrella, a cigar clamped between his teeth, exhaling smoke that obscured his expression. Captain Edward was no ordinary man. Few were capable of transporting goods to Gotham without a certain level of cunning. Indeed, I've had my reliable crew unload everything for you. And let's refrain from unnecessary chatter, Mr. Cobblepot. What is it they say? Time is money, my friend. Edward showed no fear of the penguin. His primary operations were based in South America. Gotham was merely one of his stops. He certainly would not show weakness to a partner, for this loathsome penguin would seize the opportunity to exploit him, just as the capitalists who once drained his resources had done. The penguin maintained his genteel demeanor, casting a glance at his subordinate, who immediately understood and, accompanied by his men, pried open a wooden crate, extracting a can of herring. Wait, herring? It seemed logical for a penguin to consume fish, yet Cobblepot was merely a moniker. He was, in essence, a highly intelligent villain, not one to engage in midnight transactions involving herring cans as anticipated. Once the cans were emptied, the true nature of this exchange was revealed. Arms, countless boxes of arms, even rocket launchers. With such a vast arsenal, was the penguin preparing for a showdown with the Gotham Police Department? Qin Su tucked his left hand into his pocket, absently rubbing the screen of his phone. Barry had provided him with Sheriff Gordon's contact information, and Qin Su hesitated, contemplating whether to make the call. Gordon was likely unaware that Barry was the Flash. As a mere forensic analyst, Barry's persuasiveness was insufficient. Gordon might not trust a newcomer. Moreover, given the firepower Qin Su had witnessed, it was doubtful that the Gotham Police Department would fare well unless they mobilized their entire force. Perhaps it was prudent to withdraw. It was possible that his limited experience was clouding his judgment. Was large-scale arms smuggling truly as rare as he believed? After all, this was Gotham, that he needed a taste of the Gotham shock. Qin Su shifted his weight, preparing to descend from the container when a black tubular object suddenly appeared nearby. Having spent 6 months at the precinct, he instantly recognized this little menace and instinctively buried his head in his arm. With a loud bang, the port was illuminated as if it were daylight at 3 in the morning. Several smoke grenades descended, and police officers, equipped with night vision goggles and riot shields, surged into the scene. Damn, it's Gordon. The flashbangs were ineffective against the penguin. His senses were sharper than Qin Su's. The moment the flashbangs detonated, he had already unfurled his specially designed umbrella. While the umbrella could shield him from blinding light, it offered no protection from the encroaching smoke. The Penguin shouted for his men to hold their ground while he made his retreat. The Penguin's physical prowess was commendable among ordinary individuals. He could trade blows with Batman for a couple of rounds before succumbing, albeit relying heavily on his umbrella. Yet, he was acutely aware that this situation was no longer conducive to mere physical combat. Stop. Don't move. The customary warning to establish control. Yet this was Gotham, where the Penguin's gang was engaged in arms trading. They held no fear of the police. Amidst a cacophony of shouts, the officers lost their advantage. The gangsters recovered from their disorientation, seizing their nearby firearms and unleashing a barrage of bullets toward the police. Gordon recognized that warnings were futile against Gotham's criminal element, yet he still ordered his officers to issue them, for they were the law. He understood the dire consequences of firing without warning, a deadly confrontation leading to court proceedings, where the criminals' lawyers would undoubtedly seek to entangle the police department in legal battles. The law is not always a weapon of justice. At times, it can become an adversary. Gordon imparted this lesson to his officers, urging them to avoid giving the law a chance to harm them. The situation has reached a stalemate, Sheriff. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. The SWAT team cannot penetrate. Gordon removed his gray-yellow trench coat, donning a heavy bulletproof vest while checking the safety of his handgun. Then we shall continue to seal off the port. Ensure not a single Penguin escapes from this place. Gordon was well aware that the individuals inside were members of the Penguin's gang. The IT was not only the mob that could deploy informants in this regard. American law enforcement was their progenitor. Gordon had learned this skill as well. Earlier, an informant had alerted him that the Penguin was set to conduct a large arms transaction at the port at 3 in the morning. Gotham's underground arms trade had long been under the Penguin's control. Gordon had always sought an opportunity to dismantle his supply chain, as this would at least reduce the mortality rate of Gotham's officers by 10%. The officers of Gotham are acutely aware of the significance of combating arms. Smuggling each bullet they confiscate diminishes their likelihood of succumbing to illicit firearms in the future. However, Gordon has evidently underestimated the Penguin's appetite for destruction. The adversary's firepower exceeds expectations, while Gordon, in an effort to avoid alerting the traitors within the precinct, has not equipped himself with the finest gear, leaving him at a disadvantage. This is dire. Qin Su mused to himself. The sudden arrival of law enforcement undoubtedly disrupted the Penguin's arms deal, yet for Qin Su, it was not necessarily fortuitous. He could not adequately explain his presence at the scene of an arms transaction in the early hours of the morning as a rookie officer. Slipping away unnoticed was out of the question. The lead officer was Gordon, the seasoned detective who surely had secured the area beforehand. He believed that by boldly exiting with his hands raised, he would evade gunfire, but without a plausible explanation, he would likely find himself facing considerable obstacles. Within the precinct thereafter, only a risky maneuver will suffice. What better way to prove his allegiance than by striking down their adversary? While they may not regard Qin Su as one of their own, he could at least be seen as a neutral party. Fortunately, although he bore no firearm, Qin Su possessed an unusual knife. A wooden sword, unsharpened, fell into his grasp as he opened the storage room. I've polished it dozens of times, even if it's coated in curry. It should be clean by now. Why does the handle still feel so greasy? Qin Su leapt down from the storage box, catching the gang below by surprise, completely unaware of the lurking presence above them. Let these worthless cops taste our might. The gunfire erupted with blinding flashes, a cacophony of relentless shots raining down as they unleashed a torrent of firepower that forced Gordon's men to retreat, unable to lift their heads. With a precise thrust, the tip of his knife struck an enemy's head, rendering him unconscious. Qin Su gripped the weapon tightly, his left hand instinctively retreating into his clothing. A guy with a knife has charged in. Eliminate him. Such a stealthy attack could only serve as a temporary measure. The Penguin's gang was no ordinary collection of thugs. They had faced Batman on multiple occasions and had survived, making them formidable opponents. After returning the firearms to the precinct, Qin Su tested his sole weapon and discovered that the Lake Toya was not as inadequate as it appeared. A typical wooden sword would scarcely earn a Oni and a half star rating, and while the Lake Toya itself did not enhance physical abilities, it did improve the wielder's control over their own strength. With the Lake Toya, Qin Su could accurately injure or incapacitate criminals, ensuring they would remain unconscious for a while without endangering their lives, all while maneuvering with deftness and adjusting his breathing. This was also the reason Qin Su dared to engage directly. It was nighttime, and as long as he acted swiftly and decisively, he would be unlikely to find himself besieged. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, and at that moment, Qin Su felt akin to a koi swimming upstream, confronting these projectiles that had vanquished warriors. Suddenly, the Lake Toya began to glow, and he sensed a surge of warmth coursing through his body. The special effects of Samurai Soul encompass more than mere derision; they embody a profound understanding of weaponry, mastery over the corporeal form, and an indomitable spirit. With a single stroke, the enemy's submachine gun was cleaved in twain, and at that moment, a surge of warmth coalesced within Qin Su's lower abdomen, a region known as the Dantian. Could Lake Toya also possess the capability to unlock the meridians and awaken the Dantian? Qin Su's heart brimmed with astonishment indeed. The blade gifted by Yin Sang surpassed those from the land of harmony. However, in the next instant, the gathered warmth surged downward, prompting Qin Su to instinctively clamp his legs together. Voldaf! A tremor coursed through Qin Su's entire being, narrowly avoiding a bullet. This warmth was not the ethereal essence he had envisioned, but rather a tangible liquid that relentlessly sought to breach his defenses. Qin Su felt his mind quiver with trepidation. Observing his predicament, the Penguin Gang, caught in a pincer movement, swiftly reorganized their formation. Maintain the pressure, bring forth some capable fighters to incapacitate this vigilante at the rear, and teach him that Gotham is no place for just anyone to uphold justice. The criminals of Gotham harbor a deep-seated disdain for superheroes, particularly those from outside their realm. Even Superman fails to earn their approval. The sole individual they truly despise is one among them, that a shadow alighted upon a crane above a shipping container, hoisting a rotund figure penguin, who had previously fled. He had dispatched 3 speedboats to various directions, while he himself made his escape with a parachute affixed to the crane. Clearly, the penguin's escape plan had faltered, as his old acquaintance, Batman, had anticipated his scheme. Cough.as he was apprehended. The penguin attempted to resist, earning himself a purple bruise around his eye and a swollen lip at 8 this hour and in this place. Batman, your timing is impeccable. Ha ha ha. The penguin laughed, despite his shattered monocle, his laughter laced with malice. Batman's gaze sharpened. The firepower of the Penguin Gang is overwhelming. Gordon cannot withstand it. With a single blow, Batman rendered the penguin unconscious, intending to extract intelligence from him once he regained consciousness. For now, he had to. He surveyed the port from a height, like a bat lurking in the shadows. Poised for its prey, the commotion caught Batman's attention. A young man wielding a blade had entered, taking down several members of the Penguin Gang. Another newcomer. Gotham's vigilantes are multiplying, and this bodes ill. Batman remained acutely aware that he should invoke fear, not admiration. Unprofessional imitators signify chaos. Gotham requires no additional superheroes. Gotham belongs to Batman. Eschewing a direct dissent, Batman concealed himself in the shadows, observing Qin Su. The execution of his strikes was fluid, devoid of superfluous flourishes, suggesting he had been trained by a master. Yet, even with Batman's extensive knowledge, he could not discern the martial style. Every thrust aimed for a vital point, wielding just the right amount of force. Although the young man remains unaware, he is gradually aligning himself with the term warrior. His strikes become increasingly precise, his movements more streamlined, and the number of Penguin Gang members succumbing to his blade grows ever larger. Like a battle-hardened master of swordsmanship, Batman furrows his brow slightly. This young man appears to be no older than 20. Such skill at this age could only be achieved through rigorous training from childhood. In terms of swordplay, Batman cannot be entirely confident in his ability to best him. Get away from me. Qin Su spat defiantly, executing a spinning maneuver that rendered 2 adversaries below unconscious as he pressed forward with determination. If only he could reach that point. All of Qin Su's focus was directed towards the blue figure emblem directly ahead, while the Penguin Gang, in desperation, resorted to wielding a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. The projectile, trailing flames, hurtled toward Qin Su. Yet, rather than retreating, he surged forward with unwavering resolve. Pure recklessness, or perhaps a hidden reliance. Batman swiftly retrieved a batarang, equipped with micro-explosives capable of detonating the missile from a distance. However, a wooden sword proved swifter than his batarang. Reminiscent of the infomercials, the famed Demon Blade Star Shatter sliced through the projectile as effortlessly as, cutting through tofu. An explosion ensued, the shockwave propelling the wooden sword back into its owner's grasp. And amidst the flames, Qin Su cleaved through the remaining members of the Penguin Gang. A shadow descended, as Batman once again materialized unexpectedly. Drop your weapon, the police are on their way. I can take you away, cough. A lightning-quick thrust placed the wooden sword against Batman's abdomen. Ordinary warriors could not strike Batman, but this was the blade of the White Knight demon. End of this chapter. Chapter 3. The beginning with a silver bracelet. Batman grasped the wooden sword but was unable to halt its momentum, as the Lake Toya was too rounded and unexpectedly resilient. Stepping back, Batman retrieved a batarang from his utility belt. Calm down, I am not your enemy. The Bat's actions always outpaced his words, and before he could articulate further, he had already hurled a batarang laden with tranquilizers. Compelled by instinct, Qin Su unleashed an unprecedented speed. The Lake Toya cleaved downward, and the batarang detonated, releasing a cloud of mystatomized anesthetic that would render an average person unconscious within 3 seconds of inhalation. Qin Su dashed through the mist, though urgency coursed through him. He retained his composure, aware that what Batman had thrown was not easily countered. He prepared to hold his breath before striking. Seeing the tranquilizer's ineffectiveness, Batman resolved to employ physical restraint, yet Qin Su swiftly maneuvered past him, racing into a nearby stall. Batman cast a glance at the blue figure emblem adorning the building and fell into contemplation, finally comprehending the awkwardness of Qin Su's movements. Alfred, Batman activated the communicator embedded in his cowl. Yes, Master Wayne, I am here. Activate the Bat submarine stationed at Gotham Harbor and prepare the interrogation tools. You know what I require. Understood, Master. Alfred methodically organized the Batmobile, adding, additionally, allow me to mention, there is a shareholders meeting at 9 this morning that requires your presence. 5 hours is ample time for preparation. Also, ensure the enhancements to the anesthetic spray are included in the plan. It must take effect upon contact with the skin. Batman fired his grappling hook back to the platform, only to find the Penguin, who should have been lying there, had vanished. Pressing his right hand against the ground, Batman surveyed his surroundings. It seems there's no need for the interrogation tools after all. Confident in the efficacy of his physical anesthetic, he surmised that the Penguin would surely remain unconscious for a while. Someone must have rescued him. Meanwhile, the gunfire below was dwindling, the skirmish subsiding. Gordon would soon lead a team to secure the area, and Batman knew he needed to make a swift exit. As for the young man, Batman chose not to intervene. He trusted that Gordon would handle the situation adeptly. The outer members of the Penguin's gang had been thoroughly eliminated, with Gordon leading the charge alongside the SWAT team, discovering a sea of incapacitated mobsters. Was it his doing once more? Yet Gordon did not see that familiar figure. Had he already departed? Pair up. One person is to cuff these fellows while the other covers their heads with a firearm. There may be some feigning unconsciousness. Gordon issued his command just as a commotion erupted from the adjacent building. There were still others. Several officers chambered their rounds and, under Gordon's direction, surrounded the restroom with steadfast determination. Having cleared his mind, Qin Su emerged from the restroom, only to be met with the barrel of a gun aimed squarely at his head. Stop! Don't move! Did Qin Su dare move? Certainly not. He opened his palms, indicating he bore no weapons. Sir, friendlies. Friendlies? The officers exchanged puzzled glances with Gordon, questioning whether he was indeed an informant, so remarkably youthful. Gordon was well aware of what his informant looked like, more thuggish than a street punk, while Qin Su appeared refined, reminiscent of an unblemished university student standing. Amidst the gangsters, he was conspicuously out of place. Yet he felt an odd familiarity with that face. Gordon fell into contemplation, soon recalling that 2 days prior, Central City had sent documents regarding a young recruit transferring to the Gotham Police Department. This struck Gordon as notable. As outsiders were a rarity, nearly all his officers were natives of Gotham. You are the intern, Officer Qin Su, from Central City? Qin Su was delighted that the chief remembered him, thus avoiding the hassle of proving his identity. Actually, Chief, I should clarify that I have been officially promoted procedurally. I am now your subordinate. However, even upon hearing Gordon acknowledge Qin Su as his colleague, the other Gotham officers did not lower their weapons. They had learned their lesson. Gordon regarded this peculiar young man, stating, "Let's discuss this further once you return and clarify the situation." With a crisp sound, Qin Su arrived in Gotham, and within an hour he was bestowed with a pair of silver bracelets. Gotham Police Department, a place of paradoxical significance, embodies the concept of justice, yet true justice has seldom resided within its officers. The precinct serves as a transit point for various superpowered criminals, demonstrating considerable expertise in their confinement. Qin Su found himself shackled in a peculiar manner, rendering any exertion of strength nearly impossible. However, such measures often prove futile, as the precinct resembles a public restroom where superheroes and supervillains may come and go at will. Clenching his fists inwardly, Qin Su resolved that since he had arrived, he must inevitably instigate a change. Gotham's emblem of fear should not rest solely upon the bat. As the door to the interrogation room swung open, a black officer entered, holding a file. "I'm Kevin, you may call me Officer Kevin," he introduced himself. Qin Su nodded respectfully. "Greetings, Officer Kevin. How do you find your first impression of Gotham Police Department?" Kevin inquired, opting for casual conversation rather than immediate interrogation. "To be frank, it's quite extraordinary. I had heard tales of Gotham's convoluted state, rife with gang activity. I envisioned a scene of the precinct besieged by thugs, yet I never anticipated it would unfold in this manner," he remarked, gesturing toward his handcuffs. "Indeed, you were the first to arrive in handcuffs, though many have departed in a similar fashion," Kevin chuckled, briefly reviewing the documents. "Commissioner Gordon has entrusted me with your processing, contingent upon your ability to elucidate why you were present at the arms smuggling scene." He closed the file. "I presume you wouldn't attribute this to mere coincidence?" Qin Su candidly replied, "There is an element of coincidence, yet the subsequent actions were entirely my own volition." He recounted the events that led him to this predicament, revealing that his suitcase was still in the evidence room, already opened, containing a change of clothes and identification, which could serve as corroboration. "According to your account, you initially had the opportunity to leave, but chose to stay," Kevin stated. With a gentle tone, Qin Su asked, "Officer Kevin, have you ever been to Central City?" "I have, and it is a beautiful place in stark contrast to the cesspool that is Gotham. It is akin to paradise." As a black man, Kevin had experienced Gotham's chaos firsthand. Had it not been for Commissioner Gordon's guidance, he might still be outside the Iceberg Lounge peddling contraband. "Precisely. The reason I departed Central City is that it is too tranquil. My absence would scarcely cause a ripple. But Gotham is different. It is ensnared in a quagmire of crime, and I yearn to extricate it from this morass, to dispel the pervasive gloom above, ensuring that the residents of Gotham can wear smiles upon their faces. Upon my arrival, witnessing arms smuggling, how could I possibly turn a blind eye?" Qin Su attributes his motivation to a fervent passion for justice, a sentiment that aligns seamlessly with the fiery youth persona he has meticulously cultivated in his leisure time. Qin Su is fervently devoted to charitable endeavors, always at the forefront when action is required, earning abundant praise from the Central City Police Department. Despite the understanding that such declarations may be mere platitudes, there is little room for critique from those around him. Kevin and Qin Su exchanged glances, and then Kevin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Well articulated, I admire your attitude, and hope you can maintain it." Before long, someone arrived to remove Qin Su's handcuffs and leg irons. Kevin presented Qin Su with a document that, upon completion, would signify his onboarding. "Welcome aboard, Qin Su," Kevin stated, firmly shaking Qin Su's hand. "I will escort you to collect your uniform and firearm." Following Kevin, Qin Su stepped away, while Gordon, positioned behind one-way glass, listened intently to the proceedings, holding a summary of the night's operations. This operation resulted in the arrest of 37 individuals, with 6 officers injured, 8 criminals confirmed dead on the scene, and a substantial cache of weapons seized, including 10 rocket launchers and 5 boxes of grenades. Thanks to Qin Su's interference with the Penguin Gang's attempts to acquire additional weaponry, Gotham's police sustained minimal casualties. At this juncture, the Penguin Gang member whom Qin Su had incapacitated had regained consciousness and awaited interrogation. It became evident that Qin Su had indeed held back. The assailants felt no discernible injuries. "He has lied." Batman emerged from the shadows. Even Gordon, accustomed to his dramatic entrances, felt his heart momentarily halt. "Which part do you mean?" Gordon inquired, as Batman stepped closer. "I see no yearning for justice in his eyes, yet the records clearly depict his enthusiasm for combating crime. Perhaps he merely relishes the privilege of lawful police violence." Gordon exhaled in relief. "That's better than I anticipated. A lack of desire for justice is acceptable. At least he is unlikely to become the next Harvey." "Not a chance." Batman narrowed his eyes. "I shall not afford him that opportunity." Harvey Dent, once Gotham's esteemed prosecutor, known for his unwavering integrity, had succumbed to darkness after a disfiguring acid attack, awakening a sinister side within him. He has now become one of Gotham's most feared mob leaders, his excessive obsession with justice and tragic fate having fractured his psyche, transforming him into Two-Face. "Is there anything you require of me?" Gordon inquired, aware that Batman would not venture forth solely for the sake of a young man. "The Penguin has been rescued. I seek to uncover the identity of his associate." Gordon handed Batman the documents in his possession. "I am equally curious about that." Preliminary interrogations reveal that all 37 arrested were affiliated with the Penguin Gang. According to their accounts, they are part of a notorious group operating in South America, led by an individual named Edward. Beyond that, we possess no further intelligence. Batman extracted a miniature camera to capture all the documents. This is sufficient as long as he remains in Gotham. I will track him down. Additionally, Gordon, I wish to confer with your informant. Gordon expressed his dissent, stating, I will not disclose his identity. He does not require any additional attention, as it could jeopardize him. This is not a request, but a notification. Gordon, Batman retorted without a hint of mercy. I suspect this arms deal is merely a fraud, intended to divert our attention. You would do well to investigate what transpired in Gotham while the police were fully mobilized. As for the informant's identity, I do not require your assistance in that matter. You cannot do this. Gordon abruptly turned, only to find that Batman had already vanished from sight. Once again, it is the same. Gordon shook his head in resignation. Batman had always appeared suddenly and departed without a thought for others' feelings. He opened a file, revealing a prominently affixed photograph of Qin Su, accompanied by an assessment report. Utilizing a wooden sword, he incapacitated 12 members of the Penguin's gang without inflicting harm. Gordon's long-buried thoughts began to resurface. Perhaps Gotham could have another beacon of hope, a knight who is not so feeble. In a chapter. Chapter 4. With sword and spear, one truly thrives. By the time Qin Su returned to the evidence room to retrieve his belongings, the clock had struck 7 in the morning. Beneath the radiant sunlight, Gotham's darkness seemed to recede just a fraction. Dragging his suitcase, Qin Su exited the police precinct, finding that Gordon had not assigned him any tasks, instead advising him to find a place to settle in. A white sedan honked its horn. An Officer Kevin rolled down his window, beckoning, "Get in." Although Qin Su was perplexed by his intentions, he figured it best to heed the superior's command. Placing his luggage in the trunk and taking a seat in the back, Kevin's tone was casual as he announced, "Qin Su, you've been assigned under my supervision. From today onwards, I shall be your mentor, and I intend to take you on a brief tour." This was indeed a welcome proposition. Qin Su was not surprised by Gordon's arrangement. He had previously interacted with Kevin, and given that they both belonged to minority backgrounds, their rapport was unlikely to breed conflict, alleviating concerns over racial discrimination. Typically, officers work alongside sergeants, with each sergeant overseeing 2 to 3 officers. However, Gotham's police force has never been adequately staffed. Although Kevin bore the title of sergeant, he had no subordinates until Qin Su arrived, making his excitement palpable. "Qin Su, your name is quite unusual. You must be from Huaxia. I truly do not comprehend why you chose to become a police officer in Gotham. Please do not misunderstand. I bear no ill will. It's just that I have encountered many individuals from Huaxia, and most prefer a stable life, rarely venturing into law enforcement, especially here in Gotham." Qin Su acknowledged the truth in Kevin's words. Gotham's crime rate is notoriously high, a fact known throughout America. Most outsiders come seeking quick financial gain. If that were the case, why not join the criminal underworld instead? Qin Su was indeed a rarity among rarities. "Sergeant Kevin, I believe I had made my intentions abundantly clear. I disrupted the Penguin's arms deal and earned 10 points. The system's notification flashed in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to lift involuntarily. My heart and actions are as clear as a pristine mirror, and all my endeavors are rooted in justice." As the red light illuminated, Kevin glanced at Qin Su through the rearview mirror. Qin Su met his gaze with unwavering clarity until the light turned green, prompting Kevin to turn his head away. "I believe in what you say, yet it raises my concerns further," Kevin admitted. "Why is that?" Qin Su queried, surprised. Kevin maintained a slow pace. "Look outside. These are the streets where I grew up. From my earliest memories, crimes such as drug dealing and sexual offenses have been as commonplace as the rising sun. Even with the emergence of Batman, nothing has truly changed." Qin Su peered out the window, observing several individuals around his age loitering on the street, their arms crossed, swaying with aimlessness, resembling soulless husks. Do not be deceived into thinking that defeating a few lackeys of the Penguin Gang is a significant achievement. While the Penguin's influence is substantial, in comparison to other Gotham gangs, it could almost be deemed benign. There remain countless supervillains, some of whom even Batman cannot contend with. Hearing this, Qin Su smiled faintly. Realizing that Kevin was circling around the point, likely under Gordon's instructions, concerned that he might be like those inexperienced heroes who only think of themselves, believing they could challenge the formidable right after their debut. Since the establishment of the Justice League, various self-proclaimed superpowered individuals have emerged like mushrooms after rain, and it is not uncommon for them to become stepping stones for villains. Qin Su patted his chest and assured, Rest assured, Supervisor Kevin, I comprehend your intentions clearly. I possess a sound understanding of my own abilities and will never overestimate myself to challenge those I cannot afford to provoke. Only then did Kevin breathe a sigh of relief. I'm glad you understand. Qin Su intended to continue the conversation with Kevin when suddenly a barrage of gunfire erupted ahead, causing both their faces to change simultaneously. Kevin immediately crouched down and slammed on the brakes. Get down, quickly. Bullets whizzed past, leaving a series of bullet holes in the windshield. Fortunately, Kevin reacted swiftly. Had he been a moment slower, he would have met his demise. Damn it, Kevin exclaimed as he drew his firearm and loaded it. I specifically avoided driving the police car to remain inconspicuous, yet I still became a target. In certain neighborhoods of Gotham, acting alone as a police officer is exceedingly perilous, for one could unexpectedly encounter a few bomb-laden lunatics launching an attack. Qin Su cautiously peeked out, revealing half of his head, and saw four masked men rampantly shooting along the street, forcing all vehicles to a halt. Strangely, after that, they made no further moves, dispersing to guard either side of the street, allowing the people to flee at will. Calm down, Supervisor. They are not after us. We are merely collateral damage in this chaos. Qin Su drew his Tia Lake and attempted to open the car door, only to find it locked tight. Kevin spoke in a low voice. I have already called for reinforcements. Stay here and watch without acting recklessly. With a decisive swing, Qin Su shattered the car window with his Tia Lake. Do not act impulsively. Kevin had not anticipated Qin Su's reaction would be so resolute. Qin Su paused in his action of jumping through the window. Supervisor, you have asked me many questions. Allow me to pose one to you. What motivated you to become a police officer? Kevin had intended to reprimand Qin Su, but when he opened his mouth, no words came forth. Just as Kevin had previously stated, he was born on this very street. At the age of 5, his father abandoned his wife and child, disappearing without a trace. His mother, Allison, was left to sell her body to provide for him, and from his earliest memories, different men would come and go from their home. Occasionally, he would encounter those who took advantage, resulting in beatings. When he was 16, his mother died suddenly from a drug overdose. The police later discovered it was deliberate, and the perpetrator was apprehended and sentenced, still currently imprisoned. This may have been merely a serendipitous victory for justice, yet it illuminated a glimmer of hope for Kevin. He realized that crime indeed incurs consequences. Thereafter, he aspired to become a police officer, vowing that one day he would change this street. Time has passed, and the youthful boy is now nearing 40. His fervor occasionally rekindling, yet even Kevin himself is unsure why he continues in this line of work, feeling powerless to effect any change. The car door swung open, and Kevin ignited a cigarette, as if rekindling the cold blood within him. Confidence surged. He estimated an 80% chance of success. Qin Su chuckled knowingly. Supervisor, I've mentioned before that I am not reckless. In fact, I am quite timid. 80%, then. I will provide cover. In that case, we are at 100%. The quality of Gotham's citizens left much to be desired, but their speed in fleeing was exceptional. Within mere moments, the street had nearly emptied. Qin Su crouched low, gliding alongside the vehicle until he could advance no further. His muscles were taut, akin to an athlete poised at the starting line, eagerly awaiting the signal to sprint. True to his experience, Kevin, the seasoned officer, aimed and decisively emptied his magazine, swiftly neutralizing one masked assailant. The remaining 3, brandishing submachine guns, unleashed a hail of bullets towards Kevin's car, sparks erupting in the chaos. Seizing the moment, Qin Su vaulted over a concealed sedan, brandishing his blade as he charged toward the 2 closest adversaries. A swift thrust incapacitated one, followed by a swift kick that sent the other flying. His precision faltered, however, resulting in exaggerated movements. The spirit of the warrior within him did not manifest, and the wooden sword was merely a training tool. Qin Su, now fully engaged in battle, required no guidance. Damn it, a freak wielding a wooden sword. Qin Su's engagement with the 2 took longer than anticipated, but he decisively hurled the wooden sword, disarming the last assailant. Stay right where you are. The man disregarded Qin Su's warning, lunging for the weapon on the ground. Kevin, unable to find a clear shot, felt a surge of urgency. Qin Su, why discard the weapon? A cry of agony escaped the man as he clutched his thigh, blood seeping from the bullet wound. Qin Su extended his left hand, which had been tucked away in his pocket, revealing a Glock pistol. With no mercy, he pressed down on the man's hand, his gaze steely. A blade must be fierce, and a gun must be precise. Only then can one be deemed formidable. One may abstain from voting or collecting, but it is imperative to access the latest chapter. I implore you, it is truly significant to me. End of chapter. Chapter 5, The Essence of Lake Toya. Having dispatched 3 masked thugs, Qin Su garnered 3 points. He retrieved the wooden sword from the ground. Kevin first scanned the surroundings to ensure no further accomplices lurked before approaching to collect the firearms, sealing them in plastic bags as evidence. So, do you now have a clearer understanding of Gotham's chaos? This is merely an appetizer. Qin Su's eyes gleamed with excitement. That is indeed dreadful. The mere thought of more perilous foes makes my hands tremble. If this was merely a prelude, Qin Su dared not contemplate what lay ahead. A smile crept upon his lips. Coming to Gotham had proven a wise choice. With 13 points accrued on just the first day, something he might not achieve even in a month in Central City. He once contemplated utilizing donations to accumulate points. Regrettably, the system imposed restrictions. It did not necessitate Qin Su to engage in charitable acts personally, but rather depended on the recipient and the timing. For instance, rewarding points would occur if one were to treat the Flash to a meal during his moments of hunger, while such an action would be futile at ordinary times. Theoretically, had Qin Su possessed sufficient financial resources to support the entire Justice League's fiscal expenditures, he could have enjoyed a continuous influx of points. Alas, he was not of the Wayne lineage, nor did he have the privilege of both parents, rendering such aspirations mere figments of his imagination. Kevin administered preliminary first aid to the 2 masked individuals who had been shot, to prevent them from succumbing to excessive blood loss. As the road remained barricaded and an ambulance could not access the scene. Speak up. Who is your leader? What is the purpose of this blockade? The masked figures merely regarded Kevin with indifference, remaining silent. For obstinate wretches like you, we have a well-established plan, Kevin retorted. Qin Su, allow me to demonstrate. No need for such complexity. I could achieve this with Lake Toya, Qin Su replied, slowly drawing his blade and adopting a poised stance for an upward strike, causing the man to instinctively tighten his legs. It's Black Mask. He asked the reason we were instructed to do this. He didn't inform us. The man spoke without pause, his rapid-fire words leaving Kevin perplexed. Gazing upon Qin Su's refined visage, he pondered whether he had recently gained weight or paled, feeling that his intimidating presence paled in comparison to that of a newly hired youth. Yet, the subordinates of Black Mask were all adorned with masks. Kevin was not unfamiliar with dealings involving Black Mask and was quite acquainted with his criminal style. We reside in this neighborhood. Black Mask temporarily employed us. Poor Tommy. He is on the brink of death, the man lamented, weeping into his hands. I've bandaged him. He won't perish immediately, Kevin thought. Realizing he could extract no further information from this individual and prepared to escort him to the vehicle. Wait, Qin Su interjected, aside from Black Mask. Have you observed any noteworthy individuals entering or exiting in the past few days? The man quickly recalled, his eyes widening in revelation. Yes, the legendary Poison Ivy. I saw her the day before yesterday. A few reckless souls attempted to approach her and were promptly buried in the ground. Qin Su and Kevin exchanged a glance. Yet another supervillain. It seemed this matter was far from trivial. They moved the remaining 3 unconscious individuals into the vehicle, further constricting the already limited space. Fortunately, the engine remained intact, and Kevin successfully ignited it. He intended to transport the injured to the hospital, but noticed Qin Su, who had yet to board. Sighing, he removed his bulletproof vest and tossed it to him. Name, Kevin's bulletproof vest. Type, armor. Quality, defense, weak. Attribute, reflection, special effect, none. Description, a tattered bulletproof vest, symbolizing the fragmented protective heart of an old officer. Be careful. I do not wish to bid farewell to the youth. Having interacted for less than a day, Kevin had already discerned Qin Su's character. Realizing that no amount of persuasion would deter him, it was better to wish him good fortune. Qin Su donned the ill-fitting vest, nodded to Kevin, and departed. Qin Su's sidearm lacked a silencer, and the gunshot resonated through the air. He had prepared himself for a confrontation against multiple assailants, yet the street lay in eerie silence, devoid of any masked figures. The unusual stillness was disconcerting. What purpose did the masked individuals serve by blocking the roads? Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and Qin Su braced himself against the ground, feeling the tremors reverberate around him. Cracks appeared on the road, but fortunately, the shaking subsided after approximately 10 seconds. Was this an earthquake, or the handiwork of the masked figures? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind as a nearby fire hydrant erupted, sending a column of water soaring several meters into the air. This was merely the prelude. More and more water pipes burst, and groundwater gushed forth from the fissures in the ground, creating a cascading curtain of water. Qin Su stowed his handgun within the confines of the system space to protect it from moisture when a fleeting blue figure darted past him. He turned instinctively, but found nothing amiss. Fancy meeting you again, lad, Captain Edward stood amidst the water curtain, a look of mild surprise etched upon his aged visage. He had presumed that after their parting ways on the ship, he would never encounter the young man again, yet fate had other plans. Mr. Edward, I won't delve into the events of the early morning just yet. Was that earthquake orchestrated by you? To escape the police's encirclement with his crew intact, Edward was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Edward surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. I see no obligation to answer your inquiries. He spread his arms wide, and the surrounding water coalesced into a powerful jet. Qin Su, caught off guard, was struck by the forceful stream and sent flying. Coughing, he likened the impact to being hit by a locomotive. In truth, the damage was not as severe since he had been struck on the side. Yet, 2 of his ribs had been fractured in a single encounter, even with the protection of a bulletproof vest. Qin Su acutely recognized the disparity between himself and Edward. Yet he clutched the Toyako firmly, its blade shimmering with light as the effect of the samurai spirit activated. In that moment, he embodied the spirit of the White Knight demon. I'm asking you a question. Halt. Qin Su hoisted the Toyako, his left hand digging into his ear, his eyes transforming into lifeless, fish-like orbs. Sensing the markedly different aura emanating from Qin Su, Edward's gaze shifted to the Toyako. A magical artifact, I see. You are not an ordinary officer, are you? Silence. Qin Su glared with his vacant eyes, his voice tinged with exhaustion. I suspect you are involved in the destruction of the underground pipes. Please present your identification. If you fail to do so, then you may accompany me back to the precinct for donuts. His despondent demeanor suddenly sharpened. Qin Su swung the blade, slicing through the water. Overestimating yourself, Edward dismissed him, raising a hand to unleash a torrent, disrupting the water barrier but failing to strike Qin Su, who had evaded the deluge with a low slide. The Toyako was thrust upward at an angle, striking true to its target. Strike at the heart, Qin Su grinned wickedly. Edward, who has always maintained an air of aloofness, was on the verge of losing his composure. The agony he endured was beyond what any man could withstand. He struggled to remain upright, let alone maintain his poise to continue casting spells. Qin Su's thoughts were rather whimsical. If one were a magician, one could simply employ physical nullification of magic. If Edward could endure such pain and still fight, Qin Su would be profoundly impressed. Let me ask you once more, does this incident have any connection with you? Silence ensued. Very well, you have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be presented as evidence in court. With a clean blade from Lake Toya, Qin Su retrieved handcuffs, preparing to restrain Edward. The excruciating pain left Edward momentarily disoriented. As his mind began to clear, he yearned to curse, yet words eluded him. A sharp pain shot through his back, prompting Qin Su to narrow his eyes and roll aside, as if foreseeing the danger. Had the superpowered oddities taken to operating in packs? A masked figure, accompanied by his subordinates, appeared. Upon witnessing Qin Su successfully evade his gunfire, the masked man took a keen interest in him. His marksmanship was commendable. Although he had yet to reach the realm of a sharpshooter, few could evade his shots. Especially with Qin Su facing away from him. Did he possess eyes in the back of his head? Hitting a speedster like the Flash signifies one has reached the level of a sharpshooter, akin to Deadshot and Old Man Flash. The masked figure raised his weapon once more, and Qin Su's pupils dilated to sharp points as he used Lake Toya to deflect the bullet. Humph, with so many around. It seems I won't need to reveal my ultimate technique to escape. Ultimate technique? The masked figure's expression hardened. While he had not witnessed the confrontation between Qin Su and Edward, he was certain that Qin Su posed a significant threat. After all, Qin Su had effortlessly subdued Edward, a man who had single-handedly taken down half of his subordinates. Had it not been for Edward's interference, he wouldn't have needed to seal off the streets. The fewer witnesses to this incident, the better. Qin Su took slow, deliberate steps to reposition himself, gradually lowering Lake Toya. The masked figure's gaze grew serious. Was an attack imminent? In the next moment, Qin Su pivoted and darted into a nearby alleyway. Let your ultimate technique show me the way. Opposing him was an armed individual wielding a submachine gun, and the masked figure possessed mental control capabilities. It was inconceivable that Qin Su could fight back. He was not foolish, and his bluster was merely a tactic for this very moment of escape. As the masked figure regained his senses and led his men to pursue him, all that remained was a fleeting shadow. At that moment, while the masked figure was fully captivated by Qin Su, the previously inert Edward suddenly sprang to his feet, plunging into a crack in the ground, leaving the masked figure and his subordinates in stunned silence. End of Chapter 6. An unexpected encounter. Request for continued reading. Qin Su fled with decisiveness. He had initially intended merely to scout the situation and had no intention of confronting the masked figure or other supervillains directly. He understood his current position clearly. With Lake Toya, he could hold his own against villains lacking superpowers and equipment. Encountering the Penguin, however, would be another matter entirely. For that fellow's penguin umbrella was no less formidable than the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella, laden with traps and complexities. In the initial stages of his journey, it was not the troubles with the aristocratic support group that he should focus on, but rather the accumulation of points from street thugs. Gotham has never been in short supply of street crime, and Batman is not on duty around the clock. True to his namesake, he typically emerges under the cover of night. However, the unexpected appearance of Edward disrupted Qin Su's plans. Facing an adversary capable of manipulating water in a humid environment, Qin Su found himself compelled to take risks. Nonetheless, one must admit that stabbing people is rather offbeat, entirely inconsistent with the aesthetic of American comics. Gazing at the wooden sword in his hand, Qin Su recognized that he had been influenced by Lake Toya. As a weapon of merely 1.5 stars in quality, Lake Toya seemed somewhat overpowered. Not only was its material resilient, but it also came with the combat techniques of the White Knight Demon, rendering it nearly perfect. Yet after this encounter, Qin Su hesitated to wield this blade again. The samurai spirit effect of Lake Toya, while undeniably potent, would lead Qin Su's thoughts to become whimsical, instinctively prompting him to engage in comical antics. This seemingly harmless side effect was fraught with pitfalls. Characters in comedic animations may be invincible, but Qin Su was not. Engaging in humor within a dark and grim world was no mere jest. Against weaker foes, it might be manageable, but facing even slightly stronger opponents could easily result in his downfall. Qin Su's abilities were far inferior to those of Lake Toya's former master, who could contend with beings like the Night Rabbit, a race of warriors. Slowing his pace, Qin Su turned to look back, finding no sign of pursuers. His brow furrowed. Had he shaken them off? Yet, the status of the samurai spirit remained active, and more critically, the points had not been credited. Defeating Edward, who appeared to be a sorcerer, should have surely earned him 50 points. He called out to the system, questioning if it had siphoned off the benefits meant for him. But despite Qin Su's internal outcry, the system offered no response, leaving him with no choice but to concede. If it was not a flaw in the system, could it be that he had misjudged Edward as a villain? The only explanation Qin Su could fathom was this: doing good should yield points, while well-intentioned actions gone awry would result in nothing, a conclusion he had confirmed over the past 6 months since the system's activation. However, Edward was a key figure in an arms smuggling operation. How could he possibly be a good person? Clearly, there was more to the story, and he needed to confront Edward for clarity. But before that, he needed to address the unseen presence lurking behind him. Raising his weapon in the desolate alley, Qin Su declared, "I have tolerated you for far too long, following me since the earthquake." His haste was driven by a desire to rid himself of this unknown stalker. Yet after several evasive maneuvers, that prying gaze remained ever present. Qin Su abandoned the idea of fleeing, for he would be rendered powerless if he continued to run. After his proclamation, the air seemed to still, and seeing that the stalker refused to reveal themselves, Qin Su decided to sit down and rest, cradling Lake Toya in his arms. "So, we are to wait, are we? Let us see who can outlast whom." Upon witnessing Qin Su sitting on the spot, the creature was momentarily stunned. Its diminutive mind was incapable of complex contemplation. However, sensing the presence of that fearsome woman nearby, it could no longer afford to ponder and swiftly dispelled its cloaking barrier. Its once transparent form gradually reverted to a deep azure hue as it fluttered before Qin Su, its 2 antennae swaying anxiously as it cried out for assistance. "Mana, please help me." For reasons unknown, Qin Su comprehended its plea, and upon glimpsing the true form of the pursuer, his shock caused him to drop his weapon. Manaphy, how could you be here?" Before him stood a fairy, entirely adorned in blue, its body rippling like water as it moved. In contrast to its petite frame, its arms were remarkably elongated, and a crimson garnet embedded in its chest emanated an aura of mystery. Manaphy. It fervently gestured, its antennae pointing fiercely to the east. "Someone seeks to capture me. Please help." Hearing this, Qin Su's expression shifted dramatically. Grasping Manaphy, he dashed towards the main road, knowing that Gordon and the others must have already arrived. Regardless of whom Manaphy referred to, if even this elusive Pokémon felt fear, then Qin Su was certainly no match for whatever threat loomed. Unbeknownst to him, as he passed beneath a humble dwelling, a sunflower atop the rooftop cast down a seed that landed precisely in Qin Su's pocket. Shortly after his departure, a woman with crimson hair appeared at the location of his encounter with Manaphy. She was none other than Gotham's infamous Thorny Rose, the alluring and dangerous Poison Ivy. A moment too late. Her yellow-green eyes tinged with crimson, Poison Ivy stumbled back 2 steps, pressing her fingers firmly against her temples. I will find it, stop your cries, and do not intrude upon my mind again. In an instant, the resilient grass that had once clung to survival in the crevices transformed into robust vines, shattering the walls where they took root, causing the surrounding structures to collapse with a thunderous roar, dust swirling in the aftermath. Standing amidst the ruins, Poison Ivy crossed her arms, the ivy leaves on her attire quivering, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her form. The seed of life has been sown, you cannot escape. Returning to the main thoroughfare, Qin Su found the area cordoned off by the police, where he was finally reunited with Gordon. What a tumultuous day it has been. Qin Su, you must know that everyone has been deprived of a good night's rest, the rugged Gotham detective remarked, clutching a cup of instant coffee. Fatigue etched upon his brow. Qin Su shrugged. Who would have thought, Director, that just a leisurely outing with Kevin would lead us to the Black Mask? At the mention of the Black Mask, Gordon's demeanor grew serious. This terrifying figure had inflicted considerable harm upon Gotham's order, and capturing him occupied Gordon's thoughts daily. When we arrived at the scene, all we found was a puddle. The Black Mask left nothing for us. Qin Su, please recount what you observed. Qin Su recounted his experiences, leaving Sheriff Gordon in a state of perplexity. If Edward possesses the ability to control water, could he also traverse its surface? Good heavens! Is this a jest from the Almighty? Walking on water is one of the miracles exhibited by Jesus. Sheriff Gordon, an old ally of Batman, was aware of the existence of magic in this world, yet encountering it in the line of duty was a first. I must inform Batman. Typically, Gordon would not reach out to Batman, but the nature of magic clearly surpassed the realm of police jurisdiction. As he leaned towards the police vehicle, Qin Su restrained him, saying, Chief, there's no need to trouble Batman regarding Edward. I have faced him before. He is formidable. My victory was solely due to his overconfidence and leniency. Edward may not be as malevolent as we presume. After contemplating for a moment, Gordon decided to send a message to Batman, which left Qin Su feeling quite disheartened. The seasoned sheriff consoled him. Child, it is not that I doubt you. You are still young. Every individual possesses dualities. A good person may commit wrongful acts, and even a criminal can perform acts of kindness. His mercy towards you does not necessarily imply anything definitive. Gordon cautioned Qin Su, reminding him that transient acts of good or evil do not encapsulate a person's entirety. What if the individual he saved were to later commit murder? Such complexities are beyond clear delineation. Seeing Qin Su's expression soften, Gordon felt pleased to offer guidance to the young man and turned to command the team to return to the precinct. The discussion of the case reached its conclusion, and Gordon, resembling a kindly elder, engaged Qin Su in casual conversation. I heard from Kevin that you have yet to secure a residence? Qin Su scratched his head, replying vaguely, there are a few potential places, but I need to visit them in person before making a decision. His criteria for accommodation were simple. It must be livable, somewhat chaotic, and conveniently located for him to accumulate points. Hence the properties he considered were all quite affordable. Have you not made a decision yet? Would you like to stay at my place temporarily? Gordon proposed unexpectedly. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit that the police department's confidentiality regarding officer identities was exceedingly inadequate. Having just arrived, Qin Su had already offended the Penguin and Black Mask, placing himself in a perilous situation. While Gordon's home might not be a fortress, it offered a level of safety worth commending. In truth, Gordon's words were already rather tactful. The Gotham PD's confidentiality was not merely lacking but resembled a neon-lit government, leaking information indiscriminately. Qin Su had already been at the docks prior to Gordon's arrival. It was likely that the Penguin had concluded Qin Su was the informant, leading to both the loss of his arms and a thorough beating from Batman, ensuring that he would seek retribution against Qin Su. As for Black Mask, there was no need to elaborate. In an effort to conceal his actions, he sent minions to intercept Qin Su, only to have him escape, rendering him unworthy of the title Black Mask if he did not silence the witness afterward. And then there was Edward. Though his moral standing remained ambiguous after Qin Su's intervention, whether they had past grievances or not, it was certain they now stood as bitter adversaries. Qin Su gazed skyward, although invisible to the naked eye. He was aware that the ethereal Manaphy was circling above continuously. Along with those pursuing this young lad, he had already offended 4 factions upon his arrival in Gotham. Swallowing back his words of refusal, Qin Su was profoundly touched as he clasped Sheriff Gordon's hand. Chapter 7. The surprisingly predictable system in any city across America. The disparity between affluent and impoverished neighborhoods is glaringly evident. Sheriff Gordon may not be corrupt, Yet his years of dedication within the police force have undeniably amassed him considerable wealth, as evidenced by the solitary villa before them. Gordon led Qin Su into the house, the creaking door startling a young lady inside. "Dad, is that you back?" Barbara turned her wheelchair, her brow furrowed. It was understandable that her father, being a police officer, often had irregular hours, but surely he could have given her a heads up? Gordon had a habit of keeping his assignments under wraps, perhaps to spare Barbara from worrying about his safety. However, this only deepened her concern. Had he confided that he was out rekindling old flames, Barbara would likely have been overjoyed. Upon seeing her father accompanied by an unfamiliar boy, Barbara's mouth fell agape. "Dad, we discussed your remarriage recently, but bringing home an illegitimate child seems a tad hasty, don't you think?" Gordon shot her a glare, fully aware that Barbara was protesting his late return. Feeling guilty, he refrained from retorting. Qin Su, on the other hand, instinctively recoiled at the insinuation of being labeled as Gordon's illegitimate child. Such a designation could be perilous, and he certainly did not wish to be captured by the Joker as a means of tormenting Batman. "Let us not jest, Barbara. Allow me to introduce you. This is Qin Su, who has transferred from Central City to Gotham and, due to certain circumstances, will be residing with us for a while. You two young folks can chat a bit while I take my leave for some rest." Stretching lazily, Gordon ascended the stairs, leaving Qin Su and Barbara to exchange glances. Observing Qin Su's discomfort, the courteous Barbara extended her hand. "I am Barbara Gordon. Don't mind my father. He can be a bit unorthodox. Though I may appear this way, I manage all matters around here. There are 2 vacant rooms on the 3rd floor. Let me show you." Barbara pivoted her wheelchair, winking at him over her shoulder. "Hurry, we need to stow your luggage before lunch." Understanding her implication, Qin Su assisted Barbara as they ascended to the 3rd floor. Barbara had kept the house impeccably tidy. Both guest rooms were spotless. Qin Su chose the one with a better view, allowing for early detection of any approaching danger. More importantly, it was situated far from the rooms occupied by Gordon and Barbara. For the sake of his own secrets and the safety of Gordon and Barbara, it was prudent for Qin Su to maintain a safe distance from them. As he moved his belongings into the room, Barbara watched from outside, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. Very few had the privilege of being welcomed into Gordon's home, a distinction not even afforded to Barbara's boyfriend, Gotham's Nightwing. In fact, Gordon was ever vigilant, always on guard against any potential threats to his cherished daughter. As Barbara observed Qin Su arranging his belongings, her gaze lingered on Lake Toya. "Qin Su, have you offended someone?" she inquired. Qin Su responded with a wry smile. "Indeed. I have crossed paths with 2 local gangs in Gotham, an outsider sorcerer, and I also bear the burden of Manaphy from another universe. My sins are indeed numerous." "I see," Barbara replied, her eyes cast downward. "Is there no other reason?" Given Barbara's understanding of her father, this alone seemed insufficient to justify bringing Qin Su home. Qin Su instinctively rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Well, aside from that, perhaps it's because I possess considerable fighting skills." Fighting skills? Barbara pondered this vague term carefully. Just how skilled was he? Defeating street thugs could be considered fighting, as could besting a superhero. Her father held Qin Su in high regard, having personally brought him home. Surely he must be of a caliber capable of taking on 10 adversaries at once. Barbara surmised correctly. Commissioner Gordon indeed valued Qin Su, regardless of Gordon's efforts. Superpowered crime remained an insurmountable challenge for ordinary police officers. Once a case involved superhuman criminality, even Gordon had to seek Batman's assistance. He bore no psychological burden regarding this. Yet which officer would relish relying on vigilantes? Each day, media criticized Gotham's police force for being ineffectual, claiming they depended on superheroes, leading to questions about the necessity of police at all, deeming it a waste of taxpayers' money. On one side lay an increasingly dire public safety environment, and on the other, dwindling budget allocations. Gordon was human, and he too must feel weary. After showering, he lay on his bed, entirely unconcerned that Qin Su would harm his daughter. Should Qin Su dare such a thing, Barbara would use her fists to remind him who truly held authority in their home. Good heavens, this aging father might not even win against his own daughter in a confrontation. At that very dawn, Gordon had consumed 4 cups of coffee, yet his drowsiness persisted. In that moment, he realized he was no longer the Sheriff Gordon capable of apprehending criminals after 3 sleepless nights. The decline of his physical abilities could not be halted by mere willpower. Consider this. Batman had cycled through 3 Robins. Perhaps it was time for Sheriff Gordon to seek a successor. Just then, Qin Su entered Gordon's line of sight. Although Batman claimed he lacked enthusiasm for justice, what did that matter? As long as Qin Su could uphold the duties of a police officer, that was sufficient. Moreover, Qin Su was young, even if his thoughts strayed. He could be guided back. His background was nearly impeccable. Gordon's decision to bring Qin Su into his home was partly observational and, on another level, somewhat defiant. Every time you leave without a word, you interrogate my informants at will, and you dismiss the promising young talents I support. You can nurture that tenacious Nightwing, yet I, a mere police officer, cannot mentor a single child? Gordon had wrestled with this dilemma for half his life. Meanwhile, the young man upon whom Gordon placed such high hopes, Qin Su, was currently preoccupied with concerns about food. Do not misunderstand. Barbara has already treated him to a delightful meal. What troubles Qin Su is the question of what food to offer the ethereal Manaphy before him. He inquired about human cuisine, but Manaphy declined to partake. He then sought some fruit from Barbara, yet Manaphy still shook its head. What is it that you truly desire to eat? Manaphy offered no answer. It was uncertain even within itself, though it conveyed that it was not hungry, feeling somewhat sated, as if mere air could suffice to fill its appetite. Qin Su refrained from allowing Manaphy to become visible, for Gordon's residence was not entirely secure. While Gordon may not pry into Qin Su's secrets, Batman undoubtedly would. There is no doubt that Batman has established a comprehensive surveillance network within the home of his longtime ally, Gordon. Trusting Batman, every action taken by Qin Su after entering Gordon's abode was surely under the watchful eye of the Dark Knight. In fact, during their time at the precinct, Batman had contemplated Gordon's view of Qin Su as a successor, which is why he stated, "I will not grant him the opportunity." The him he referred to was neither Two-Face nor Qin Su, but rather that lunatic. Batman would never permit another lethal jest. Qin Su endeavored to recall the information regarding Manaphy. Manaphy, a water-type mythical Pokémon, possesses inherent magical abilities, allowing it to connect telepathically with any Pokémon. Within the Pokémon realm, Manaphy does not possess true invisibility. Its concealment is achieved through the refraction of light by moisture in the air. Are you not only able to communicate with Pokémon? How is it that you can engage in thought with me? Surely, one cannot suggest that Qin Su is, in essence, a humanoid Pokémon, an Arceus in human form? To argue otherwise, he does not possess any extraordinary abilities akin to the power of the everlasting. Manaphy sighed softly. It too was at a loss. Its only recollection was of emerging from an egg and instinctively swimming into the depths of the ocean, only to be caught in a torrential downpour, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as a massive whirlpool formed on the surface. Before Manaphy could react, it was drawn into the vortex. When it regained consciousness, it found itself in an unfamiliar city, captured by a group of masked villains who imprisoned it within a glass jar, subjecting it to daily extractions of its bodily fluids through long, thick syringes. Manaphy's body is composed of 80% water, rendering the notion of blood irrelevant. After a harrowing escape when the glass jar shattered, Manaphy navigated through the water pipes and witnessed Qin Su defeating the man who pursued it with water. From him, Manaphy sensed a profound comfort and thus chose to follow him. Qin Su recalled that he had been possessed by the spirit of Jintoki at that time, and indeed, no one could harbor disdain for the gentle Jintoki, not even a Pokémon. Manaphy expressed, "I long for home." Its long antennae drooped, reflecting its despondent mood. Instinctively, it yearned to return to the ocean of its birthplace, yet it understood that this was another world, devoid of its true home. A warm hand gently cradled Manaphy's cheek, causing it to widen its eyes in astonishment. Qin Su painstakingly discerned the position of Manaphy's head by touch. "Although I cannot see you, I can only imagine your sorrow. Fret not, for I shall remain by your side. As long as I have a sanctuary, I shall ensure that you are not left homeless." Tears cascaded from the corners of Manaphy's eyes, transforming into crystalline droplets that fell upon the floor as she leapt into Qin Su's embrace. Holding Manaphy close, Qin Su's expression was a tapestry of complexity. Why was he the sole individual capable of forging a profound connection with Manaphy, dismissing the lofty ideals of kindness and justice? Perhaps there was but one redeeming quality within himself. The system's notification chimed at an opportune moment. The arrival of the otherworldly guest series of quests has commenced. Upon first encountering the otherworldly guest Manaphy, 100 points have been awarded. Having rescued Manaphy from the clutches of mysterious forces grants an opportunity for a targeted item draw. The system's window clamored for attention as Qin Su activated the item acquisition, his consciousness abruptly drawn into the lottery space. Unlike the previous experience, a computer now accompanied the water basin. How predictable! Qin Su could not suppress a chuckle. It was evident that this was a well-calibrated boon. No wonder good deeds yield points. He refrained from hurriedly drawing items and exited the system space, having not slept for a day and a night. Cradling the equally fatigued Manaphy, two souls from different realms embraced in slumber. Chapter complete. Chapter 8, at 20. A Pokemon police officer Barbara understood that her father and Qin Su required rest, so she refrained from disturbing them, waiting until nightfall to prepare dinner before rousing them. Knock, knock. Please enter. Barbara pushed open the door, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Qin Su holding a silver bell. What a beautiful bell. Is it for a pet? Qin Su tucked away the soothing bell, his expression peculiar. One could say that. This was a targeted draw from the computer, an item for Pokemon in the Pokemon series. Upon realizing it was neither a divine beast egg nor a master ball, disappointment flickered across Qin Su's face. Name, soothing bell, type, other, quality, effect, increases intimacy when carried by a Pokemon. Description, a melodious bell that calms the Pokemon carrying it, fostering closeness with its trainer. The effect mirrored that of the game. But what truly captivated Qin Su's attention was a line of intricate ancient script inscribed upon the bell, which the system had conveniently translated for him. Please take good care of that child and find him. Gazing at the lump beneath the covers, Qin Su smiled, realizing that the reward was indeed the soothing bell. Intended for Manaphy. However, having already shared a bed with Manaphy and having soothed her spirits, the soothing bell now seemed somewhat superfluous. He gently shook the bell, the melodious chime calming his restless heart. There was no need for impatience. He could amass points steadily in Gotham, taking each step in due course. Qin Su pinched it between his fingers, pondering whether it would be effective for humans as well, or if he was merely an exception. At that moment, Barbara knocked at the door, calling him for dinner. Initially, Qin Su felt quite apprehensive about living with others, but Gordon and Barbara treated him as one of their own. And soon he became accustomed to the warm atmosphere, seamlessly integrating into their lives. After dinner, Qin Su took the initiative to help clear the table, which brought a smile of satisfaction to Gordon, who admired tough men, especially those who cherish family. In the kitchen, Qin Su deftly maneuvered the dishes with his hands, displaying remarkable skill. When Barbara inquired about his expertise, he revealed that his family owned a restaurant, and during busy times, he would assist, honing his techniques over time. Your culinary skills must be exceptional then, Barbara remarked, brushing her bangs aside. Could you teach me how to prepare Chinese cuisine? I've always wanted to try, but learning from videos is quite challenging. Barbara expressed her frustration. The chefs in the videos always use vague terms like a pinch, to taste, and a generous amount of oil, making it difficult to gauge how much seasoning to add. It always ends up either too salty or overly sweet. Qin Su nodded in understanding, sharing that his father was the same, relying solely on instinct for measurements. Every chef has their own habits. I recommend following your own intuition and going with the flow. Barbara, not a complete novice, mused, but if I rely solely on my understanding, one tea that alter the original flavors? Qin Su shrugged, revealing a not-so-secret secret. In America, most Chinese food isn't truly Chinese, even in Chinatown. If you wish to experience authentic Chinese cuisine, you should visit Huaxia. Barbara chuckled, including your families? Indeed, he replied, recalling the infamous strawberry jam tofu, a dish created by his father that nearly sparked a confrontation between them upon his first encounter with it. The vibrant appearance of the dish belied its atrocious texture, leaving an indelible mark on his memory. How can you disparage your own family's business? Your father would be furious if he knew. Barbara laughed heartily. Just then, Gordon entered, prompting Barbara to maneuver her wheelchair away from the kitchen to provide ample space for the two men. Barbara hadn't laughed so joyfully in a long time. Thank you, Qin Su. Gordon retrieved a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and offered it to Qin Su, who declined, citing that alcohol would impair his judgment. Gordon did not press the issue and opened a bottle for himself. Alcohol can help relieve tense spirits. I used to abstain from both smoking and drinking. But look at me now. He gestured towards the refrigerator brimming with beer. I have become quite dependent on this damned alcohol. After downing an entire can of beer, Gordon appeared somewhat inebriated. Qin Su, tomorrow marks your official first day at work. Have you considered which direction you'd like to pursue? I can make arrangements. Unlike the promotion systems of other cities, Gotham's unique law enforcement environment dictates that the allocation of positions within the Gotham Police Department is solely under the purview of Commissioner Gordon. This practice of nepotism ensures that trust in Gordon is paramount for swift advancement. The rationale is straightforward. To prevent the police department from becoming a mere pawn of criminal syndicates, a dictatorial approach is necessary, one that only Gordon can effectively implement during his tenure. While Gotham's officers may lack credibility and many harbor skepticism towards Batman, all place their unwavering faith in James Gordon, who has proven himself trustworthy. In his quest to uphold this trust, Gordon sacrifices not only his own well-being, but also that of his family. When presented with Gordon's olive branch, Qin Su's response was resolute. I wish to become a patrol officer. Gordon was taken aback, as this request was exceedingly modest. The lowest rank imaginable. The position of patrol officer, or beat cop, is the most basic within the American police structure. Typically tasked with maintaining order and safety in a specific neighborhood, often spending their time merely walking the streets. However, in Gotham, the circumstances are markedly different. With the rise of superpowered criminals, patrolling the streets is now a perilous endeavor for police officers. The attrition rate is alarmingly high. Indeed, the Gotham Police Department has ceased to assign patrol officers, as control over many neighborhoods has slipped from their grasp. Notorious supervillains such as the Penguin, Black Mask, and the Joker have fragmented Gotham into various territories, maintaining a fragile equilibrium under the oversight of the Court of Owls. Qin Su proposed, "Since the chief has assigned me to Kevin, I shall begin my service as a patrol officer in the neighborhood where he was born." Gordon, acknowledging Qin Su's determination, refrained from further commentary. His expression was nuanced. Currently, Qin Su is the sole patrol officer in Gotham, and according to the principle of territorial responsibility, the area assigned to him would encompass the entirety of Gotham. In the ethereal realm of consciousness, Qin Su found himself oscillating between a pool and a computer. He had 113 points remaining, sufficient for another draw, but the dilemma lay in choosing between the two pools. From the system's cryptic hints, Qin Su discerned the distinctions between them. The pool on the right was a singular water basin, employing fishing as a means of drawing items and abilities from a variety of universes at random, a mixed pool. On the left was the computer, akin to a Pokemon storage device, capable of specifically extracting items from the Pokemon universe, a single pool. Each type of pool bore its own merits and drawbacks. The mixed pool's advantage lay in its vast potential for exceptional rewards, but it equally posed the risk of yielding worthless items. In contrast, while the single pool was confined to Pokemon-related items, it offered greater stability, with numerous powerful artifacts within the Pokemon realm. Any item associated with legendary Pokemon was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Approaching the computer, Qin Su opened the extraction interface, hesitating briefly before typing a line of text on the screen. "Please grant me the strength to protect everyone." The Pokemon computer possesses all the functionalities of a standard computer, but is not connected to the internet. Consequently, Qin Su is unable to send this message to anyone. However, he believes that it will be seen. As the cursor hovers over the extraction button, Qin Su presses the enter key, and the points on the system panel instantly dwindle to 13. Simultaneously, a brand new briefcase materializes in Qin Su's hands. Name, items from Do & Company. Type, other, quality. Special effect, storage, description. After departing from the Hoenn region, Do & Company's business has become increasingly hectic. An employee inadvertently lost a briefcase containing company items during a business trip. If a kind-hearted individual finds it, please return it to me. Sob, sob, sob. The phrase inadvertently in the description is enclosed in quotation marks. Could it be a casual slip from the esteemed one, perhaps borrowed temporarily? After a brief moment of silence for the unfortunate employee, Qin Su realizes he cannot return it from another world. Yet, he trusts that the esteemed one will compensate the owner with something else. Qin Su weighs the briefcase in his hands. It is notably heavy, likely filled with numerous items. Since only one item can be extracted at a time, how clever it is to have everything packaged together. Qin Su rubs his hands together in excitement. Next comes the thrilling moment of unboxing. As he opens the case, golden light illuminates his face. Wow, a golden legend. Qin Su provides his own narration to express his exhilaration before retrieving one of the items. Name, disposable move learning device, Swords Dance. Type, other, quality. Attribute, normal, special effect. Increases the user's attack power by 2 levels. Description, a disc that allows a Pokemon to learn the move Swords Dance. It disappears after use. According to the Pokemon calculation formula, each level represents a 50 attribute increase, with a maximum enhancement of 6 levels, equating to 300. A single Swords Dance elevates 2 levels. After utilizing Swords Dance 3 times, the attack power will quadruple, truly a modest yet remarkable enhancement, worthy of its 3-star quality. Qin Su extends his tongue to moisten his dry lips. Manaphy can resonate with my thoughts, and the calming bell is effective for me. So this move learning device should. Qin Su holds the disc and silently invokes its use, and in an instant, the disc vanishes, cascading a torrent of immense information into his consciousness. In the pitch-black room, the slumbering Manaphy furrows its brow, dreaming of being trapped in a glass jar, enduring a daily torment of needles. At this moment, Qin Su, seated upright on the bed, suddenly opens his eyes. Manaphy, unconsciously drawn to him, leans closer, seemingly sensing a kindred spirit, and its brow gradually relaxes. Qin Su feels the transformation within his body. This truly feels like becoming a humanoid Pokemon. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Encountering Batman. How? The task of observing the new landing points is entrusted to you. Well, who would have thought that I am the Green Lantern of Sector 2814? Yet, why is it that Batman is absent, leaving you, Arthur, to shoulder the responsibilities? The Watchtower, suspended in the cosmos, serves as the communication hub for the Justice League, presided over by Aquaman, Arthur Curry. In response to Hal's protests, Arthur remarked nonchalantly, "I am the ruler of a nation. I understand how to lead a team, rather than, like some arrogant individual, merely delegating trivial tasks while reserving the significant duties for oneself." Superman nodded in agreement, stating, "Hal, you have a tendency to tackle everything alone instead of leveraging the strengths of us all. This will only exhaust you and diminish efficiency." Wonder Woman sternly admonished Hal. Placing warriors in an easy battleground is nothing short of an insult. Hal gazed towards the Flash, who sat beside him, and asked, "Flash, tell me, am I truly like that?" The Flash shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of apology. "Sorry, Hal, I don't wish to deceive you." Seeing even the Flash concur, Hal appeared deflated, muttering, "Arthur, King is a title of the past. Do not forget that you have relinquished the throne of Atlantis." Arthur smiled and responded, "Yet, experience does not fade. I assure you, I shall not behave in such a manner again." Hal chose to concede, casting a glance at the empty seat and whistling. The self-proclaimed leader was absent once more. What could the reason be this time? Another bank heist in Gotham? Superman immediately interjected on Batman's behalf. He must be preoccupied with pressing matters. Hal's voice regained its volume as he crossed his arms, a look of dissatisfaction etched across his face. "I can manage to gather the entire Sector 2814 for a meeting, yet he cannot even handle a mere city like Gotham. How can he still call himself the leader of the Justice League?" In truth, Hal had long accepted Batman's leadership of the Justice League. His frustration stemmed from the leader's repeated absences from meetings. Steel, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "I have already contacted Batman. Gotham has recently experienced 2 minor earthquakes, and he is investigating the cause." The Flash expressed surprise, but Gotham is not located on a fault line. Steel projected a model of Gotham City onto the conference table, explaining, "We all know that," which is why he suspects the earthquakes may be linked to the first and second objects that descended to Earth. Upon hearing of Gotham's plight, the Flash thought of his good friend, Qin Su, hoping he would be safe. However, given Gotham's turbulent fate, this calamity was not unexpected. The atmosphere in the room darkened significantly, and Wonder Woman, aware of their concern for their city, declared, "Let us conclude this meeting. Everyone should remain vigilant for any anomalies." "Hal, your task is particularly critical." Hal perked up, relishing the weight of responsibility. "Leave matters beyond Earth to me. I will persuade the Green Lantern Corps." Steel activated the boom tube, and the heroes dispersed, Arthur among them, returning to his residence in the lighthouse. As Arthur pushed open the door to his home, he halted in his steps. Although the lights remained unlit and the lighthouse was shrouded in shadows, his acute senses, honed from his Atlantean heritage, alerted him to the presence of another within. Moreover, he detected the unmistakable scent of seawater. "Mara, is that you?" he inquired, grasping his trident and pressing the switch, revealing a Mediterranean scene before him. "Vico? Why are you lurking in my home without uttering a word?" Arthur nonchalantly seated himself beside the Mediterranean. Nudist Vico's gaze fell upon the trident that Arthur held, a complex expression crossing his face. "The magical aura of the trident is quite vibrant, indicating your readiness for battle. What has instilled such vigilance in you, my king?" The moment Vico spoke, Arthur discerned his purpose. Ever since Arthur had relinquished the throne of Atlantis to his brother Orm, Vico had persistently urged him to reclaim his royal position. "No matter how many times you implore, I shall not return, Vico. I am now Aquaman of the Justice League. Consider this my plea." Arthur's demeanor was resolute, yet his tone bore a gentler cadence. Vico was his mentor, the one who had instructed him in wielding his powers, earning Arthur's profound respect. Vico, unperturbed by Arthur's refusal, having heard it countless times before, was not one to concede easily. Rising beneath the Mediterranean's gaze, Arthur noted the peculiar stance Vico assumed. "My king, I shall return." With a sense of resignation, Arthur stepped outside the lighthouse, watching as Vico plunged into the sea. Vico's gait seemed oddly strained. Had he sustained an injury? Curse it, I should have spent more time conversing with him. Recently, Arthur had learned from television that the elderly most craved companionship. As Vico submerged, he lifted his gaze to the pitch-black sky above. More profound than the depths of the Somalia Trench was the expanse of the heavens. The world was undergoing an inexplicable transformation, He was uncertain if Arthur was prepared. But for the sake of Atlantis, he must reclaim it. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled, and rain cascaded in sheets, battling through the torrential downpour. Qin Su vaulted over the railing and executed a clean knee strike, bringing the convenience store robber crashing to the ground. He swiftly cuffed the culprit and escorted him to the police car. Upon opening the door, Qin Su shoved him into the back seat, delivering a parting kick. If you wish to avoid hardship, you had best behave. The driver's window slid down, and Kevin gestured towards the 3 hefty black men crammed in the rear. That's the 3rd one today. On your first day at work, catching so many will surely attract the attention of the gangs. Qin Su feigned indifference. Do you think I am afraid, Kevin? Let me tell you, I am. I fear they might not dare retaliate. For how else would I send them to prison? What was this one arrested for? Kevin inquired, pulling out a paper form to record the details. Robbery, assaulting an officer, intentional injury, enough to keep him incarcerated for 3 to 5 years. Qin Su recited the charges with familiarity. This one seems manageable, Kevin remarked, lowering his voice. But that last one could have been left alone. There's no need to apprehend everyone. No way. Qin Su resolutely rejected the notion, recalling an ancient adage from Huaxia. Do not dismiss the small good deeds, nor should one commit even the slightest evil. Every minor transgression ought to be eradicated in its infancy. Having successfully thwarted an instance of sexual harassment, Qin Su earned a single point. Kevin remarked with sarcasm. If everyone at the police station were like you, Qin Su, within a month, Blackgate Penitentiary would be overflowing. We could either construct new prisons or ship the offenders elsewhere. Prisons exist to punish criminals. If there are vacant cells, it would merely squander taxpayers' money. Only with sufficient arrests can we petition for greater funding. Qin Su rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, wearing a face akin to a scabrous worker. The cost of living in Gotham far exceeds that of Central City, and the salaries of the patrol officers are dismally low. I must elevate our performance metrics to persuade Commissioner Gordon for a raise. Observing the frequently changing expressions of the youth, Kevin sighed helplessly. Commissioner Gordon had tasked him with monitoring Qin Su, ensuring this newcomer wouldn't be tainted by Gotham's corruption. However, it appeared that Gordon had been overly cautious, for Qin Su seemed to thrive in this environment. Please take them to the precinct, Supervisor. Qin Su tapped the vehicle. Noticing that Qin Su did not enter the car, Kevin recalled the previous day, his expression shifting slightly. You're not planning to engage in any reckless endeavors again, are you? Qin Su waved dismissively, leaving Kevin with a buoyant silhouette. Of course not. I'm utterly terrified. Terrified of being obliterated by Darkseid's Omega beams that might strike at any moment. Qin Su had set himself a modest goal, to annex Apocalypse into his jurisdiction. He was diligently progressing toward this aim. Kevin's birthplace was Flock Avenue, a name that encompassed a significant portion of the community. According to Kevin, this area was once under the dominion of the Penguin, but had since been overtaken by Black Mask. However, recently, Black Mask had adopted a notably low profile, and his gang, the False Face Society, had become increasingly rare. Such deviations from the norm signified anomalies, and anomalies heralded conspiracy. Black Mask surely had ulterior motives. Yet any involvement with Manaphy hinted at a divergence from the comic narrative. Consequently, Qin Su lost his prophetic advantage. Qin Su's choice to patrol Flock Avenue was deliberate. He sought to bait Black Mask into revealing himself. I've specifically sent Kevin away, now it's just me. Black Mask aspires to defeat Batman and claim the mantle of Gotham's king. Surely, he wouldn't fear a mere rookie officer. After circling the area twice without encountering any of Black Mask's henchmen, it became evident they had indeed abandoned their stronghold on Flock Avenue. Since they won't take the bait, I shall take the initiative. Qin Su, umbrella in hand, returned to the spot where he had encountered Edward. The police cordon had been dismantled, yet few dared to traverse this cracked terrain. Manaphy, do you recall the place where you were confined? Let me there. In the midst of a torrential downpour, the streets were thick with moisture. Manaphy exhibited an exuberant demeanor, its antennae swaying with the breeze. It relished rainy days. Yet upon hearing Qin Su's intention to venture to the location with the glass jars, the antennae atop its head drooped immediately. Mana, Qin Su quickly offered words of comfort. I understand your fear, but this time, you have me to protect you. Besides, that place might even house other Pokémon that we can rescue together. Manaphy's eyes widened with determination as it flitted behind Qin Su, nudging him forward. No need to rush, Qin Su remarked, surprised by Manaphy's fervent reaction. It seemed to miss its Pokémon companions dearly. Yet, this left Qin Su in a quandary. What if there were no Pokémon at that location? Manaphy led Qin Su to a fire hydrant, revealing that it had escaped from here. Qin Su glanced at the nearest building, a private clinic. Although the location was identified, the clinic was closed, presenting a challenge for entry. Manaphy flew before the shuttered door, becoming visible and then melting into a blue liquid, flowing through the gap in the shutter. Qin Su's eyes lit up at this sight. This was the melt technique. Manaphy had mastered it, indicating that its level was at least above 30. Seizing the moment when the door opened, Qin Su retrieved his multifunctional Pokemon Navigator, one of the items from the Doing Company's toolbox. Name, Multifunctional Pokemon Navigator. Type, Other. Quality. Description, a new model from Doing Company, featuring a Pokemon radar function that can search for Pokemon species within a kilometer radius. Upon activating the radar, only a blue dot and a red dot appeared. The blue dot represented Qin Su, while the red dot signified Manaphy. Time to soothe Manaphy, he thought. As the shutter rose, Qin Su successfully entered the clinic, discovering a passageway leading underground behind the medicine cabinet. Remarkably, the passage had not been closed, perhaps due to a hasty departure. Despite the outer door being shut, it was evident that someone had opened the secret passage before him. Before Qin Su could react, a bat-shaped dagger was pressed against his throat, a raspy voice whispering from behind him. Who are you speaking to? End of chapter. Chapter 10. Nightwing faces adversity with a blade poised at his throat, his life resting in another's hands. Qin Su remained unfazed, even finding the composure to reassure Manaphy not to act impulsively. Stay calm, don't move, he instructed. For it was Batman, known to all in Gotham, a figure who refrains from taking lives. However, to assume that one could evade threat or resist would typically invite a flurry of punches from Batman. Though not fatal, they would undoubtedly be excruciating. Generally, Batman would restrain and interrogate individuals in a corner. But for Qin Su to have a blade held to his vitals was a sign of Batman's leniency, granted due to his respect for Commissioner Gordon. The question lingered, Batman? Are you also investigating the Black Mask? It seems we share a common thought, Qin Su remarked casually, turning slowly, only to be met with a youthful visage. Robin? Upon noticing the vibrant red and green attire, a cold sweat broke out on Qin Su's brow, for he was uncertain which incarnation of Robin stood before him. Whether it was the first or the second mattered little to him. But if it was Damien, that mischievous child could indeed pose a lethal threat to Qin Su. Batman has had 5 Robins, and following the new 52, Batgirl's history was erased. Damien emerged as the 5th Robin, the most rebellious of them all, having been rigorously trained by the League of Assassins from a young age, mastering various assassination techniques. At such a tender age, the lives he has claimed have already exceeded double digits. For him, taking a life incurs no psychological burden whatsoever. Robin smugly retracted his batarang. Discarding the pretense of imitating Batman's voice, it seems his intimidation tactics are rather ineffective, failing to instill fear in anyone, despite claiming to be the embodiment of terror. Unlike the others, Grayson, Drake, or Tim, who held a degree of respect for Batman, Qin Su could ascertain from this haughty tone that only Damien, that impish rascal, would dare to impersonate the Dark Knight. It appears that every Robin has had their moments, and this impish child certainly deserves a reprimand. Qin Su belatedly realized he had narrowly escaped a perilous encounter. Had he known Damien was behind him, he would not have dared to turn around so recklessly. With a stern expression, Qin Su admonished, "Who taught you to point a knife at others so casually?" "I am certain it was not Batman." Damien, oblivious to his own misstep, felt his pride swell in response to Qin Su's discernible favoritism. "If Batman can do it, why can't I, as Robin? You have no authority over my teachings. What matters is that I can best you in a fight." Qin Su withdrew his weapon, the toil lake. "Batman has earned Commissioner Gordon's trust through his actions, and I trust Gordon, hence I also trust him. However, Robin, you just threatened an officer with an illegal weapon. Do you realize you have broken the law?" In reply, Damien launched a batarang at high speed. Qin Su deftly deflected it with a swift slice, sending it crashing through the medicine cabinet's glass. "Now, the evidence is gone." A mischievous smile crept across Damien's face as he clapped his hands. "Come on, let us see if you are worthy of my weaponry. Gotham has been dreadfully dull lately. I'm nearly bored to death." His audacious tone ignited anger within Qin Su, prompting him to step back and begin wielding his sword. Observing Qin Su's flamboyant swordplay with a wooden blade, Damien raised an eyebrow. "Is this merely an ornamental display of Eastern dance? Listen, I intend to duel with you, not to engage in a dance-off. Here." Damien provocatively spoke in Chinese, demonstrating his proficiency in the vernacular of sovereign nations, thus taunting Qin Su. As Qin Su completed his sword dance, a translucent white aura enveloped him and the toil lake, enhancing his attack power. He could feel the power surging within him. Whether Eastern martial arts are merely for aesthetic appeal, I cannot say. Drawing a Glock from its holster and casting it to the ground, Qin Su declared, "Now, I shall show you what I am capable of." Upon finishing his words, Qin Su charged towards Damien with astonishing speed, leaving Damien with no time to evade, forcing him to draw his blade from his waist to parry. The wooden sword clashed against the steel, igniting sparks in their wake. Having boasted moments earlier, Damien found himself momentarily flustered. To compel me to wield a weapon has altered my perception of the police. I once thought them all inept, save for Gordon. With a cold tone, Damien disparaged the officers, inciting Qin Su's fury, for he understood intimately the sacrifices the Gotham police made to uphold order. "Hey, arrogant child, refrain from judging the labor of adults. Do not presume that your association with Batman renders you immune to my strikes." Qin Su exerted his strength, advancing with the wooden sword towards Damien. To his astonishment, Damien realized he was outmatched in strength by an adult. Trained under his grandfather Ra's al Ghul, Damien's physicality, endurance, power, and agility were at the pinnacle of human capability, only slightly inferior to that of Batman himself. It dawned on him that Qin Su was not as simple as he appeared, prompting him to shed his condescension and engage earnestly in the battle. With a sidestep, he brought his sword down, pinning Qin Su to the ground, and immediately executed a swift counterattack. Qin Su bent low to evade, and they exchanged positions. "Are you truly a police officer?" Damien questioned Qin Su's identity. "Come with me to the precinct, and I shall share my donut with you. Then you shall discern my authenticity." Their exchange, however, devolved into another fierce clash, blades flashing amidst the sparks. The commotion drew the attention of a detective conducting an investigation underground, who returned to the surface to observe the duel from the shadows, unnoticed by either combatant. Batman recognized Qin Su, perplexed as to why Damien would engage in combat with a police officer. As he prepared to intervene, his warrior instinct discerned a deeper truth, compelling him to refrain from interrupting the conflict. From the perspective of the battle, a fully unleashed Damien dominated, pressing Qin Su relentlessly, who narrowly escaped several of Damien's attempts to exploit openings. His combat prowess had improved dramatically since the previous day. It appeared the sword had a significant influence. Batman assessed calmly. When the wooden sword shimmered with silver light, it transformed Qin Su into a master of swordsmanship. Presently, he relied solely on his innate skills against Damien, treating him as a honing stone to refine his technique. This was the essence of the spirit of the samurai, a unique effect that could be learned. Qin Su keenly perceived this and acted accordingly. Even Batman, as an observer, noted Qin Su's progress, while as his opponent, Damien experienced it more profoundly. He distinctly sensed that Qin Su was increasingly adept at defending against his assaults, transitioning from struggling to countering with surprising strikes. Qin Su was rapidly assimilating the combat experiences and techniques imparted by the spirit of the samurai. "I am not an object for your practice." Damien, equally incensed, was prepared to violate the rules set by Batman, ready to employ the lethal techniques he had acquired during his time with the League of Assassins. Qin Su retorted fearlessly, asserting that there exists a clause in the law for the protection of minors. Unfazed, Qin Su still held at least two aces up his sleeve, the second dance of the sword and the soul of the samurai. Should Damien be unable to handle the heat, Qin Su would gladly assist him in achieving a new Gotham physique. Just as this altercation was on the verge of escalating into genuine violence, two batarangs struck their weapons with precision, and a shadowy figure descended between them, separating the two restless youths. "Batman." Qin Su executed a roll and retrieved a handgun from the ground. "Batman, stand aside, he is mine," Damien shouted, eager to teach Qin Su a lesson, but Batman met him with a disapproving glare, causing Damien to immediately relent. Batman calmly stated, "Robin, I instructed you to remain above and inform me if anyone entered, not to engage in combat with the police." Yet, Damien was reluctant to concede. But upon meeting Batman's stern gaze, he begrudgingly fell silent. "Now, return to your post. Your presence is not required here for the time being." With great reluctance, Damien exited the clinic. As Batman turned, he was met with the barrel of a gun aimed at him. "Batman, may I interpret this as the Bat family declaring war on the police?" Qin Su challenged, casting a heavy accusation. Unperturbed by the weapon pointed at him, Batman placed a hand over his abdomen, remarking, "Are you truly quarreling with a child? I assumed you were more magnanimous. Yesterday, someone pierced my abdomen, and I did not hold him accountable." Qin Su, somewhat chagrined, lowered his weapon. "Who knows? After all, we are merely sparring." Batman surveyed the sword marks on the surrounding walls, the shattered glass, and scattered medicine boxes, evidence of their earlier skirmish. "Fortunately, I had already conducted a reconnaissance. Black Mask left no traces in the clinic." Batman turned toward the hidden passage, I must descend to continue my investigation. Would you like to join me and your secret partner? What secret partner? I merely have a habit of talking to myself. Please do not misconstrue it. Qin Su vehemently denied. Batman activated the infrared lens within his cowl, observing the hovering Manaphy above him, nodding to Qin Su as if to say, continue your fabrication. It is listening. Qin Su fell silent, opting for nonverbal denial. The two maintained their silence as they descended to the underground, where the clinic's lower level housed an armory. And surprisingly, the weapons remained intact. Following yesterday's earthquake, Black Mask had departed from here in haste, taking only a portion of his haul. The presence of the remaining weapons indicated that what he had transported was far more significant than mere arms. Qin Su gazed at the array of firearms before him. A veritable cache for a criminal organization. What could possibly hold greater importance to a gang than weaponry? Batman quietly recounted the thrilling events of his previous day. I tracked the Black Mask's convoy, engaged him in combat, and he fell into the river while his cargo was whisked away. As they entered the elevator, Batman pressed the button for the sublevel 2, and this time, the elevator's ascent felt prolonged. Although I did not witness the items he was transporting, I heard him declare his grand ambitions as he plummeted from the bridge. Qin Su could not help but scoff. Do people really vocalize their plans? Batman continued. He said, and as the elevator doors parted, a vast underground space, 10 meters high and exceeding 500 square meters, unfolded before Qin Su's eyes. I shall plunge into the new Gotham. End of the chapter. Chapter 11. Confession. The legendary Pokemon. The second sublevel housed a laboratory, where Batman and Qin Su navigated through traces of water damage evident everywhere. At the center of the lab was a circular laser cage, with some of the laser emitters damaged, leaving only 2 or 3 operational. It was uncertain whether whatever was imprisoned within had escaped or not, but judging by the cage's dimensions, whatever it contained was likely substantial. Before the laser cage stood a computer, and Batman headed straight for it. Upon connecting his portable computer, a password prompt appeared. The computer had been designed with water exposure in mind, and the hardware remained intact. Batman activated the communication device. Oracle, infiltrate this computer system and unlock all permissions. Understood. Meanwhile, in the Gordon household, Barbara wheeled herself into her room and activated a secret mechanism, causing a sleek, high-tech machine to descend from the wall. The system is being breached. The firewall is unguarded. Completed. Oracle, who was none other than Barbara, demonstrated her exceptional hacking skills, effortlessly circumventing the firewall. Since being shot by the Joker and rendered partially paralyzed, Barbara had been providing Batman with technical support under her Oracle identity, making her one of his and Robin's most steadfast allies, alongside Alfred. After a moment of garbled screen activity, Batman successfully accessed the system interface. But all he found were corrupted files. Are you certain the data within is salvageable? I mean, the Black Mask wouldn't he be so generous, would he? Qin Su doubted that Black Mask would leave them any clues. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Edward, the man would have relished waiting until after his plan's completion to reveal himself. The system had already automatically obliterated the data. Yet Batman still copied all residual data onto a hard drive, storing it within his utility belt. He turned to Qin Su. Gordon is not one to hide his thoughts. I am aware of the expectations he harbors for you. Do not disappoint him. I suggest you begin by trusting your companions. Non-manually deleted files can be recovered. Oracle's skills can achieve that, though it is merely a matter of time. Qin Su remained unfazed. You, Batman, lecturing others on trust is rather amusing. However, he soon grasped the underlying truth. Among the companions you mentioned, surely Robin should be included. Are you speaking on his behalf? Goodness. You are entirely different from what I imagined, the ruler of Gotham. Qin Su remarked. Is it that you cannot speak these words in front of Robin? He remains oblivious to your behind-the-back comments, and you resemble a clumsy father who cannot utter a kind word to his child. Batman paused in his search, his eyes narrowing into slits, which made Qin Su's heart race. Qin Su experienced the chilling sensation of Batman's death glare, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Why are you looking at me like that? I prefer to speak my mind openly. Batman retrieved a specially designed grenade from his utility belt. Throughout his prolonged career in combat, he had encountered numerous criminals adept at invisibility, and this grenade was specifically engineered to counter such elusive foes. The one in his hand was the latest innovation from Lucius. Upon witnessing Batman's action, Qin Su realized the impending disaster, but he was too late to intervene. The grenade detonated, releasing a cascade of shimmering confetti. Startled by the explosion, Manaphy clutched her head, and upon realizing she was unharmed, cautiously opened one eye. Observing the sparkling fragments descending from above, Manaphy joyfully danced in midair, her earlier disappointment at not finding her companions dissipating somewhat. Seeing Manaphy engrossed in play, completely unaware of her revealed presence, Qin Su consoled himself internally, relieved to have avoided the trouble of pacifying a child. Batman, too, had not anticipated this turn of events. He promptly contacted Lucius. "Bruce?" Lucius answered. "I tasked you with developing a device to counter invisibility, and you provided me with what? A large gift?" Lucius, the development director of Wayne Enterprises and supplier of Batman's high-tech gear, responded with measured composure. "Bruce, I have fulfilled all three of your requests: broad range, lightweight, and significant effectiveness. I even selected easily obtainable confetti to reduce costs." Batman interrupted him. "Then I have an additional request. Use the most expensive fluorescent powder." Before Lucius could respond, Batman severed the communication. He set aside the documents in his hands and created a new file on his computer, naming it Type 2 Invisibility Breaking Grenade. In the laboratory, Manaphy frolicked amidst the confetti, but a shadow loomed above her. Manaphy trembled all over and swiftly darted behind Qin Su, cautiously peeking out to observe Batman. Qin Su cradled Manaphy in his arms, brushing the confetti from her fur, murmuring, "You are too playful. You didn't even realize you were discovered." Fortunately, Batman is not a villain. You must be more clever in the future. Batman remained silent, watching Qin Su and Manaphy, which only intensified Qin Su's discomfort. Raising his hand in surrender, Qin Su said, all right, I yield, Batman. I shall confess openly." Approaching a shattered glass jar, Manaphy shrank into Qin Su's embrace. Too fearful to look, her petite body trembling incessantly, burdened by the weight of her painful memories. Qin Su gently patted Manaphy's back. This child was once confined within this jar, subjected to daily experiments. Manaphy's cries were now subdued. Since Manaphy has been revealed, Qin Su no longer conceals it. This creature, known as Manaphy, belongs to a wondrous species called Pokemon. Manaphy possesses an innate mystical power that allows it to communicate telepathically with other Pokemon. For reasons unknown to me, I am able to comprehend its words, thus it sought my assistance. Through Manaphy, Qin Su articulated the worldview of Pokemon. Manaphy conveyed that in the realm of Pokemon, humans and Pokemon coexist harmoniously, regarding one another as partners in mutual growth. Among Pokemon, there exists a particularly unique category referred to as legendary Pokemon, which typically possess powers capable of altering the very fabric of the world, be it flames, ice, or even the ability to suspend time, tear through space, or create a world entirely unlike our own. Even in an age of advanced technology, these beings are still revered as deities, a testament to their might. Batman gazed at the remnants of the laser beams, as did Qin Su. Are you suggesting that similar beings descended into our world alongside Manaphy and were captured by Black Mask? Therein lies a contradiction. It is implausible that such formidable deities could be imprisoned by mere mortals. However, this holds true only if the deities remain powerful. Qin Su speculated that the journey from the Pokemon world to the universe would inherently involve peril. Manaphy had mentioned its arrival in the cosmos via a whirlpool in the vast ocean. It is unlikely that it was the sole creature drawn into that vortex. Manaphy is among the fortunate few. As for the unknown divine beast, it may not have been as lucky. It could have arrived in the universe relying solely on its own strength, or perhaps the cosmos exerts a formidable pressure on powerful outsiders. Regardless of which scenario is accurate, it must be in a weakened state, providing an opportunity for an ambitious figure like Black Mask. Qin Su alluded to the fact that Black Mask possesses the ability of mental manipulation. Batman's expression darkened as he recalled Black Mask's declaration when he fell into the river. There was no doubt that Black Mask's intentions were exceedingly perilous. Batman entered the laser prison in an attempt to gather any residual biological information. Yet he found nothing of substance, no fur or scales. Nevertheless, he still gleaned some useful insights. Ask it, excluding those with scales, feathers, or fur. What other legendary Pokemon remain? Manaphy? Manaphy tilted its head, perplexed. It had never encountered other divine beasts since hatching from its egg. The exceptional translator Qin Su began to rummage through his memories fervently. Without scales, feathers, or fur, we can rule out Ho-Oh and the three legendary birds. Arceus, my financier, cannot be controlled mentally, and there's also Latios. Qin Su shook his head, struggling to recall. Manaphy mentioned too many possible Pokemon. I can't think of any. It also warned me that each legendary Pokemon possesses the ability to change the world, and we must rescue them from Black Mask swiftly, or Gotham's destruction could occur in the blink of an eye. With her back turned to Batman, Manaphy gazed at Qin Su in astonishment. Did it truly speak so much? Qin Su pressed a hand over Manaphy's mouth to prevent it from emitting an excessively adorable sound, and, with a serious expression, stated, "Batman, this matter involves more than just Gotham. We must contact the Justice League. The Justice League has always maintained communication with the public, and it is Batman who oversees this, allowing people to have a general understanding of their efforts." There was nothing unusual about Qin Su's words. Batman, too, contemplated reaching out to the Justice League, suspecting that Manaphy and the legendary Pokemon were connected to the fragments that first descended upon Earth. However, with Qin Su proposing this idea, Batman felt a peculiar sensation as he discreetly observed this future successor of Gordon. There was no pressing need for League support, as Black Mask's plan had yet to commence. Once they located him, everything could be resolved. Batman's intentions did not align with his desires, leaving Qin Su slightly disheartened. With the Justice League involved, he could have gained some points, and while Bruce Wayne was indeed formidable, it was exhausting to rely solely on his own efforts. That night, Qin Su returned to the Gordon household, discovering a lavish dinner spread across the table, yet only he and Gordon were present. "Where's Barbara? Is she not joining us for dinner?" Qin Su inquired as he pulled out a chair to sit. Gordon, unfazed, gestured towards the upstairs. Accustomed to Barbara's absence at meals, Barbara said she had matters to attend to and had already eaten, instructing us not to wait for her. Qin Su was well aware of the situation. Barbara was likely occupied assisting Batman with data restoration. Wiping sauce from the corner of his mouth, Gordon leisurely asked, "Qin Su, how was your first night patrolling?" Qin Su straightened his posture, reporting, "Sir, everything is normal, quite similar to my internship in Central City." "Similar?" Gordon's expression turned playful. Aside from the slightly higher frequency of cases, the greater concentration of incidents, and the absence of the Flash swooping in, it was exactly the same. Gordon looked at Qin Su and chuckled in disbelief. "So you were just fabricating tales, huh? I should have realized. You really are bold. Kevin informed me you had sent him off to go solo. Go on, tell me everything you've done." With a knowing look, Gordon took a sip of the vegetable soup his daughter had prepared. Qin Su recounted honestly, "I didn't do much. I was merely threatened by Robin regarding my safety. And in self-defense, I ended up causing him to call for his father. Then, I discussed the current crisis facing Gotham with Batman." "Huh." Qin Su raised his plate to shield himself from the splattering soup. Cough, cough. Gordon was taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief. "You encountered Batman and struck Robin before him? Oh my God, you must be joking." But seeing Qin Su's unchanging expression, he crossed himself, calming his elevated blood pressure. As his mind cleared, Gordon began to contemplate many thoughts. Before him, you struck Robin without any repercussions, which clearly indicates that the rationale is undoubtedly on your side. This reassures me. Furthermore, what crisis does Gotham City face? I apologize, Director, but Batman has expressly forbidden me from discussing this matter with anyone else, and he specifically mentioned you. Qin Su shifted the blame onto Batman. Gordon understood Batman's concerns. The scrutiny surrounding the position of director was exceedingly high, with every action under watchful eyes. At times, he wished to assist Batman. Yet it could inadvertently backfire. Never mind, since it is Batman's request, he must have his reasons. I shall not pry further. With a sigh, Gordon rose from the dining table, his silhouette forlorn. The thought of Batman collaborating with Qin Su without involving him caused Gordon to unconsciously exhale. He was mentally prepared for the day when Qin Su would inevitably replace him. He simply did not anticipate it would occur so soon. This was merely the first day. After tidying up the dishes, Qin Su returned to his room. He stood at the doorway, gazing towards the farthest room, where a sliver of light seeped through the crack beneath the door. Knock, knock. Barbara, may I come in? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 12, Robin. Everyone agrees I should strike you. Following Qin Su's knock, a cacophony of chair legs scraping against the floor resonated from within the room, quite grating to the ears. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal Barbara seated in a wheelchair, her cheeks flushed and her attire somewhat disheveled. Qin Su. Noticing Barbara's complexion, Qin Su raised the tray in his hands. I heard from the director that you were busy, so I brought you some pastries and tea to help lift your spirits. Barbara, your face is quite red. Are you unwell? It seems that being in a wheelchair should limit physical exertion. Perhaps my visit is ill-timed? Barbara maintained her composure, lifting her hand to touch her heated cheek. Perhaps the room is poorly ventilated. Please, come in. As Qin Su entered Barbara's room, he noted its spaciousness. Yet the decor was remarkably minimalistic. The furniture was arranged against the walls, leaving a large central area likely intended to facilitate wheelchair movement. Make yourself comfortable. So, Qin Su, have you encountered difficulties at work? Barbara immediately discerned that Qin Su was troubled, though he had deliberately displayed his unease. It did not deter her from treating him with the concern of an older sister towards her younger brother. Qin Su set down the refreshments. The first half went smoothly. I apprehended 3 petty thieves. However, an incident later on has truly left me in a quandary. Share it with me. Perhaps I can offer some advice. Barbara assumed that Qin Su had encountered a criminal driven to desperation for the sake of family, grappling with professional uncertainty, a sentiment common among rookie officers. Yet, Qin Su possessed his own discernment of right and wrong. I had a confrontation with a superhero. He wielded a weapon and attempted to take me hostage. I believed he had committed an assault on an officer, so we engaged in a scuffle. Qin Su expressed his distress. Neither of us was injured, but I ponder. If a so-called hero breaks the law, can I apprehend him? Barbara was taken aback by how quickly Qin Su encountered the societal issues surrounding superheroes and police. This dilemma has persisted since the inception of superheroes and remains unresolved to this day, with opinions varying widely. For instance, the relationship between Gordon and Batman was not always harmonious. Gordon himself was once a wanted man by the Gotham police. The attitudes of other officers are equally diverse. Some believe that superheroes usurp the police's responsibilities, while others feel that superheroes alleviate their burdens. The Gotham City Police Department, in particular, would welcome more individuals like Batman to share the load, given the overwhelming number of villains in Gotham. Barbara pondered for a moment. If the circumstances were thoroughly investigated, key evidence uncovered, and criminal suspicion confirmed, an arrest could indeed be executed. In this regard, one need not consider the superhero's identity. A crime is a crime, regardless of who commits it. As long as evidence is available, one must fulfill their duty as a police officer. I am certain your father would support you in this matter. With his backing, you need not worry. Qin Su sighed in relief. That reassured me. Barbara picked up her teacup, curiosity piqued. By the way, who was the hero you fought? I don't recall any new superheroes emerging in Gotham. She instinctively thought that only a nameless newcomer could be on par with Qin Su. Qin Su hesitated to respond immediately, concerned that Barbara might react like her father and spill her tea, thus staining her clothes. He waited until Barbara set her teacup down before speaking. It was Robin, Batman's sidekick. Suddenly, an unexpected noise emanated from the coat closet against the wall, causing Barbara's expression to shift. Qin Su leaned forward to look. Barbara, do you have a pet? His first instinct was to assume it was a pet, but then he recalled Barbara's disheveled appearance upon entering. Wait, could it be that the closet housed a certain young master? Barbara forced herself to remain calm, positioning her wheelchair between Qin Su and the closet. No, it's probably just a mouse. I'll contact a pest control company tomorrow. This response was certainly ill-timed. Dick Grayson, the first Robin and now active as Nightwing and B.L. Davin, had left Gotham, but he held another title, Barbara's current boyfriend. Realizing he might have interrupted a long-awaited reunion between the young couple, Qin Su felt a surge of hesitance. After all, his objective had been accomplished, gaining the endorsement of the Gordons. If Damian dared to stir trouble again, he could unleash his full force. However, having fought Batman's son during the day and now contemplating sending his brother to jail in front of his own brother at night, made Qin Su feel somewhat guilty. Thank you for your guidance, Barbara. I now understand what must be done. Robin is also human, a citizen of Gotham, and must face the consequences if he breaks the law. Qin Su declared passionately, raising his fist as he departed. Barbara was left uncertain about how to express her emotions. Once Qin Su left, she closed the door. Come out, he has gone. The wardrobe door creaked open, and Dick, clad in a blue-black bodysuit, leaped out. Such a conspicuous commotion surely led Qin Su to deduce the presence of someone within the wardrobe, prompting his swift departure. It was fortunate for him. The irritation stemming from his disrupted plans dissipated. This is the person your father has chosen. Quite impressive, Dick mused, astonished. He had faced Damian before. The little madman always targeting vital spots, and he had never been certain of a victory. Yet, Qin Su could hold his own against Damian? Truly remarkable. Rumors circulated that upon arriving in Gotham, he had single-handedly confronted the Penguins gang. Barbara would never belittle the one her father had selected. Hearing his girlfriend praise another man, Dick felt a pang of displeasure. Coupled with Qin Su's unique status as the heir to the Gordon legacy, he couldn't help but inquire, Barbara, your father isn't harboring any unnecessary thoughts, is he? Barbara pushed him away with a hint of annoyance. Do you think everyone is like you? Unable to move on encountering a beautiful woman? After all, Dick was renowned as the king of the first shot, although he had yet to embark on his reign. Signs of it were already evident, especially considering their prolonged separation and Barbara's insecurity stemming from her condition. Apologies, I shouldn't have said that, Dick said, embracing his girlfriend and bending down slightly. Barbara placed her finger against his lips as he drew near. You still have the inclination for such things? Batman must have summoned you back to Gotham for an important mission. Dick tossed his hair back, gently brushing aside Barbara's finger, and replied softly, I don't care about that. At this moment, you hold the foremost place in my heart. In truth, Batman had called Dick back from BL Davin not to assign him a task immediately. He simply struggled with fatherly duties, though he was no stranger to manly affairs. This evening was meant for Barbara and Dick to cherish their time together. The moonlight poured through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the enamored couple, their kiss as warm and soothing as the water. Meanwhile, Qin Su patrolled alone along Flock Avenue, with Manaphy invisibly perched on his shoulder, treating the patrol as a leisurely stroll. Over time, Kevin had grown accustomed to Qin Su's solitary ventures. After all, no ordinary individual could contend with him, so he let him be. Thanks to Qin Su's numerous acts of justice and the withdrawal of the masked gang from Flock Avenue, the local security environment had markedly improved. Other gangs, having heard of this formidable individual capable of slicing bullets, opted to turn a blind eye when weighing the costs and benefits of claiming this territory. Thus, Flock Avenue became the first area in over a year that Gotham's police had reclaimed from gang control. Having walked for some time without witnessing any crime, Qin Su was perplexed by the frequent salutes he received along the way. Biting into a donut generously offered by a street-side shop, he leaned against the railing, utterly baffled. Had he truly only slept for a day, rather than a century? How was it that yesterday's criminals had been so elusive, yet today he couldn't even catch a glimpse of them? Qin Su was contemplating whom to inquire about the situation when, with a sudden inspiration, he sidestepped to catch a flying dart. Raising his gaze, he spotted a figure clad in red and green darting across the rooftop. It was that mischievous child again, arriving just in time. Qin Su carefully placed the dart into a plastic bag before pursuing him. The two engaged in a chase, running nearly a kilometer, until Damien finally halted in a deserted alley, turning to face Qin Su with his hands behind his back. He recited loudly, Father Qin Zhengren, Mother Zena Qin. Born in 1994 in Central City, graduated from the Central City Police Academy, a close friend of Barry Allen. In 2000, my mother succumbed to cancer. 2 days ago, I transferred from the Central City Police Department to Gotham, thwarting a weapons deal by the Penguin Gang, thereby becoming Gordon's successor. Upon hearing Damien utter his mother's name, Qin Su maintained an air of composure. However, Damien paid no heed to Qin Su's reaction. He leaped onto a nearby trash can, surveying Qin Su from above. You are investigating me, Damien corrected. It is not an investigation. Rather, I must familiarize myself with my future partner. Future partner? Qin Su's eyes glinted with coldness. Damien continued, lost in his delusions of self-importance. Indeed, I will undoubtedly take on the mantle of Batman, and you, as Gordon's successor, must be my counterpart. Just as Batman and Gordon are partners. I concur with that notion, Qin Su replied with a thinly veiled smile. But I have one question. To my knowledge, Batman has had more than one Robin. You are the latest Robin, are you not? What gives you the conviction that you will be the one to don Batman's cape? This question struck a nerve with Damien. Qin Su's succession to Gordon's position seemed assured, evident to any discerning observer of Gordon's intentions. However, the legacy of Robin was a different matter. From Dick to Damien, Batman had cycled through 5 Robins, illustrating the transient nature of the role. Yet, compared to his predecessors, Damien possessed an unparalleled advantage. His surname was Wayne. The reasons are not for me to disclose. Just know that they were merely sidekicks. Only I am worthy of inheriting the mantle of Batman, Damien declared emphatically. Nearby, Nightwing, who had been eavesdropping, was displeased. You little brat, after all this time, you're still the same. Batman had summoned Nightwing back to Gotham with a primary task, to keep a close watch on Qin Su while he personally dealt with the inquiries regarding Black Mask. Qin Su had been forthright with Batman. However, the ever-suspicious Dark Knight would not readily accept Qin Su's word alone. Batman, who even doubted himself, had instructed Nightwing to observe Qin Su for any unusual behavior. After observing Qin Su for an extended period without any notable actions, it was Damien who had sought him out. Nightwing, knowing Damien's temperament, recognized that he had shed his former assassin's mindset, shaped by Batman's teachings. Yet his speech remained laced with an air of superiority. The elder generation of heroes perceives Damien's childish temper with a sense of fondness, choosing not to engage with his antics. However, the younger heroes harbor a multitude of grievances against him, many finding him rather irksome. Nightwing, in particular, has grown accustomed to mopping up after Damien's messes. Upon witnessing Damien's impulsive decision to delve into someone's background, Nightwing felt a confrontation brewing. Just as he was prepared to intervene, he overheard Damien proclaiming his lineage as Batman's son, prompting him to retreat to his seat. Accepting his role as a subordinate, he resolved to observe the prowess of the future Batman. With a flourish, Qin Su drew forth his sword from behind and executed a graceful dance of blades, presenting one to Damian. As the edge of the blade approached, Damian raised his gauntlet to defend himself, his youthful visage flushing not from the exertion, but from a sense of humiliation. What is the meaning of this? Are we not partners? Qin Su spun away, launching into a second phase of his sword dance, doubling the force of his strikes. Indeed, Qin Su asserted, I have acknowledged you as Batman, which mirrors the initial relationship between Batman and Commissioner Gordon during their pursuit of Robin. You are mocking me. Damian's anger surged, and he unsheathed his dual blades, propelling himself towards Qin Su with force. Unlike their previous encounter, both were now operating with genuine intensity. Damian sought camaraderie with Qin Su, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Meanwhile, Qin Su was struck by the wounds of his own heart stirred by Damian's earnestness. Both unleashed their full potential, and under the influence of triple strength, they found themselves evenly matched, a testament to Damian's remarkable growth as a combat prodigy. While Qin Su honed his skills through battle, so too did Damian. Neither was stagnant in their progression. As the blades gleamed, they momentarily disengaged, each taking a moment to catch their breath. Your strength is indeed formidable, Qin Su remarked. Yet your swordsmanship seems to have regressed. It appears you struggle to adapt to the newfound power. Damian, growing increasingly accustomed to Qin Su's strength, felt confident that he could best him within 3 minutes. However, Qin Su had no intention of granting him that time. Name, secret learning device, Iato / type, other, quality, effect. Description, enables Pokemon to learn Iato / reusable. Iato / concentrates power into the blade for a swift cut, capable of severing large trees. As the ethereal light danced upon Lake Toya, Qin Su expelled a deep breath, as if enlightenment had struck him, and exclaimed, Ultimate technique, Rising Dragon Smash. Some may wonder why I chose such a seemingly simplistic title. Truth be told, I could not conjure a better one. Furthermore, writing in a simplistic style is not as effortless as it appears. My current objective is to express my thoughts through the lens of this very style. Thus, I could write 10,000 words daily. The chapter concludes. Chapter 13. Now I know who the true leader is. As Qin Su assumed the stance for a sword-drawing technique, Damian swiftly repositioned himself, retreating to create distance, just as one would against a swordsman poised to strike with a lethal blow. The optimal response is not to interrupt, but to evade the range of attack, allowing the opponent to overextend. Damian believed he had retreated with sufficient decisiveness and speed, yet when he regained his senses, Qin Su had already appeared behind him. What transpired? This sudden, disjointed turn of events left Damian momentarily stunned. With his back to Damian, Qin Su knelt, supporting himself with his sword, his muscles trembling slightly. The explosive power he had unleashed exceeded the limits of his body, and standing upright had become a luxury. Nightwing, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of complex emotions. Despite Qin Su kneeling and Damian standing, it was undeniably clear that Damian had lost. Damian gazed at the shattered blade in his hand, feeling his competitive spirit crumble alongside it. I have lost. Since Qin Su could sever his weapon without him noticing, eliminating him would likely be but a fleeting thought. Once his strength returned to a point where he could move freely, Qin Su prepared to rise and depart, only to be obstructed by Damian. Qin Su frowned slightly. Do you wish to fight again? At that moment, speaking felt exhausting. Should Damian disregard the code of honor, Qin Su would have to concede defeat. To think you were so powerful all along, hiding your true strength. I feel utterly defeated. Damian did not believe that Qin Su's concealment of his abilities was wrong, for one trained as an assassin. Misjudging an opponent's strength and failing a mission was an unforgivable error. Hearing Damian accuse him of hiding his strength, Qin Su maintained a facade of calm while inwardly lamenting. What hidden strength? I merely triggered the special effect of Lake Toya by chance, akin to mindlessly pressing buttons in an arcade game and inadvertently unleashing a powerful move. Yet, to replicate, it would be an undue challenge. The Rising Dragon Strike, Qin Su recalled, was the ultimate technique that the sage of Lake Toya sought to impart to Jintoki, initially perceiving it as mere humor, only to discover its formidable power. The potential of Lake Toya was extraordinarily high, yet its instability was equally alarming. After executing the ultimate technique, he would be left utterly drained, vulnerable to any opponent. For someone like Qin Su, situated in the cosmos, this posed a significant risk. This time he faced Robin, but against a foe like the Black Mask, the consequences would be dire. Damian opened his mouth several times, only to close it again. His approach to finding Qin Su was not solely to regain lost honor. He was earnest about partnership. However, his ingrained pride compelled him to seek dominance, attempting to subdue Qin Su through force, only to find himself the one subdued. A flicker of reluctance and struggle flashed in Damien's eyes, but ultimately, he swallowed his pride. I have lost. From this moment onward, I shall heed your guidance, partner. The dynamic between Batman and Gordon had reversed within the relationship of Qin Su and Damien. However, Damien gazed at the broken blade in his hand, resolute in his determination. I will not give up. Sooner or later, I shall defeat you and prove who the true master is. Upon hearing Damien's theatrics, Qin Su felt a slight shift in his perception of him. Not only did he embrace the consequences of his wagers, but his ability to swiftly recalibrate his mindset was commendable, a testament to his Wayne lineage and robust mental fortitude. As for his youthful dramatics, it was fitting for his age. After all, even Batman had once stood upon rooftops reciting shameful lines about being a dark avenger. Well into his 20s, ruffling Damien's hair to vent his frustrations, Qin Su began contemplating how best to leverage Robin as an ally. Robin, you should be able to access the Batcave freely, correct? Damien brushed aside Qin Su's hand, his expression wary. While I acknowledge you as my partner, it does not mean I will take you to the Batcave. Qin Su feigned innocence. I'm not asking you to take me. First, answer me. Can you access the Batcave? Of course. Damien lied. Except for Alfred, anyone wishing to enter the Batcave must notify Batman in advance. Even Damien, his own son, was treated no differently. And any unauthorized entry would be another matter entirely. Then that settled, Qin Su pulled Damien aside and whispered conspiratorially. I have a plan that could earn you Batman's respect. Damien's eyes lit up at the prospect. For someone yearning for his father's approval, nothing could be more significant. You must know that Batman is investigating the whereabouts of Black Mask. Although he has yet to take action, the world's greatest detective surely has his suspicions about potential locations. I need you to enter the Batcave and uncover where Black Mask might be hiding. We can then investigate each lead, apprehending Black Mask before Batman does, and he will undoubtedly regard you with newfound admiration. Qin Su's words were compelling, stirring the rebellious spirit within the young man. For some time, Damien had been shadowing Batman in Gotham, but Batman never allowed him to face truly dangerous criminals alone, asserting that he was not yet ready. I must prove that I am not a weakling in need of his protection, Damien declared, fists clenched. From a distance, Nightwing observed the transformation of their relationship, from adversaries to allies, in a manner swifter than Two-Face changing expressions. While the improvement in their rapport was a positive development, a sense of unease crept over him. Scratching his neck, he noted the separation between Damien and Qin Su and, after a moment's hesitation, decided to follow Qin Su. Later that night in the Batcave, Bruce Wayne donned his gear, the frivolous playboy instantly morphing into Gotham's Dark Knight. As usual, he reviewed the surveillance footage from the Batcave, but suddenly halted at a particular segment and initiated communication with Alfred. Alfred, at 10:23 this morning, Damien entered the Batcave without authorization. Why did you not stop him? Alfred appeared on the screen, his face a canvas of astonishment. I was unaware. Did he not accompany you to Wayne Enterprises? I even prepared a milk pudding for him. Batman sighed and called up the surveillance footage to present to Alfred. Damien took a full 20 minutes to sift through the system data. How could you, who knows Wayne Manor like the back of your hand, fail to notice such an extended absence? Alfred bowed his head apologetically. My apologies, Master Wayne. At that time, I was engaged in a thorough cleaning of your room. Do you remember? It has been quite some time since you last slept in that bed. The footage confirmed that Alfred was indeed occupied with tidying the room during that interval. However, Batman was acutely aware that Alfred had intentionally chosen a moment when Damien slipped into the Batcave to be busy. Alfred, you ought to keep an eye on him, rather than indulge him. Perhaps if he had a father by his side instead of this old man, he would not be running amok. Batman found himself at a loss for words, closing the communication and opening his computer to search for Damien's browsing history. The Iceberg Lounge, the Black Mask Club. Damn it, he has gone to seek out Black Mask. Batman swiftly mounted the Batcraft, racing towards the Black Mask Club, while simultaneously attempting to reach Damien, but received no response. During the day, Bruce had come to a realization. Neither Penguin nor Black Mask were the correct answers. They were mere smokescreens deployed by the true puppeteers. Traps laid for Batman. Chapter 14. Mr. Cobblepot, someone wants to kill your family. At noon, Qin Su boldly drove a police car to the Iceberg Lounge. The Black Mask Club did not officially open until 10 at night, while the Iceberg Lounge operated normally during the day. So Qin Su and Damien unanimously decided to visit the Iceberg Lounge first. The Iceberg Lounge, an enterprise under Penguin, offered a diverse array of services including a bar, casino, and club, making it immensely popular among the citizens of Gotham, while also serving as a primary venue for Penguin's illicit activities such as underground arms trading and money laundering. Mr. Cobblepot, he has arrived at the restaurant's entrance. Before Qin Su could exit the vehicle, the doorman had already reported his presence to Penguin. In the lowest depths of the iceberg lounge, Penguin reclined on a leather sofa surrounded by blocks of ice, gazing intently at the screen displaying the youthful visage of Qin Su. Call Bobby and inquire about any significant operations at Gotham PD. Is he unavailable? If I can elevate him to the captaincy, I can arrange for him to be sent to Arkham. Tell him I do not wish to see Gordon suddenly appear at my restaurant. Bobby was Penguin's mole within the police department. The previous failed arms deal had left Penguin with vivid memories, as he had nearly experienced Batman's interrogation services himself. According to the Joker's recollections, Batman possessed approximately 270 distinct interrogation techniques. When asked how the Joker knew this, he replied, "Because I've experienced each one." Penguin harbored grave suspicions that the Joker's madness was significantly influenced by Batman's involvement. It was said that this kid from Central City was quite formidable. Among those released from the police station today, nearly half had been subdued by him. The Penguin had never encountered Qin Su, only managing to piece together a rough image from the fragments of information he had collected. His subordinates reported to him. Indeed, Qin Su had single-handedly cleared out the Black Mask stronghold. The Penguin's expression turned serious. The Black Mask was a rising star among the criminal underworld in recent years. Although his power was not comparable to the Penguin's, his rapid expansion had earned him a voice in Gotham. Realizing that Qin Su could compel the Black Mask to relinquish territory, the Penguin immediately took him seriously. Send a few men to keep a close watch on him. Halt all other activities for the time being and arrange for someone to make contact. Let us see if we can cultivate this opportunity. The Penguin was a shrewd businessman. In his eyes, anyone could be a potential trading partner, including Batman and Gordon. He had sold information to both of these old adversaries more than once, of course, without ever accepting a single dollar, though he had certainly taken his share of punches. If money could alleviate troubles, why not seize the chance? As Qin Su arrived at the entrance of the Iceberg Lounge, he could hear Damien's sulky voice in his ear. "Why am I stationed outside? Isn't this just like being with Batman?" Qin Su replied succinctly, "Minors are not permitted in bars and similar establishments. Look at your height. Do you truly believe you could gain entry?" Damien protested loudly over the channel. "I'm 137 centimeters tall, and I'm still growing. Enough. I'm going inside and will remove my earpiece. Pay attention to the signals. Remember, you are not my assistant, you are my backup." Two imposing African-American bouncers, towering at nearly 2 meters, blocked Qin Su's path and demanded to see a search warrant. Qin Su shrugged. "I'm not here for work. I'm here to unwind." "Does the Iceberg Lounge practice occupational discrimination?" The bouncers hesitated, glancing at Qin Su's pristine blue police uniform. But just then, he received a message from his superior. The boss instructed him to let Qin Su in. Since it was the boss's directive, the worker had no objections and promptly allowed Qin Su entry, not even confiscating his weapon. He bowed slightly. "Apologies, I was mistaken. Please enter." Seeing the doorman's sudden change in demeanor, Qin Su deduced that the Penguin must have intervened. The very fact that the Penguin dared to permit Qin Su's entry indicated his confidence that Qin Su would not uncover any incriminating evidence. The Penguin had once vied for the title of Gotham's most cunning villain. Even Batman found him quite formidable, as he always managed to exonerate himself through legal means. As long as Batman did not overstep his boundaries, the Penguin could continue his reign as the Emperor of the Underworld. Upon entering the Iceberg Lounge, even though Qin Su had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the opulent interior decor. The entirely light-proof architectural design ensured that the bar's ambience remained unaffected even during the day, complemented by the omnipresent ice-themed motifs. Qin Su even spotted a few penguins, the Penguin's beloved pets. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. The truly extravagant sections lay underground, which Qin Su was unlikely to experience unless he shed his current attire. The phrase "murder and arson for a golden belt" was most fitting for Gotham, Qin Su mused. While many superheroes are still grappling with economic challenges, the villains have already carved out their own paths to success through their talents. The hidden operations of the Iceberg Lounge are executed with remarkable finesse, likely having faced numerous surprise inspections from Gordon. Qin Su observed no signs of illicit activities. Not even drug use was evident, as smoking was confined strictly to designated areas. If Qin Su had indeed sought trouble, he would have returned empty-handed, but alas, he was not. The Penguin dispatched 2 provocatively dressed bunny girls to attend to Qin Su, one petite and innocent, the other curvaceous and alluring, each embodying a distinct charm, subtly hinting at Qin Su. Yet, Qin Su did not spare them a glance, his attention fixated on his Pokemon navigator. Damn women. Do not obstruct my path to becoming a Pokemon master. However, after a thorough search, the Pokemon radar remained unresponsive, indicating that Black Mask was not present at the Iceberg Lounge. This was to be expected. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, unless they are of different sexes. And the Penguin and Black Mask were rivals, not allies, thus it was implausible for one to aid in concealing the other. Nevertheless, Batman had listed both the Iceberg Lounge and the Black Mask Club together, suggesting that the Penguin harbored suspicions linked to Black Mask. Could these suspicions be connected to the arms smuggling that occurred earlier that morning? Qin Su pondered the only individual capable of bridging the two, Captain Edward. He inquired of the concealed Manaphy upon his shoulder. On the day we met, did you recall an elderly man who could manipulate water? Manaphy cradled her chin, swiftly sifting through her scant memories, and directly transmitted an image to Qin Su's mind. A green liquid enveloped his vision, when suddenly, the sound of rushing water resonated from outside. A Mediterranean man pressed his face against the glass, his eyes fixated intently on Manaphy. What a marvelous being. I can hear the call of the ocean within you. Wait, Manaphy, you are mistaken. This man is not Edward. Edward has white hair. Manaphy shielded her cheeks with two tentacles before revealing them again. He is indeed Edward. Did you learn your water invisibility ability from him? Edward had distorted his appearance through water manipulation magic, but his true visage was that of a Mediterranean man. No, it was probable that he was not Edward. Someone was impersonating him, attempting to abduct Manaphy from Black Mask, only to be thwarted by Qin Su along the way. The false Edward's attempt to seize Manaphy was driven by his own intentions, leaving the Penguin uninvolved in this matter. The inquiry must return to the arms smuggling that occurred in the early hours. Analyzing the stakes, what significance did this operation hold for Black Mask? The word bait flashed through Qin Su's mind. He had misjudged Mr. Cobblepot throughout the entire incident. The Penguin had never played the role of the aggressor but rather that of a victim, illuminating the confusion that had plagued Qin Su. Meanwhile, the most astute detective had seen through the machinations of the true mastermind that very night. Someone had leaked information about the Penguin's arms smuggling to Gordon, drawing fire away from the real culprits. Qin Su turned to the two neglected bunny girls, who perked up, believing that this seemingly virtuous hypocrite was finally about to reveal his true nature. Pressing his face close to one of the bunny girl's ears, he exhaled warm breath onto her earlobe, causing her to flush with warmth, just as he intended to capitalize on the moment. His next words plunged both women into an icy abyss. Please inform Mr. Cobblepot that there is someone who wishes to annihilate his entire family. Regrettably, the book has already been signed, and the name cannot be altered. Chapter 15. The Iceberg Melts. Even the Penguin's no Qin Su was escorted into a room where a rotund penguin man reclined on an opulent chair, scrutinizing Qin Su with a discerning gaze. Do you realize that with just your one threat, I could have you destitute? The penguin man was confident that Qin Su posed no real danger, even allowing him to retain his firearm. Qin Su, however, maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "That was not a threat, Mr. Cobblepot. I am merely offering you a warning. If you fail to take action soon, both you and your family may soon find your right to breathe extinguished." With a resounding clap of his hands on the table, the penguin man summoned several members of his gang, who swiftly drew their guns, aiming them at Qin Su's head. The moment Qin Su made any sudden movement, he would undoubtedly be riddled with bullets. Yet, Qin Su was unperturbed by the guns, for the penguin man, despite being a villain, was also a prominent figure who frequently presented himself in a respectable light. Given that Qin Su had arrived at the Iceberg restaurant in a police car, should he perish here, it would undeniably thrust the penguin man into the spotlight, an unwise course of action for anyone of sound judgment. Noticing Qin Su's unwavering composure despite the firearms aimed at him, the penguin man realized that typical intimidation tactics would not suffice against this young man. Adjusting his attire, he rose and approached Qin Su, leaning on his umbrella, his sharp, hooked nose twitching. It appears our guest has matters he prefers to discuss away from prying eyes. Therefore, you may all leave. As the others filed out, the vast office was left with only Qin Su and the penguin man. Qin Su furrowed his brow. If it is inconvenient, why mention it at all? Are you not concerned about our meeting becoming public knowledge? The penguin man let out a sinister chuckle. You should be the one worried, brazenly coming here to meet with a gang leader. What do you think Gordon will think? Since the day Qin Su moved into Gordon's residence, his details had been laid bare on the desks of Gotham's various criminal organizations. In this day and age, who in the police department did not have an undercover agent? Even Sheriff Gordon would not discuss significant plans within the precinct. Moreover, to worry about leaks at this point seemed rather belated. The Penguin Man regarded the young man with contempt. Those from out of town simply lack experience. From the moment you entered the Iceberg restaurant, your every move was already under scrutiny. The Penguin Man possessed a profound understanding of his gang's inner workings. Aware of the number of infiltrators among them, yet he remained helpless, compelled to elevate one of those traitors, lest the shadowy figures behind the scenes send enforcers to deal with him. Qin Su was somewhat taken aback. It seems Mr. Cobblepot has become somewhat aware of the situation. The Penguin waved his hand dismissively. Are you referring to the business deal you sabotaged? I am aware that I have been betrayed, and I can guess who the traitor is, yet regrettably, I am powerless to retaliate. On that fateful morning, I suffered a loss of $5 million. Not to mention the prestige that slipped through my fingers. That is the foundation upon which the Mafia establishes its roots in Gotham. The criminals of Gotham possess a profound admiration for strength. If a leader fails to instill fear in his subordinates, even the mightiest empire can crumble in an instant. Noticing the Penguin's sense of despair and futility, Qin Su realized he attributed this failure to yet another maneuver by the shadowy figure behind the scenes. This individual remained hidden. Even Batman had never glimpsed his true visage, yet the entire underbelly of Gotham was effectively under his control. The delicate balance among the various factions in Gotham owes much to his influence. However, this time, circumstances were different. He was weary. What? The Penguin struggled to comprehend Qin Su's insinuation. He was fatigued by the incessant manipulations, tired of the current state of Gotham. He sought to upend everything that exists. Qin Su's expression turned grave. He intends to create a new Gotham. The Penguin's pupils narrowed. His previously casual posture now stiffened. I still do not grasp the meaning. Qin Su's eyes sparkled with insight. He understood the Penguin's thoughts. Do not feign ignorance, Mr. Cobblepot. You are an astute individual. Otherwise, this conversation would not even be taking place. It dawns on me that, being entrenched in this world, you likely recognized this conspiracy even before Batman did. Perhaps even warned him, yet you dare not appear too overt, lest you face preemptive retribution. The Penguin raised his umbrella. I possess more than one umbrella, each concealing various lethal weapons and escape gear, aiding me in evading capture throughout my criminal career. However, what has truly brought me to this point is my intellect. Do you grasp my meaning? Qin Su hesitated momentarily. Is it not more important to possess intellect than mere brute strength? Incorrect. The Penguin opened his umbrella, resting it upon his shoulder. Both strength and wisdom are equally vital. Without strength, one cannot safeguard wealth, and without wisdom, one cannot retain power. Through his monocle, the Penguin scrutinized the contemplative young man before him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. I am aware you seek collaboration. Yet I must ascertain that my partner is not merely a fool wielding a knife indiscriminately. While you may indeed be somewhat sluggish, considering your status as a police officer, that is, in fact, a positive trait. Qin Su came to a realization. While he might have matched Gotham's second-tier level of power in the realm of cunning and strategy, he was but a novice compared to the locals. Having laid his cards on the table, the Penguin began to negotiate the terms of their collaboration. Let me be clear. The Penguin Gang cannot offer any military support. However, economic assistance is certainly within the realm of possibility, though I presume you would hesitate to accept it. He fully exhibited the cunning nature of a penguin. What I can provide you with is information. The Penguin possesses the uncanny ability to effortlessly tame any avian creature to serve his bidding, including his fellow penguins. These birds are ubiquitous throughout Gotham and even across the nation, establishing him as Gotham's preeminent purveyor of intelligence. The earlier mention of a transaction with the master referred to the act of administering a thorough beating before extracting information. This aligns perfectly with Qin Su's intentions. He harbors no desire to accept the Penguin's material assistance, for such an alliance would only lead to greater losses. However, the trade of information between law enforcement and criminals occupies a morally ambiguous realm, often regarded as a commonplace occurrence in Gotham. Qin Su could easily cultivate the Penguin into his informant, though few would believe such a notion. All he requires is the location of the mastermind lurking in the shadows. The Penguin removed his glasses, meticulously polishing them with a silk handkerchief. I suspect Batman has yet to discover his whereabouts, for he remains concealed within the shadows of the Bat. The deeper the fear Batman instills within the city, the more profound the shadows become, rendering the darkness concealed within them all the more elusive. As a dedicated purveyor of intelligence, the birds have divulged Batman's true identity to the Penguin. Yet he harbors no intention of exploiting this information. He understands well that eliminating the man behind the mask would affect no real change. To ascend as the ruler of Gotham, vanquishing Batman is an essential step. In Indian Hill, he lies in wait, much like a mole hidden underground. However, I must caution you, young officer, his influence stretches across all of Gotham. Tread carefully. I look forward to our future collaboration. Qin Su departed hastily, eager to distance himself from the Penguin. Throughout their conversation, the tempo was firmly dictated by the Penguin, leaving Qin Su feeling as though he were merely a subordinate. The prospect of contending with such individuals in the future filled him with dread. He would rather engage in a brawl with Superman than navigate the machinations of Gotham's eccentrics. In contrast, Batman thrives within Gotham, and Qin Su found himself increasingly admiring the master. Once Qin Su was gone, the Penguin immediately issued directives to his subordinates, instructing them not to disturb him for the next 24 hours. Afterward, he descended to the lowest level of the Iceberg Lounge. Here, a specially designed refuge could withstand the harshest of conditions, accessible only through his biometric identification, replete with diverse entertainment facilities. Lighting a cigar for himself, the Penguin reclined on the sofa, gazing at the visage of a man displayed on the large screen, the man who had irrevocably altered the course of his life. Falcone, once you extended your hand to assist me, I was grateful for your timely aid and admired your aspirations to transform Gotham. Thus, I abided by your will. Yet you have changed. You have realized your inability to control the Bat. You are no longer the clandestine Roman who orchestrated everything from the shadows. And now you seek to dismantle the existing order to reshape Gotham in your envisioned image. To hell with that, my legacy still stands here. The Penguin kicked over the table, sending red wine spilling across the floor. There is no place for me aboard your ship to the New World. You have chosen Black Mask, the scion of the Sionis family. He is weaker, and thus easier to manipulate. Once impeccably gentlemanly, he now resembled a penguin cornered with no escape, emitting a harsh cry. In the next moment, however, the Penguin regained his composure, as if nothing had transpired, while the red wine pooled quietly on the ground. Oh, but I have found a partner in crime, a promising young lad destined to succeed Gordon. Unlike Gordon, he is willing to converse with a crime lord like myself. In him, I glimpse the Gotham you have envisioned. Alas, I remain that stubborn penguin enduring on an iceberg, while the Romans have long ceased to yearn for the grandeur of ancient Rome. Please continue reading. Chapter 16. Stirring the waters. Damien hid outside the Iceberg Lounge, watching as Qin Su emerged unscathed, his expression tinged with disappointment, indicating they had chosen a misguided location. Batman could strike at any moment. He needed to resolve this matter before Batman intervened. As Qin Su approached to meet Damien, he noticed the disappointment etched on his face and waved at him. I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that Black Mask is neither at the Iceberg Lounge nor at his club. The good news is that the Penguin is temporarily on our side. He has provided us with a lead. The mastermind is at Indian Hill. Damien furrowed his brow, recognizing the name. Indian Hill? That was the site of a pharmaceutical company owned by Wayne Enterprises. Believing himself the sole heir to Batman, he had taken it upon himself to delve into the management of Wayne Enterprises, perusing the current quarterly reports and the list of its subsidiaries. Though it only took him a few minutes, he committed the information to memory. For Damien, this was a matter of course. As Bruce Wayne's son, he possessed both the right and the obligation to oversee Wayne Enterprises, ensuring stability and even striving for greater achievements. Alarmingly, at the tender age of 12, he truly wielded such capability, indeed, a testament to the prowess of the Bat family. Qin Su snapped his fingers. You know the place. Get in the car and direct me. As Damien took the passenger seat, Qin Su fastened his seatbelt, and Damien's expression revealed his discomfort, driving a police car right to their doorstep. Want tea that raise alarms? I'm a police officer. It's essential to be forthright, Qin Su replied, gesturing to the badge on his shoulder with a grin. Besides, this approach is advantageous. When we near the location, I'll drop you off. I'll engage them in conversation while you slip inside unnoticed. Be cautious. If you're exposed, don't entangle yourself with them. Just make your escape. The identity of a police officer posed certain inconveniences for Qin Su, yet it made him an ideal decoy to attract attention. He drove the police car along the coastal highway, while the hidden Manaphy pressed against the window, gazing vacantly at the sea outside. A feeling known as longing resonated through a psychic connection to Qin Su's heart. His expression softened as he lowered the rear window, allowing the refreshing sea breeze to fill the car. This was Manaphy's first direct experience of the cosmic sea breeze. It clutched the window, extending its head out into the wind, its antennae swaying gracefully above. Mana, unable to contain herself, emitted a comforting cry, instantly alerting Damien. I hear something unusual, he remarked. Qin Su hurriedly attempted to downplay the situation, suggesting it must be the wind. However, Damien's expression grew increasingly grave as he insisted, no, it's getting closer. Mana. This time, Mana's call was alarmingly urgent, and Qin Su received its warning. Something was surging up from beneath the waves. Before Qin Su could reduce the speed of the car, a towering wave, 3 meters high, crashed onto the shore, advancing towards the police vehicle. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Su glimpsed dark shapes moving within the tumultuous water. "Let us disembark. We can't be trapped." Damien displayed the resolute determination befitting an assassin, shattering the glass with his elbow and leaping out. "Be wary, there are foes in the water." Qin Su followed suit, and the moment he exited the police car, he was submerged. Drawing his sword from Lake Toya, he commenced a rapid dance of blades, unleashing a flurry of strikes. A shadow seized the opportunity to swim behind Qin Su, thrusting a spear towards him, yet it found no taste of the desired blood. Qin Su grasped the spear's tip with brute strength, halting its advance, while his left hand swiftly prepared for a counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 shots struck true, piercing the creature's head, and yet it remained unyielding, lunging at Qin Su with its gaping maw. Forced to strike again, Qin Su drove his blade through its throat, finally rendering it motionless. As the water receded, Qin Su wiped the blood from his face, revealing the true form of his assailant. It was a grotesque amalgamation of human and fish, with webbed extremities, smooth skin covered in a layer of hardened scales, and 2 enormous eyes dominating its visage. Coupled with a mouth that extended to the back of its head, the 3 shots had struck its armored head, failing to penetrate, but merely denting the surface. What manner of monstrosity is this? Damien had similarly dispatched one of the creatures, extracting a dart from its mouth, only to discover it was riddled with bite marks. Their teeth could even pierce metal. Damien anxiously pressed his hand to his throat, realizing that such biting force could incapacitate any part of a human body. With a cacophony, as the sea retreated, a multitude of monsters emerged, no less than 18 in number. Damien swiftly retreated towards Qin Su, urging, "We should retreat. These creatures are formidable." With his gaze lowered and a shadowy expression, Qin Su replied, "If you wish to leave, do so. These Deep Sea Clan creatures are after me." Deep Sea Clan. Damien paused in surprise at this revelation. The creatures disregarded both Qin Su and Damien, encircling a vacant space. But only Qin Su understood that it was not merely empty air. Mana was concealed within. Mana. These monsters are terrifying. I am so frightened. A wave of fear flooded Mana's mind, and it transferred a semblance of that dread to Qin Su, leaving his hands and feet icy. He twisted his wrist, and Lake Toya spun in response. For the first time, Qin Su unleashed the 3-part sword dance. "Get away from her, you hideous beasts." With an audacious demeanor, Qin Su crashed into the encirclement of the abyssal tribe, swiftly dislodging one with a single strike. The once impenetrable scales failed to shield them. For the Lake Toya bore no blade. This was not a cut, but a blunt force, delivering substantial damage. Scales and blood flew, resulting in a considerable toll. Yet it did not instantly dispatch these mindless creatures. On the contrary, the scent of blood further ignited their ferocity, leading them to abandon their weapons and attack Qin Su with primal claws. Without turning his head, Qin Su raised his Glock and emptied the magazine. Anger did not cloud his judgment. Rather, he found an unprecedented calmness, with each bullet piercing the abyssal tribe's massive eyes, penetrating their smooth brains. 17, 16, 15. With near-legendary precision, Qin Su dispatched 3 of the abyssal tribe in an instant, but it was still insufficient, as more beasts closed in upon him, and he sensed the impending specter of death. With a swift hiss, 2 throwing darts embedded themselves into the nearest abyssal tribe warrior's eyes, the pain causing their attack to veer off course, allowing Qin Su to evade the strike. Damien, wielding a broken blade, kicked one away, and the 2 stood back to back. Qin Su discarded his empty handgun. "Aren't you supposed to leave?" Damien replied coldly, "This is my decision. You need not concern yourself." Now, another was ensnared in the encirclement, and casting a glance at the not-so-imposing Damien behind him, a smirk curled upon Qin Su's lips. "Batman, do you have a plan?" "Old Gordon, it's quite simple." Damien surged forward, his assassin instincts fully awakened beneath his youthful exterior. Clutching the remaining fragment of his blade, he danced like a butterfly, painting crimson flowers upon the enemy. If Damien exemplified peak technique, then Qin Su was the embodiment of brute strength, wielding Lake Toya like a baseball bat, inflicting purely blunt force trauma. Yet, despite their combined prowess, the numerical disparity proved insurmountable. In terms of raw physical power, even Qin Su, with his 3-part sword dance, merely surpassed a single abyssal warrior, and his recovery capability was vastly inferior. Had I known, I should have brought more lethal weapons. Damien retrieved 2 smoke grenades from his belt, intending to create a smokescreen. but he remained oblivious to the enemies creeping up behind him. An abyssal warrior, with vacant eyes, reached for Damien's vulnerable back, just as a long staff descended, striking the softer nape of his neck and rendering him unconscious. Only then did Damien, amidst the swirling smoke, realize there was someone behind him. You did not gather adequate intelligence, Robin. Nightwing. The blue and black-clad Major General ambushed the abyssal tribe warrior beneath his feet, using his staff to block another's claws. While the abyssal warriors appeared to have large eyes, they could only see in darkness, relying more on scent and specific sound frequencies to locate their prey. Do not use smoke grenades. Obscuring vision is meaningless to them. We need this. Nightwing unfastened a stun grenade from his belt. Everyone, close your eyes. The stun grenade detonated, and Damien, along with Nightwing, shielded themselves from the blinding light with their cloaks, while Qin Su shielded his eyes with a Lake Toya. Following a thunderous explosion, everyone's hearing was impaired to varying degrees. The reaction of the Trench tribe was markedly more intense. They floundered on the ground like fish out of water. Now is the time. Manaphy. Qin Su silently called out to Manaphy, who promptly soared towards him. The Trench tribe recovered far more swiftly than anticipated. One armored member raised its weapon high, casting a magical net that ensnared Manaphy. The refracted magic shattered, revealing Manaphy's azure form before all, her large eyes brimming with tears. Manaphy. Qin Su could not afford to call out mentally any longer. The armored member of the Trench tribe was clearly not as mindless as its kin, dragging Manaphy towards the sea. Once submerged, rescuing Manaphy would become a futile dream for Qin Su. Regrettably, Manaphy was not adept in combat. Otherwise, with her combat prowess of at least level 30, she could have delayed their escape momentarily. Qin Su's eyes widened with urgency. Manaphy, use ultrasonic wave. The ultrasonic wave, a move she had instinctively learned at level 16, emitted special sound waves from her body, capable of disorienting foes. For the Trench tribe, who relied on echolocation, this was a quadruple weakness. The magical net that ensnared Manaphy was instantly dispelled, causing the team leader of the Trench tribe to plunge into the water. The remaining members on the shore turned their weapons upon their own kin, launching attacks without defense, resulting in immediate devastation. Mana. Qin Su. Manaphy leaped into Qin Su's embrace, her petite form trembling uncontrollably. Do not be afraid, it is all right now. Qin Su reassured Manaphy, his expression grave. The power of the ultrasonic wave was excessively potent. It contradicted Manaphy's characterization of being non-combatant, leaving Qin Su deeply unsettled. Even though they had repelled the attacking Trench tribe, the chill in Qin Su's heart remained. On the distant horizon, Vico stood with a golden scepter, gazing at the diminutive blue creature. The end of Atlantis has arrived. End of chapter 17, The Gambler's Folly. Yet equipped with timepieces, Damien struck the back of each Trench tribe member's head with his broken sword. Regardless of whether they had perished earlier, they certainly did now. The aristocrat paid no heed to Damien's actions. The Bat family upheld a principle against killing, but that was reserved for humans, while the Trench tribe hardly qualified as such in the eyes of Atlanteans. After dispatching them all, Damien discarded the heavily worn broken sword, placing his hands on his hips as he addressed the two. It seems you both are familiar with these creatures. The aristocrat admonished, you reap what you sow. These are the Trench tribe, hailing from the deep seas of Atlantis. Aquaman is the king of Atlantis. He has fought against the Trench tribe before, and there are records within the Justice League. Batman undoubtedly has a backup. You must have overlooked it. Damien secretly scoffed, after only a few days as Robin. Even with an exceptional memory, how could he possibly assimilate all that information so swiftly? However, he refrained from disputing with Dick. Had it not been for Dick providing crucial information at pivotal moments, whether he and Qin Su could stand here unscathed was questionable. The claws of the Trench were indeed razor-sharp. Damien was confident he could emerge victorious, but it was impossible without incurring some cost. Soon, another suspicious detail caught Damien's attention, and he narrowed his eyes. Nightwing, how is it that you appeared so promptly? Have you been tracking me? In an instant, Damien's frustration boiled over. In his eagerness to resolve the incident before Batman, he had kept Batman in the dark the entire time, only to discover that Dick had been shadowing him, which implied he had been under Batman's watchful eye the whole time. A wave of defeat washed over him, seeing the forlorn expression on Damien's face. Dick shook his head in resignation. Don't look at me with those eyes, Robin. First of all, my target was not you, and secondly, I did not inform Batman. With a firm clap on his chest, he declared, I am no longer Robin. I am an independent hero, and I need not report every detail to Batman. Qin Su cradled Manaphy, the little one frightened by the earlier attack. Repel the Trench, earn 100 points. Successfully protect Manaphy, gain a chance for a directed draw. The system notifications arrived belatedly, yet timely. After the recent battle, he desperately needed to enhance his strength. The experiences gained from Silver Time had been thoroughly absorbed. Although he could not rival the true White Knight demon, he had nonetheless earned the title of a master. The crux lay in Qin Su's foundation. Even with the activation of the three-stage sword dance, he remained fundamentally an ordinary human, albeit a robust one. When confronting creatures like the Trench, whose strength surpassed that of humans manifold, the most effective approach turned out to be American-style Aikido. Qin Su's marksmanship was commendable, drawing from memories of his past life. Upon realizing he was born in America, he consciously trained his shooting skills from a young age. At the age of 1, he grasped a scythe, hammer, and gun. By 3, he had fired his first bullet. At 5, he owned his first toy pistol, and by 12, he had earned the title of Best Young Marksman in Central City. He later advanced to the police academy, graduating with the top score in shooting. Qin Su was 2 years younger than Barry, yet they graduated in the same class. After conversing with Damien, Dick approached Qin Su and extended his hand. "Pleased to meet you. I am Nightwing, the hero of B.L. Davin and the original Robin." Qin Su regarded him with an odd expression. Truly, the master of artillery had a remarkable talent for fabricating tales with a straight face. Wasn't he hiding in the closet last night? It was hardly awkward at this reunion. It is an honor to be followed by someone of your stature, though I had anticipated it, considering the implications for 2 universes. Perhaps even more. Dick displayed immense interest. Implications for 2 universes? I should have realized it. Given Batman's nature, he would never call for assistance unless absolutely necessary. Thus, this adorable little creature hails from another universe? Nightwing extended his finger, attempting to touch Manaphy, who promptly darted behind Qin Su, activating her water refraction magic to become invisible. Manaphy was quite timid, as Qin Su explained. Moreover, Robin, do not emulate Batman. Your disapproving gaze resembles that of a cross-eyed person. I am not intentionally concealing Manaphy's existence. Batman is aware of her. Mentioning Batman's name caused the 2 Robins to settle down considerably. Damien, still aggrieved, released his grip on the sword's hilt, wishing for another opportunity to confront Qin Su. After a moment of contemplation, Nightwing proposed, "Let us set aside the matter of another universe for now. We must devise a plan for handling these corpses." Without hesitation, Damien suggested, "Simply bind them with stones and toss them into the sea." Dick, upon hearing this, delivered a light smack to Damien's head. "What kind of mobster mentality is that? Did you not hear what I just said? They are connected to Atlantis. Disposing of the bodies in the ocean would bring trouble to Qin Su." Looking at the corpses of the Trench people, Qin Su stated, "Let us proceed as Robin suggested. We shall cast the bodies into the sea." Nightwing paused momentarily, quickly grasping Qin Su's intent. "Since the concerned party has spoken, I have no objections." This was Qin Su's response to the adversaries. If one wished to harm Manaphy, they must first contend with him. Watching the corpses of the Trench gradually disappear into the ocean, Qin Su felt a tumult of emotions. Their appearance reminded him of a significant event linked to Atlantis. Merely dealing with the legendary Pokemon had already worn him thin, and now this incident coincided with another major event. The burden was too great for Qin Su to shoulder alone. He required a team. Robin, Oracular, and Nightwing were all essential combatants to include in this alliance. Simply augmenting his strength in a conventional manner no longer sufficed for Qin Su. He needed extraordinary tools, which could only be acquired through gambling. Delving into the system space, Qin Su approached the pool of chaos, and the 100 points he had just obtained transformed into a golden fishing line, perfectly landing in the center of the pool. The pool contained abilities and items from various universes, a mixture of trash and artifacts, making it the ideal choice for a gambler. As the fishing line trembled, Qin Su abruptly pulled the hook. The golden light resting at the bottom of the water stirred. As an entity of consciousness, Qin Su felt an unexpected weight, nearly losing his grip on the rod. The last time at Lake Toya, it had been a mere gentle tug. Qin Su exerted all his strength, yet despite his efforts, the golden light, after a brief initial movement, remained stationary. Could it be that I am employing the wrong method? Indeed, this is the depths of my consciousness. My strength should align with my willpower. Qin Su altered his approach, holding his breath and focusing, recalling the frantic emotions Manaphy exhibited when captured. His arm trembled, and the once immensely heavy golden light now felt as light as a feather. As Qin Su drew the golden light from the water's surface, the water level of the pool instantly dropped by half, and the golden light that had enveloped it dissipated, revealing its delicate form. Name: damaged. Type: other. Quality: unknown, awaiting repair. Special effect: gene transformation. Description: a large, dark green watch that suffered significant damage during a battle, its functionality severely limited, drifting through the cosmos for millennia, requiring materials for self-repair. This chapter concludes. Chapter 18. A simple press will extend its length by 1 centimeter. As Qin Su examined the watch's design, he raised his hand, intending to cast it back into the pool without a second thought. However, upon swinging his arm, he did not hear the anticipated sound of it splashing into the water. Instead, he felt an unexpected, substantial weight around his right wrist. What a surprise. Wasn't this device supposed to be bound to Tian Mark? Why has it affixed itself to me instead? Qin Su gazed at the watch, which had automatically adorned itself upon contact, its screen glowing red as it entered charging mode, casting a crimson hue over his despondent face. The protagonist of Young Hacker, Tian Xiaoban, possesses equipment resembling a large watch, which can transform into various convenient forms as per the user's needs. The powers of Young Hacker are not inferior to those of the cosmos, and as the crowning achievement of the brilliant Asmice among them. Even a damaged version of this artifact remains undeniably formidable. So why would Qin Su consider discarding this miraculous device? The answer is simple. This item possesses the potential to obliterate entire programs. To draw a parallel, the legendary Pokemon and new catastrophic events could potentially threaten humanity's existence. In the worst-case scenario, it could lead to the annihilation of Earth, or even the entire multiverse. Let us first discuss its 2 fundamental abilities, transformation and capture. Transformation allows the user to become an alien species already cataloged in the gene river, a process that transcends mere genetic rewriting, creating components of the transformed species to replace the original user's body. Capture entails scanning new samples and uploading them to the gene river, thereby unlocking the ability to transform into that species, additionally allowing the user to become the most exceptional individual of the target species. For instance, if Qin Su were to acquire a hair from Superman or a used cup, he could extract a sample and morph into a Kryptonian, specifically the most gifted variant. Even more terrifying is the ability to replicate this transformation, although the copies would be inferior, possessing only a fraction of the original's capabilities. A mere watch could potentially mass-produce Kryptonian offspring, an unsettling thought indeed. Furthermore, with countless cosmic entities in existence, who can say whether someone might create an exact replica? Such a scenario would plunge the universe into chaos. Yet, the die is cast. Who could have anticipated that it would bond to him without regard for his consent? Even more distressing is its self-protective system. Once donned, it cannot be removed through ordinary physical means unless one seeks Asmice, its creator, for liberation. What a constraining device. Akin to the golden headband of the great sage equaling heaven, Qin Su attempted to remove the watch, but it clung to his wrist as if it had always belonged there, adhering perfectly to the contours of his arm. Qin Su reluctantly withdrew from the realm of consciousness. Returning to reality, both Damien and Dick discerned the palpable shift in Qin Su's emotions. You seem rather despondent, perhaps even a hint of fear. As if you were the child who has just ruined a party, Dick jested, placing a hand on Qin Su's shoulder. He noted the sudden appearance of a technologically advanced watch on Qin Su's wrist, albeit one that appeared somewhat antiquated. Qin Su lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of light, and posed a thought-provoking question. If there were a button that could either annihilate the world or save it with a 50% chance, would you press it? Nightwing and Robin exchanged a glance, and in unison replied, I would. Qin Su was taken aback by their swift responses. I am uncertain of the reasoning behind your query, nor do I wish to delve into it, but I feel compelled to share this with you. Nightwing tightened his grip on his staff, reminiscing about past trials. In times of dire straits, most of our choices resemble the button you described, with a higher likelihood of failure. If you possess such a button, I advise you to safeguard it. At the very least, it provides you with an option. He regarded Qin Su with a solemn expression. The privilege of choice is a most fortunate one, and Damien, you must remember this. Batman operates under this very philosophy, devising contingency plans for any conceivable scenario, all to ensure he possesses a plethora of choices when the time arises. At merely 12 years of age, Damien lacked this understanding. He believed that possessing power was inherently good. Poking at Qin Su's wrist, he wore a mischievous expression. Is this your secret? This watch that suddenly appeared, looking as though it were salvaged from a junkyard, yet embedded with spatial storage technology. Let me guess, some form of alien technology? Qin Su raised his right hand, preventing the inquisitive Damien from reaching it, genuinely fearful of the self-destruct feature that this impish child might inadvertently activate. The destruction caused by such a feature was proportional to the charging time, and a few days of charging could obliterate the known universe's entire galaxies. Should that occur, He feared Batman would cast him into a lifeless parallel universe to await his demise. Qin Su's apprehensions were not unfounded. The destructive capabilities of this child were widely acknowledged, as evidenced by a recent incident where a world had been annihilated. Observing Qin Su deliberately evade him, Damien quietly retreated, seeking an opportunity to uncover Qin Su's vulnerabilities. I overheard your prior conversation. Our next destination is Indian Hill, correct? Let us resolve this shadowy antagonist before sunset, for nightfall heralds the time when bats emerge. He added with a teasing tone, don't blame me for not warning you. Robin, to gain Batman's admiration, you'll need to exert yourself even more. As an experienced ally, Dick understood that Damien's actions would only exacerbate his relationship with Batman. However, he recognized that mere words could not alter the young one's mindset. Only through personal experience could Damien learn from his mistakes. As for any potential risks involved, was not the great Nightwing there to provide support? Everything would surely be fine. Do not gaze upon me. The police car assigned to me has just submerged into a seafood broth. Qin Su stepped aside, revealing the submerged vehicle behind him, its windshield adorned with an orange starfish. Nightwing let out a whistle, producing a set of keys, and a sleek blue-black sports car appeared behind him. Qin Su could distinctly discern the traces of the Batmobile's design, albeit stripped of its bat-themed embellishments. Feel free to take a seat. The car is equipped with an autonomous driving system. As Qin Su entered the vehicle, taking a seat in the back alongside Damien, he seized the opportunity during their journey to inform him about Manaphy and the legendary Pokemon, deliberately concealing Manaphy's identity as a mythical creature. For he wished to shield her from excessive attention. There were already enough individuals fixated on her. The car required a mere 7 minutes to fully recharge. Yet Qin Su's battle-damaged version seemed severely impaired, pulsating with a red glow until their departure. But why until their exit and not upon reaching Indian Hill? The reason was simple. They encountered an obstruction. A vine, as formidable as a colossal statue, suddenly sprawled across the road. Fortunately, Nightwing's vehicle boasted the same autonomous driving system as the Batmobile, allowing for manual control with automatic correction, which enabled him to halt the car just in time. However, the vehicle traveling alongside them was less fortunate. Quickly exit. The car is devoid of weapon systems. Nightwing rolled out of the car, drawing forth a staff from behind him. This personal touch in his approach to blocking the road led Nightwing to deduce the identity of their foe. The rampant vines cradled their mistress, the poison ivy. Nightwing regarded Gotham's botanical queen with trepidation. Who liberated you from Arkham? Poison Ivy cast a contemptuous glance at Nightwing, her gaze swiftly locking onto the swiftly retreating Qin Su. To be precise, she was fixated on Manaphy. No one rescued me, Nightwing. I merely wish to be confined within, when I no longer desire captivity. No one can restrain the forces of nature. Poison Ivy's eyes emitted a green glow, uprooting the asphalt beneath her as plants surged forth. Detain her, Robin. Qin Su was not fleeing. He shouted to Damien, I intend to rescue someone. Go ahead, I'll handle the villain. Nightwing's vehicle lacked visible weapon systems. Yet it was replete with armaments, all concealed within hidden compartments. Damien selected a katana and 2 incendiary devices from within. Facing Poison Ivy, Damien's breath quickened. This was not his first encounter with her, yet it was his inaugural confrontation alone, without Batman to support him. Nightwing, entangled in a dance with the vines, grumbled. I'm still here, don't keep overlooking me. With a single stroke, he severed the vine reaching for Qin Su. If you wish to harm him, you must first contend with me. The car that collided with the obstructive vines had its front crumpled, beginning to emit smoke. And Qin Su could see the airbags deploying from the seats. Manaphy, use water pulse. Manaphy. Manaphy inhaled deeply, releasing a torrent of foam that enveloped the front of the vehicle. Qin Su Pride opened the deformed door with the help of Lake Toya and dragged out a man and a woman who were unconscious within. Employing the emergency rescue techniques he learned at the police academy, Qin Su administered aid to the pair, relieved that the airbags had deployed in time, sparing them from severe injuries. For the moment, their lives were no longer in jeopardy. Having successfully rescued the two, he earned 4 points. The system notification further confirmed that they had escaped the danger zone. Mana, get out of the way, get out of the way. Upon hearing Manaphy's warning, Qin Su's first instinct was to question whether it was reversed. Shouldn't he be the one shouting to take cover? Before he could articulate his thoughts, the flung Damien crashed into his back, sending both of them rolling 5 meters away. Qin Su felt a dull ache in his ribs. Wasn't it supposed to be your responsibility, Robin? Damien discarded a burning projectile, retorting, stop mocking me. Poison Ivy is behaving strangely. Her strength has increased significantly. The incendiary device landed atop a massive creature. igniting a conflagration that was promptly extinguished by the digestive fluid oozing from its mouth. I saw it. The two exchanged kicks, forcibly separating, but a vine descended, causing the ground to crack open beneath them. Qin Su was drenched in cold sweat. Was this truly Poison Ivy, who had administered her the steroids, the superhuman serum? This was far too formidable. Qin Su sprinted sideways, cradling Manaphy, as Poison Ivy, upon noticing, abandoned the two robins, charging directly toward him. Give it to me. Qin Su slapped his forehead. It was evident she was targeting Manaphy. Oh, Manaphy, you truly are as beloved as the rumors suggest. Alas, the affection comes from Atlanteans, while the hunger is that of a ravenous creature. To be continued. Chapter 19. It's decided, it's you. Arkham Asylum houses Gotham's most vile and notorious criminals. Yet, for these individuals, even the most secluded cell feels akin to a hotel. They can check out at any moment. Batman repeatedly confines the escaped inmates within Arkham, fully aware that it cannot hold them indefinitely, that they are irredeemable. Nonetheless, he steadfastly adheres to his no-kill principle, returning them to this place. They are merely maggots spawned from Gotham's cesspool, and unless the cesspool's essence changes, the maggots will persist. Poison Ivy is incarcerated within Arkham Asylum. She does not belong to the most heinous category of criminals. However, due to her ability to control plants, she has become an extreme environmentalist, viewing humanity as pests that devastate nature. We are like insects scurrying through the grass. Damian ascended to the treetops, attempting to locate Qin Su. But as far as his eyes could see, it had transformed into a wild forest. Falling from the tree, Damian restrained the rising dick. Do not move. Your left arm is dislocated. Bite down. With a firm grip on the arm, he twisted it sharply. After a wave of excruciating pain, Nightwing felt a sense of relief in his shoulder, regaining the ability to move freely once more. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Robin, you possess the ability to realign bones." Once he confirmed that no harm had been done, Damian sighed with relief. To think that the ancient techniques of traditional Chinese medicine could be employed to save a life. Dick, upon hearing this, was struck by a wave of disbelief. It seemed that Damian had resorted to lethal methods, which was no surprise considering his grandfather from the League of Assassins could hardly impart any healing arts. I fainted just now. What about Poison Ivy? Dick had intervened to shield Damian, only to be knocked unconscious himself. Damian had witnessed the entire ordeal. Qin Su drove your car away to lure Poison Ivy, who, unable to keep pace, succumbed to fury, releasing a wave of green energy. By the time I blinked again, we found ourselves in this primeval jungle. Dick then noticed that he was not standing on solid ground, but rather atop a tangle of roots, with an astonishing density of various plants thriving above. Every inch of earth had been devoured. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of Poison Ivy, who had always been a schemer, adept at inciting conflict. When had she transformed into a brute force combatant? Damian concurred, for it was he and Batman who had apprehended Poison Ivy. If she possessed such power, they would have already been ensnared by her tendrils. Setting aside Poison Ivy, she has pursued Qin Su and poses no immediate threat to us. However, this jungle, with its canopy obscuring sunlight, allows only fragmented beams to pierce through. In such an environment, even at midday, the woods resemble the depths of midnight, concealing unknown dangers. Robin, exercise caution, Damian warned, brandishing his sword. No need for your admonition. As the two remained vigilant, a vine descended silently from above. Meanwhile, Qin Su found himself in a luxurious sports car, the front wheels spinning wildly as the vehicle precariously perched 5 meters above the ground on a tree branch. Bewildered, he thought, just moments ago, I was racing down the highway. How did my car end up in a tree? Is this vehicle equipped with some divine propulsion system? He pulled out his phone, only to discover, as expected, that he had no signal, indicating he had ventured beyond the service area. Manaphy, could you ascend and investigate? Shortly after Manaphy took flight, Qin Su received images of an endless expanse of jungle beneath a green dome. It appeared to be some form of magical barrier. They were still within Gotham, trapped in a realm crafted by Poison Ivy. Such realms are typically sealed. Those inside cannot escape, and those outside cannot enter. This presented both advantages and disadvantages. The good news was that Poison Ivy would not endanger Gotham citizens. The bad news was that they could not leave without defeating her. Thus, the tables had turned. The three of them, once fleeing, now had to actively seek out Poison Ivy within the jungle, lest they be overwhelmed by the harsh environment. Leaving the wealthy heir's car suspended in the tree, Qin Su and Manaphy departed, reasoning that Wayne Enterprises could easily afford another vehicle. In the forest conjured by Poison Ivy, there were no beasts, Yet some plants were far more fearsome than the most ferocious of animals. With a swift and decisive katana slash, the carnivorous plant was effortlessly cleaved into 8 segments, leaving Qin Su drenched in sweat amidst the stifling jungle. Utilizing the katana technique to clear the obstructing flora seemed rather fitting, he mused to himself. The legendary move, though not particularly formidable, primarily served the purpose of severing the great trees that blocked one's path in the Pokemon realm. The execution of this technique drained his stamina, yet he was fortunate that Manaphy could conjure a refreshing and pure source of water for him to drink. Otherwise, he would be on the verge of dehydration by now. Manaphy, are you certain this is the right direction? During their rest, Qin Su inquired of Manaphy. She sensed a vibrant life force emanating from a certain part of the forest, which he surmised must be the lair of the Venusaur. Manaphy, the wicked woman is sleeping there. Let us go teach her a lesson. Sleep? The Venusaur must be undergoing a metamorphosis. It seemed as though the mention of her name prompted the surrounding plants to turn in unison toward Qin Su, sending chills down his spine. All the flora served as the eyes and ears of the Venusaur, leaving Qin Su with no avenues for concealment. He realized that if he wished to take action, this was his last opportunity. Once the Venusaur awakened, the true peril would begin. Opening the system repository, Qin Su retrieved the last item from his precious box. A renowned artifact in the Pokemon world. Deep within the heart of the jungle, a vibrant crimson bud quietly unfurled, and the Venusaur emerged from within. Her expression slightly dazed. It felt so different. As her feet touched the ground, her human lower half vanished, and a mysterious force began to transform her, swiftly merging her essence with the forest. The Venusaur took a deep breath, causing the leaves of the entire forest to tremble. Her breath synchronized with that of the woodland. Her will became the will of the forest, and the life of the forest was her own. Ivy, the Venusaur, drew her power from the essence of all that is green. As one of the primal forces she embodied, it lacked a personal will. It was a symbol, a concept that instinctively bestowed wisdom and vitality upon those who cherished plants. Those who harnessed the power of all that is green would become its emissaries. And the Venusaur was one such being. Ivy had garnered little attention from the essence of all that is green, and she had yet to comprehend the nature of her own power. However, on a fateful day in Arkham Asylum, the essence of all that is green surged into Ivy's being, rapidly transforming her from a budding flower into a towering tree. With this newfound strength, Ivy escaped the confines of Arkham, but the bestowal of the essence was never without meaning. The selection of an emissary was to safeguard the plants, and Ivy was chosen because Manaphy resided in Gotham. The essence desired Manaphy. As Ivy grew stronger, her connection to the essence deepened, and the once bothersome urgings gradually evolved into her own thoughts. Thus, it became clear that the child was indeed of great importance to the plants. In Ivy's eyes glimmered a verdant light, as she became one with the forest, swiftly locating Manaphy's position. I see you. All the plants stood tall, directing their gaze towards Manaphy, who instinctively curled up in fear, acutely aware of their watchful presence. The viper which furrowed her brow, her eyes sweeping once more across the expanse of the forest, which rustled ominously, yet yielded no results. The officer had vanished. Had he not been brought in? Consider him fortunate. A crimson flower exhaled a dusky powder towards Manaphy, who inhaled it and succumbed to drowsiness. The surrounding flora enveloped the unconscious Manaphy in their broad leaves, passing her along to the next plant in a continuous cycle, until she was swiftly delivered before the viper witch. As the outer leaves parted, the viper witch reached out to caress Manaphy's serene sleeping visage. It was her first intimate encounter with the creature. With a dazed expression, she mused, what a miraculous life. Nearly composed entirely of water, pure and exquisite. Yet, the moment the viper witch's fingers grazed Manaphy, the latter abruptly opened her eyes. The effects of the hypnotic spores were negligible on her, and any slight movement from the viper which startled her awake. Mana, wretched woman. Manaphy instantly darted aside, casting a gaze that was half fearful, half resentful towards the viper witch. The viper witch could not comprehend Manaphy's words, but the body language spoke volumes. She replied sweetly, there is no need to fear me so. I am here to protect you. Mana, you lie? That officer? Do not be deceived by humans. Their so-called protection is merely exploitation. Unlike them, I will only cherish you, my little one. The viper witch endeavored to appear amiable, extending 4 tendrils towards Manaphy, her current form of hands, yearning to embrace her. When you truly embody the essence of the ocean, you will understand that plants and the sea are innate companions, dependent upon one another. As the encroaching tendrils approached, Manaphy extended 2 antennae into her mouth, retrieving a red and white pokeball. With her head thrown back, She exerted herself to hurl the Pokeball into the air. Mana, it's you? Susu. In the Viper Witch's astonished gaze, the red and white ball erupted, releasing a long-prepared Qin Su. Mana. Use the secret technique. Harmonious slash. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Addressing each other as plant people upon the sudden emergence of such a large figure from the ball, the Viper Witch was taken aback, granting Qin Su a precious opportunity. The resounding cry of a sword echoed as Qin Su unleashed her full power, severing the tendrils that bound the Viper Witch in an instant. Deprived of support, the Viper Witch collapsed to the ground, attempting to rise. Yet Lake Toya had already pierced through her towering chest. Forgive me, but it's best if I protect Manaphy. Qin Su gripped the hilt of her sword firmly. At last, I grant you one final opportunity. You have 3 seconds to liberate all those ensnared within the jungle. 3, 2. With no time for idle chatter. Qin Su understood the necessity for swift resolution. Despite the poison ivy being reduced to a mere stick figure, clad in a gourd-like form, her innate regenerative ability posed a significant risk to Qin Su's time limit. He harbored no desire to slay poison ivy, for her role as an anti-hero was vital. She was destined to join the Raptor squad. Poison ivy regarded the wooden blade that pierced her heart with a smile, radiant and captivating. 1. Uttering the cold numeral, Qin Su unhesitatingly twisted the hilt, ensuring the obliteration of her heart. Yet, poison ivy seemed impervious to the agony of her heart's destruction, continuing to smile as she observed Qin Su's futile efforts. Vines ensnared Qin Su's legs, lifting him upside down. The aftermath of the explosion rendered him powerless to resist. He had truly exerted himself, yet it was insufficient. Do you see, little one? Before the grandeur of nature, the self-proclaimed wise reveal their own folly. To prevent Manaphy from escaping, poison ivy encased it within a pink blossom, sealing it within. She allowed the wood of Lake Toya to remain embedded in her chest. As vines entwined her form, layer upon layer, reshaping her corporeal presence, including the human guise, into a fibrous plant-like structure. It appeared flesh, yet was, in truth, plant matter. I am no longer poison ivy. I am the heart of the forest, ivy. She embodied the jungle. Even if Qin Su were to cleave her into 8 pieces, it would avail him nothing unless he eradicated every deep root beneath this forest or struck her down before her metamorphosis commenced. Yet, as long as Ivy refrained from transforming, she could perceive Qin Su's every move, rendering any surprise assault with a Pokeball futile. I concede, you have triumphed, Ivy. Qin Su ceased his fruitless struggles. Ivy remained unmoved. The plants convey to me that you harbor no sense of despair. Do you still believe you possess a chance? Let me venture a guess. Those 2 preoccupied little birds? She could see all the forest beheld. Nightwing and Damien were making their way towards her, albeit at a sluggish pace. As the entire forest conspired against them, I advise you to surrender. Even if Superman were to come, he could not vanquish me here, just as he cannot defeat the Swamp Thing. The Swamp Thing, akin to poison ivy, was a host and embodiment of the verdant essence of all that exists. He transformed his territory into a swamp. To attempt to conquer the Swamp Thing within its own domain was absurd. With the power of the verdant essence, Ivy had ascended to the level of the Swamp Thing, perhaps even surpassing him in control. Qin Su recognized that Ivy was not exaggerating. Enhanced by the essence of all things green, she had become a true immortal. Damien and the young master are aware of my location. Those 2 batlings must have equipped me with a tracker. They are not foolish. Upon seeing my position remain static, they will surely deduce my predicament. Under the verdant embrace of nature, the poison ivy is not a foe that mere mortals can confront with physical might. Rather, one must rely on specific equipment. Damien, Nightwing, swiftly grasp this reality and find a way to contact the Justice League. As anticipated by Qin Su, Damien and Nightwing ceased their advance toward his position, instead redirecting their course to the forest's edge. Perhaps they could successfully reach out to the outside world, yet the time consumed was excessive. By the time the Justice League arrived, Qin Su surmised he might already be transformed into something grotesque. Ivy, restored to her human form, modestly concealed her vital areas with a few leaves, for her current body bore little distinction from the foliage. Swaying her alluring figure toward Qin Su, Ivy gently remarked, I believe you genuinely wish to protect that child. Observing a shift in Ivy's demeanor, Qin Su clung to a flicker of hope. So, does that mean I might survive? Ivy's fingertips morphed into sharp claws. I shall ensure her well-being. Alas, death appeared inevitable. Qin Su was not devoid of options. There remained one opportunity to draw a Pokemon item, a plea to the divine. Yet, the opposition too was cloaked under the banner of safeguarding Manaphy. And on a broader scale, Entrusting Manaphy to the protection of nature seemed decidedly more prudent. With a vacant stare, Qin Su beheld Ivy's bosom sway before him. A peculiar thought blossomed in his mind. It seemed he had never uttered the name Lake Toya in the heat of battle. Perhaps he should give it a try? The scene before him grew indistinct. As Qin Su's consciousness dulled, tendrils entwining him infused his being with neurotoxic venom. Ivy caressed Qin Su's alabaster neck, leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss upon his forehead. You shall become one with the forest and with me. Qin Su extended his hand toward Lake Toya, striving to call forth its name, yet his throat could no longer produce sound. A swift motion, and Qin Su's blood flowed to Ivy's lips. A sanguine kiss that siphoned life away. As Ivy drank of his essence, her brow furrowed. She did not savor the metallic sweetness of blood, but rather the sap of a plant. A vine prodded her back, causing Ivy to glance in confusion. Another vine deftly entwined the hilt of the dagger, extracting it from her chest. With swift precision, she severed the vines that bound her, her elongated green form descending to the ground. Greetings, fair maiden. 5 vines served as limbs for her slender figure, adorned with 2 rows of black pods upon her back, as she glared with a singular green eye, beckoning Ivy. What are you, a plant? Ivy was bewildered. The forest had informed her that this creature was a pure manifestation of plant life. But how could this be? Qin Su was human, after all. To claim unity with her upon their first meeting, and now to fail to recognize him. How disheartening. Shall we start anew with introductions? Allow me to begin. I too am a plant now. Please call me Wild Venom Vine. With only 4 slender branches serving as fingers, Qin Su caressed her chest, her gaze fixed on the shimmering hourglass symbol that had begun to flicker. Deep within, she felt a sense of quiet relief. The young master was indeed correct. Having options was far better than having none. The protective system had automatically activated upon detecting the user's peril, transforming and unlocking the Wild Venom Vine according to the surrounding environment. The capabilities of the Wild Venom Vine could be likened to a combat-oriented variant of the poison ivy. Yet it posed no significant threat to the heart of the forest. Qin Su cast forth the vine, intertwining it with ivy. As the hardened plant surfaces pierced through her form, Ivy was momentarily startled by Qin Su's transformation, but that fleeting apprehension quickly dissipated. Once they were entwined, Ivy realized that the Wild Venom Vine was no match for her. Several thorns penetrated the body of the Wild Venom Vine, leading to a chaotic exchange between the 2 plant beings, their green sap splattering in all directions. However, mere physical damage would not suffice to vanquish the Wild Venom Vine, nor Ivy. Both entities continued to inflict harm upon one another while regenerating at a frenzied pace, unable to overcome the other. With a swift maneuver, Ivy pinned the Wild Venom Vine beneath her, her dark crimson hair swirling as she commanded the tendrils to bind the Wild Venom Vine's vines together. Did she truly believe she could not be defeated? Let her witness the power of the heart of the forest. The roots burrowed into the body of the Wild Venom Vine, and this time Ivy did not merely attack, she sought to drain the nutrients from it. The suppressed Wild Venom Vine grew increasingly feeble, its transformation time dwindling to less than 10 seconds due to insufficient energy, the rapid flickering serving as evidence. There was no need for the full 10 seconds, 2 would suffice. The Wild Venom Vine rammed its head toward Ivy, and the flytrap on its shoulder bit off a third of her body, noticeably slowing her regeneration. Ivy sensed the anomaly within her form and roared in fury. Why? Oh, green of all things, do you merely watch? Have you truly betrayed me? The glaring eye, occupying much of its face, drew close to Ivy. As the pods on the back of the Wild Venom Vine burst open, releasing a dense cloud of spores that parasitized the poison ivy. The green of all things betrays no one. With a sharp, mocking voice, it retorted, Do you still not comprehend, Miss Ivy? We are both plant beings in the eyes of the green of all things, equal as 2 neighboring plants competing for the nutrients of the soil. It shows no favoritism. Survival of the fittest. This is a fundamental aspect of nature. Disregarding the alluring physical form, the Wild Venom Vine cleaved open its chest, extracting a green orb of light, the embodiment of the forest's authority. Grasping Ivy's head, it hoisted her battered body aloft. With a fierce squeeze, the orb shattered, causing the forest realm to vanish like a burnt canvas. Simultaneously, the Wild Venom Vine reverted its transformation, shrinking in stature as the poison ivy's feet met the concrete ground. Qin Su flicked her forehead and released her hold, causing the poison ivy to collapse. Welcome back to Gotham, poison ivy. Escaping this cesspool requires more than just the green of all things. The chapter concludes here. In Chapter 21, the Wayne household is hosting a soiree this evening, and one can only wonder who was not extended an invitation. 12 individuals were rescued, earning a commendable 24 points. After the transformation concluded, The charging resumed. The device is equipped with a self-regenerating infinite energy source. However, there exists a threshold for energy storage, and exceeding the safe capacity poses a risk of explosion. Thus, it typically retains just enough energy for a 10-minute transformation. Conversely, Qin Su's damaged version yielded subpar results, with the transformation into the Vine Demon lasting merely about 20 seconds. Had the nature of this battle not been unique, sustaining the fight until its conclusion would have been impossible. Mana, the villainess, was vanquished by Su, embraced Qin Su, professing her desire to protect her, yet disregarded her autonomy as she forcibly took her away, feeling no affection for the Vine Demon. Qin Su removed her police uniform and draped it over the now vulnerable Vine Demon, not out of modesty, but because the Vine Demon had just had her heart of the forest extracted by Qin Su, and her body had reverted to human form, revealing a gruesome wound on her left chest, which could easily be misconstrued as a crime scene in the dead of night. Soon after, the successfully liberated Damien and Nightwing located Qin Su. Upon seeing the Vine Demon on the ground, Damien's initial reaction was to accuse Qin Su of deceit. Astonished that she could defeat the Vine Demon, surely she was hiding something. Qin Su waved her hand, neither confirming nor denying, allowing Damien to speculate. Nightwing's regard for Qin Su further elevated. The earlier situation had escalated to a level that warranted a call to the Justice League. Yet Qin Su had managed to resolve it single-handedly. Had Nightwing encountered Ivy, the guardian of the heart of the forest, he would understand that summoning the Justice League was futile. Only heroes from the realm of magic could assist in such matters. Are we still heading to Indian Hill? Qin Su's voice bore an air of exhaustion, a sentiment echoed by both Damien and Nightwing. The battle itself was not the most draining aspect. It was the journey that proved taxing, particularly through a forest rife with carnivorous plants. Fortunately for Qin Su, her transformation allowed her to exchange her original body and attire, reverting them upon restoration. Thus her clothing remained relatively intact. In contrast, Damien and Nightwing bore the marks of their struggle, their uniforms riddled with tears and claw marks, indicative of a fierce confrontation. I have no desire to revisit that forest anytime soon. Those vines are utterly revolting, Damien lamented, having been ensnared by tendrils on several occasions, leaving him with indelible nightmares. It seemed that neither he nor Qin Su had time to accompany Nightwing. The latter retrieved a communicator from his belt. Damien, Batman sent me a message 9 minutes ago, stating you acted independently after querying the Batcomputer's records. He has gone to the Black Mask Club in search of you. Damien hastily checked his communication logs, discovering 3 requests from Batman at the top of the list. At that moment, he had been in the secret realm, unable to receive any signals. It was precisely due to the inability to reach Damien that Batman had hurriedly piloted the Batcraft, bravely infiltrating the lair of Black Mask alone. Damien was acutely aware that his secret thoughts had been uncovered by Batman, which left him feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet, the spirit of the young Robin was not so fragile. He understood precisely what needed to be done. Alfred, it's me, Damien. I'm at the midpoint of the interstate. Send the Batmobile to pick me up. I must assist Batman. Within mere minutes of hanging up, the Batmobile emerged from the darkness, exuding an imposing presence and energy, and executed a flawless drift to halt before Damien. He offered Nightwing the passenger seat. Care to join me? Nightwing, noticing Damien's swift decision to occupy the driver's seat, raised an eyebrow in surprise. He allows you to handle the Batmobile? With practiced ease, Damien activated the Batmobile's acceleration mechanism, his youthful visage betraying his excitement. Though he was forbidden from driving, he had memorized the art of commanding this powerful beast. The Batmobile roared with a deep rumble, its rear thrusters igniting with violet flames, revealing its subdued ferocity as it vanished from the horizon in an instant. The exhilarating speed differed from flight solely by the wheels still touching the ground. The Robin brothers sped off to join the latter half of the Bat family's endeavors, leaving Qin Su alone with the still unconscious Poison Ivy by the roadside. I haven't even boarded the vehicle, Qin Su thought, yearning to voice this sentiment, yet he knew he would not truly enter the vehicle. He was not so oblivious as to intrude upon another's familial affairs. Battling the mob was a crucial aspect of strengthening the bonds within the Bat family, a rite of passage that must be experienced. With an all-encompassing butler like Alfred, did he think he would be envious? He, too, could summon assistance. Instructing Manaphy to cloak herself, Qin Su opened his phone, instantly confronted by a barrage of missed calls, sending a jolt through him. He tapped one to return the call. And on the other end, Gordon unleashed a torrent of reprimands, accusing him of leaving the jurisdiction unilaterally and damaging police property. Where are you? I will send a team to find you immediately. Before Qin Su could offer an explanation, Gordon hung up. 10 minutes later, a convoy of vehicles with flashing police lights surrounded the area, sealing it off completely. It turned out that Gordon had received a public report of a police car submerged in water along the coastal highway, along with the license plate number. Alarm bells had rung in Gordon's mind. He feared that Black Mask had targeted Qin Su, prompting him to rally such a large contingent. Upon finding only Qin Su present, Gordon holstered his sidearm, his expression darkening as he approached. "Officer Qin Su, please refrain from leaving your jurisdiction without authorization. This is a serious breach of duty." However, the delineation of jurisdiction within the Gotham Police Department was quite nebulous. Given Qin Su's patrol rank, the entirety of Gotham fell within his purview. Thus, he had technically committed no infraction. Nonetheless, Qin Su was unaware of these nuanced regulations, and Gordon deliberately exaggerated the severity to impart a lesson. Qin Su dared not refute him, deeply moved by the rapid response and the evident preparedness of the police force, each officer armed and ready for conflict. After admonishing Qin Su, Gordon finally shifted his gaze to the poison ivy lying on the ground. "Is this the one known as Poison Ivy?" Qin Su's attire obscured her head, and the dim lighting of the nighttime highway rendered Gordon unable to discern her identity. As he crouched down and lifted the covering of the police uniform, he beheld a striking visage and gasped, "Poison Ivy?" In a mere 5 seconds, Gordon accomplished the trifecta of drawing his weapon, retreating, and aiming, a speed so astonishing that it made Qin Su question whether he had entered a realm of bullet time. Furthermore, his aim was directed at Qin Su himself. Upon hearing the distinct sound of multiple bullets being chambered behind him, Qin Su promptly knelt and raised his hands, displaying remarkable decisiveness. He called out loudly, "I am not under Poison Ivy's control. You may inspect her. She currently lacks the energy to manipulate anyone else." Poison Ivy possesses the ability to secrete mental toxins through her lips, exerting psychological control over her adversaries via kisses and the exhalation of hallucinogenic gas, a fact well known to all within the Gotham Police Department, which is precisely why Qin Su was so eager to clear his name. Should he fail to clarify his situation and be mistakenly shot by an ally, it would undoubtedly become a farcical tragedy. As the chief, Gordon remained at the forefront, pulling aside Poison Ivy's garments to reveal a horrifying wound upon her left breast. He gestured to the other officers to lower their weapons. "Is the injury to her heart your doing? If you hadn't targeted a vital area, it could have been my demise," Qin Su stated truthfully. Only by extracting the heart of the forest could Ivy revert to her former self, thereby granting him a chance of victory. Gordon understood Qin Su's predicament. Typically, they approached ordinary individuals with extreme caution, fearing the sudden emergence of a firearm, let alone facing a supervillain such as Poison Ivy. "I will contact the mortuary. You return to the precinct and draft a detailed report for me." Even in Gotham, a police officer who accidentally kills must face consequences. A week of administrative leave, paid, and then return to work. That is your punishment. Gordon summoned someone to drape a white cloth over Poison Ivy. He sighed, feeling a tinge of regret among Gotham's criminals. He believed Poison Ivy held the most potential for redemption, yet she had departed at such a young age. A peculiar voice emerged from behind him. "Chief, when did I ever say that Poison Ivy was dead?" "What?" Gordon exclaimed, startled. "I saw her heart was gone. Are you suggesting she still lives?" Qin Su replied with an inscrutable gaze. "Have you heard the tale of Baigon's heart being extracted? In the Shang dynasty, there was a minister named Baigon, who survived despite having his heart removed until he encountered an old woman selling heartless vegetables, who proclaimed that a heartless person would perish. And then he died." Noting Gordon's bewilderment at the Chinese myth, Qin Su lifted the white cloth, stating, "A heartless person shall perish, yet heartless vegetables may thrive." Poison Ivy is no longer human. Even stripped of the heart of the forest's power, the transformation into a being of pure plant life was irrevocable. Poison Ivy had become a vegetative state, devoid of any vital weaknesses, with only varying rates of regeneration across her body. Upon closer inspection, Gordon observed that the hollow cavity of Poison Ivy's left breast was gradually healing. Even without a heart, one can still survive. Indeed, these supervillains are nothing short of monsters. Gordon ordered for Poison Ivy to be restrained and fitted with a confinement device. He glanced at Qin Su, who was donning his police uniform once more, pondering that this one was the greater aberration. Gordon had brought Qin Su back home, and their initial plan to strike decisively was now postponed. The result of two significant events intertwining. Juggling both crises had drained their energies. In a subterranean structure beneath Indian Hill, the Roman Falcone was listening to reports from his subordinates alongside his partner. Batman had walked into a trap. He inhaled the enhanced fear toxin, and despite possessing the strongest willpower, his human body would soon succumb to the masked menace. Falcone observed the gasping Batman on the surveillance monitor, a contemptuous smile creeping onto his lips. Gotham was shrouded by the shadow of a mere bat? How far the city had fallen. A potent remedy was necessary. His partner cast a wary glance at the monitor, cautioning against underestimating Batman. Falcone dismissed the concern, asserting that after tonight, Gotham would no longer have a masked vigilante. The footage showed Batman cornered and desperate. Suddenly, gunfire erupted as the wall was shattered, and the sleek black Batmobile crashed through, diverting the attention of all present. Seizing the moment, two young figures clad in blue and green infiltrated from the opposite side, swiftly neutralizing the heavy firepower threat. As the meticulously crafted trap was dismantled, Falcone displayed no sign of embarrassment. Although Batman had narrowly escaped, their primary objective of diverting him had been achieved. The crucial step was now complete. All that remained was to wait and lie in ambush. Falcone gazed at the colossal figure behind the glass, sharing in the satisfaction of the accomplishment. Indeed, their target had been reached. Chapter 22. The Joker, smiley this evening. Gordon and Qin Su did not return home. Barbara dined alone, as they had ventured to a rather special location. The transport vehicle carried Qin Su and Gordon to the outskirts of Gotham, an area rarely visited. Not only due to its remote location and difficult access, but also because it housed the city's most notorious establishment, Arkham Asylum. Peering through the vehicle's window at the towering walls on either side, the searchlights from the watchtower illuminated their vehicle's roof. Qin Su had gathered information about this building through various channels and had envisioned what it would be like to arrive here. Yet, upon his actual arrival, he was still gripped by a bone-chilling cold. Gordon patted the young man's shoulder, acknowledging the feeling of heart palpitations. It's the same sensation I had on my first visit to Arkham. Just relax. The security here appeared even more stringent than that of Blackgate Prison. While Blackgate's defenses stemmed from its isolated island location, Arkham's security was constructed from manpower and wealth. Arkham housed numerous inmates with severe criminal tendencies and mental disorders, with more than half of them being incarcerated due to Batman's actions. They are exceedingly perilous. A portion of them possesses inhuman capabilities akin to those of Poison Ivy, compelling Arkham to fortify its defenses. Gordon escorted Qin Su into the interior, where a corpulent guard approached, eager to engage in a chest bump, seemingly well acquainted with Gordon. Gordon, bringing more people to Arkham again, are we? Gordon felt a sense of resignation towards his old friend's exuberant greeting. Ham, how do you maintain such a positive disposition in this wretched place? Ham chuckled heartily. It is precisely in such locations that one must strive to uphold a good mindset. Otherwise, I would have long since become one of them. He gestured towards the incapacitated Poison Ivy being carried in. Poison Ivy? Batman has certainly dealt a harsh blow this time. No, it wasn't Batman's doing. Hem exclaimed in surprise. Not Batman? Good heavens, have you upgraded to the latest military gear? It was not that Ham held Gotham's police in disdain. As a collective, they faced numerous constraints, while individual supervillains possessed remarkable agility, most having been apprehended by Batman. You know, Ham, this year the precinct's budget has been slashed by another 10%. Where would I find the funds to replace equipment? Gordon's expression bore a bittersweet smile, tinged with pride. The one who captured Poison Ivy is this young officer behind me, Officer Qin Su. Gordon introduced his esteemed junior to his old friend. Officer? Ham was perplexed as to why Gordon emphasized this, and even more so as to why Qin Su, whom Gordon held in high regard, bore the lowest rank. Qin Su appeared vacant, his complexion pale, resembling someone utterly drained. Yes, it was me. The youth lacks vigor. Capturing Poison Ivy is a significant achievement. You should be looking forward to a promotion and a raise, not frowning. Qin Su managed a half-hearted smile that quickly faltered. Mr. Ham, it is best not to smile in this place. Why? As Ham blurted out the question, a cacophony of manic laughter erupted from the depths. Ham sobered. Indeed, you're right. I ought to smile less. After a thorough search, Qin Su was permitted to enter the prisoner's holding area, while Gordon refrained from accompanying him. You will be coming here often, I assure you. Qin Su felt a sense of absurdity. Gordon's words suggested he was not merely the second-generation Gordon, but rather the next Two-Face. The guards wheeled in the bound Poison Ivy, with Qin Su trailing behind, ensuring the guards could not pilfer from him. He harbored distrust for anyone within Arkham, especially those who laughed. Oh, look who it is. The closest inmate jeered. Isn't that Poison Ivy, the one who escaped recently? Indeed. She has been captured by Batman once more. Serves her right. Who asked her to refuse to let us out together? That selfish witch. Some reveled in her misfortune, while others mocked. Poison Ivy is an eco-terrorist. If you were a common weed, maybe she would have taken you with her. Ha ha ha. A little cop has arrived. Should I teach you how to become a big cop? The accompanying medical personnel had long grown accustomed to such occurrences, and Qin Su was certainly unperturbed by these raucous individuals. He regarded those who, despite receiving regular doses of psychiatric medication, still dared to spout their nonsense. Wicked beings. All of them. He pondered the worth of their lives, contemplating how many points it would take to rid the world of them. Those who sought to intimidate Qin Su were taken aback when they realized he was not only unfazed but also gazing at them with an insatiable hunger. One by one, they fell silent, a chill creeping down their spines. Qin Su inquired of the attending physician, "Is it always this lively at Arkham? Doesn't it disturb the other patients' rest?" The female doctor cast him a sidelong glance. "They are not criminals, they are patients. However, it is indeed peculiar. Previously, under the influence of medication, they were quite subdued, yet recently they seem unusually agitated, to the point where our supply of sedatives is running low." Another anomaly? Qin Su surveyed the surroundings, imprinting each face in his mind. The likes of Poison Ivy were confined in deeper, more secure wards, with defenses so stringent that it would be impossible for Qin Su to escape without utilizing his own skills. Additionally, he had left Manaphy outside with Groudon, unwilling to expose her pure heart to the taint of Arkham. As the heavy metal door swung open, upon stepping inside, numerous gazes first flicked to Poison Ivy and then converged upon the unfamiliar visage of Qin Su. The police uniform he wore undeniably attracted animosity. Qin Su slowed his pace, peering into each of the rooms. A foul stench assaulted his senses as he approached a cage housing a crocodile, which was incessantly clawing at the iron bars. The metal was robust, impervious to the creature's attempts to break free. With curiosity etched upon his face, Qin Su leaned closer. "Are you the killer croc? You look rather impressive, though the odor from your mouth is quite strong. Don't they provide you with a toothbrush?" He flashed a row of pearly whites. The killer croc was momentarily taken aback. No one had ever praised his appearance, and he could discern that Qin Su's words were devoid of sarcasm, delivered with genuine astonishment. This left him feeling rather uncomfortable. After a brief display of his menacing demeanor, the killer croc turned away, retreating to a corner, reminiscing about his days performing in a circus. The female doctor was astonished. "How did you manage to calm this beast?" "The sedatives have had little effect on him." Qin Su merely covered his mouth, muttering to himself, "Lately, I've been overusing the sedatives from Lake Toya. The side effects are rather severe." The atmosphere had taken a peculiar turn. He was supposed to be the serious type, after all. "Officer Qin Su?" "Oh, simply engage him in conversation. That should suffice. If we could improve the conditions of his cell, it would be even better. Perhaps send in a suitable toothbrush for him." Qin Su found it hard to contain himself. Or perhaps he was simply inclined to be this way. A low, gruff voice emanated from the crocodile's mouth as he gripped the bars, staring intently at the female doctor. "I do not desire a toothbrush. I yearn for a larger bed, for I cannot rest upon a bed of ordinary size." Observing Killer Croc's intense reaction, the female doctor thoughtfully considered Qin Su's proposal, deeming it feasible. Medications have never been the primary method for treating mental illnesses. Rather, they serve as auxiliary measures. Enhancing the living environment of patients can facilitate relaxation and foster a closer rapport between doctor and patient. Treating everyone equally is not always the most prudent approach, particularly in cases like Killer Croc, who possesses unique physiological needs and warrants special consideration. It has been decided, we shall use Killer Croc as a pilot case. I will instruct the director to procure a customized set of toiletries for him, thus alleviating the burden of his halitosis, a notion that would surely garner unanimous agreement. What? There exists a precedent for sharpening a toothbrush into a weapon? Just look at Killer Croc's physique. Does he truly require a weapon? Even a sharpened toothbrush would serve merely to dislodge food from his teeth. Many items considered contraband for ordinary inmates are, in truth, inconsequential to these supervillains, particularly regarding escape attempts, as Arkham is invariably breached during major incidents. As Qin Su continued onward, he unexpectedly encountered a most astonishing figure, himself. Another Qin Su, clad in a straitjacket and bound to the wall, regarded him with a gaze filled with pity. "You are the one imprisoned. How tragic." Although it was he who was restrained within the confines of the room, he claimed Qin Su was the one confined. Gazing upon this doppelganger, Qin Su was reminded of a character from Gotham, Mudface. "It is rumored you can transform into anyone, even at the genetic level. If you can become a woman, does that mean you could also conceive?" Upon uttering this remark, the female doctor's expression shifted from friendliness to disdain, while Mudface's countenance twisted in fury. Mudface Carlo seethed, "You dare to insult me. I shall remember you, little officer. When I escape from here, anyone beside you could be my transformed self. I will torment you until you wish for death. Can you become Angelina Jolie? I assure you, I would be utterly unprepared. Originally, Mudface had intended to adopt Qin Su's appearance to unsettle him, yet found himself spiraling into despair instead. At this juncture, the female doctor regarded Qin Su with a look of utter contempt. Unable to fathom why the honorable and selfless Commissioner Gordon would permit such scum to wander freely within Arkham. Perhaps he sought to grant him an early tour of the future ward? It became clear to her why he suggested improving the patient's living conditions. Everything suddenly made sense. Unbeknownst to Qin Su, the doctor's musings were misplaced. He had intentionally provoked Mudface, confident in his ability to best him, in stark contrast to his uncertainty regarding Killer Croc. Now, let us proceed. Place him inside. The cell that had previously housed Poison Ivy had been shattered by rampant vegetation, and the current room lay vacant. The medical staff unveiled the white cloth covering Poison Ivy, revealing her verdant form, for she was not one to don much clothing. In this manner, the wound on Poison Ivy's heart lay bare before all eyes, and the mud-faced man gaped, his jaw quivering incessantly. Good heavens! It appeared that Poison Ivy's heart had been extinguished. Batman had committed murder, letting out a scream akin to that of a woman. The mud-faced man seemed to witness the apocalypse, struggling relentlessly within his confines. What? Batman is killed? That man has the audacity to take a life? In that moment, the name of Batman reverberated through every ward, as they all found themselves shrouded in the shadow of the bat. Until that individual spoke. Carlo, do not disseminate absurd conclusions derived from your polished intellect as rumors. A pallid visage emerged under the light, fixating intently on Poison Ivy. What is Poison Ivy to him? Only I can compel him to breach his principles. You lot are inconsequential. The Joker's gaze upon Poison Ivy was obstructed as Qin Su approached him. Bound to the electric chair, the Joker was separated from Qin Su by nothing more than a railing. Leaning forward, driven by an inexplicable impulse, Qin Su did what he had long desired, yet feared to execute. Chapter 23. Everyone's favorite. The Joker stared intently at Qin Su, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems you wish for my demise. The Joker did not take offense at Qin Su's provocation. Instead, he found it amusing, recognizing Qin Su's deliberate attempt to incite hatred, seeking an opportunity to eliminate him. I have few friends, yet many who desire my death. However, very few dare to act upon it. But you, little officer, possess the audacity. When it comes to intellect, the Joker might not rank highly, but in understanding human nature, he undoubtedly stands among the top 3. This is what makes the Joker so formidable, and the reason he remains Batman's lifelong adversary. He clearly perceives Qin Su's intentions. Covering his indiscreet mouth, Qin Su examined himself, bewildered. What is happening? Has Wonder Woman ensnared me with her lasso of truth? Words tumbled from his lips uncontrollably. The Joker continued his soliloquy. The people here wish to kill me, but they lack the courage, not out of fear of me, but of the little bat. They dare not interfere in the game between him and me. And you are not afraid of him, are you? The Joker appeared remarkably lucid, not at all resembling a madman. Yet, such rational discourse from his lips only intensified the contrast. Batman would never resort to murder. You must be the one who has reduced Poison Ivy to this state. Thus, it seems you are either an extraordinary being or possess alien technology. That watch. Well then, Qin Su retracted the Joker's misguided assessment. While he may not rank highly, he was undoubtedly superior. As the Joker seemed poised to unveil every detail about his underwear, Qin Su hastily interjected, I am a righteous officer. How could I engage in indiscriminate killing? I merely made a jest. Qin Su looked around, feigning an expression of being slandered, as the gaze of others towards him transformed entirely, particularly that of the mud-faced individual, who now regarded Qin Su with utmost vigilance. According to the clown's assertion, he was undoubtedly one of the targets. A sinister grin spread across the clown's face, an expression that imbued Qin Su with a sense of reassurance. Finally, things seemed to normalize. It appeared that when I venture out in the near future, I must exercise caution to avoid providing you with an excuse to eliminate me. Wait, venture out in the near future? Just as Qin Su was about to inquire further, the gate of the ward abruptly descended, and the clown's gleeful laughter gradually faded into the encroaching darkness. Turning to face the female doctor who had closed the door, Qin Su noted her hands on her hips, glaring at him disapprovingly. Do not speak to my patients indiscriminately. Is it wrong to engage with a madman? Qin Su remained unperturbed by the reprimand. After all, the individual was already mad. Why provoke them further? The female doctor spat at Qin Su, activating the control system to lock the Poison Ivy's ward. Are you Lu Haiju? Qin Su longed to retort, but refrained. You are the clown's attending physician? After that incident, they still dared to assign a woman to treat the clown, unafraid of creating another Harley Quinn? Do you realize that with just that statement, I could accuse you of gender discrimination, young man? The female doctor tucked her blue hair behind her ear, her fingers incessantly tapping on the screen. Arkham's electronic system was designed with intricate complexity. Both admitting and releasing patients proved to be a cumbersome task, with each step deemed essential. This method effectively delayed a patient's escape, granting Batman and the Gotham police precious time. The most foolproof theft prevention strategy is to guard the owner along with everything else. For to guard everything is to guard nothing. It was precisely because of Harley Quinn's emergence that the clown's hypnotic methods had been mythologized, and now every psychologist kept their distance from him. Yet here I am, this woman standing firm. After the other medical staff secured Poison Ivy, they swiftly exited, eager to avoid lingering for even a moment longer, while the two guards stationed outside steered clear of the notorious supervillain within. Only Qin Su and the female doctor remained in the specialized ward area. Qin Su, curious, asked, "Aren't you afraid of becoming like Harley Quinn?" The female doctor hummed a seemingly familiar tune, turning with a smile. "I will absolutely not be corrupted by the clown." Qin Su could only ponder the source of her confidence, offering a silent 3-second tribute in his mind. The female doctor rolled her eyes dramatically, still humming the tune, and fortunately did not instinctively stick out her tongue. "All right, let us not beat around the bush. I know what you want. You wish to cultivate a good rapport with me, so you can request a private chat with Poison Ivy, correct?" Qin Su smiled sheepishly. "Is that permissible?" The female doctor replied curtly, "Next time you have such a request, just be straightforward. Batman goes through a routine interrogation every time he brings someone in. I've grown accustomed to his brusque methods." Although unaware of who Arkham's major stakeholders were, it was certain that Bruce Wayne was among the financiers. As Batman's unrestricted access to Arkham, treating it as his personal restroom, was hardly a novel occurrence. "I will convey the inquiry to the guard. As I have reached the final step of the process, once I ask my questions and press this button, the ward's gate will close." The female doctor, taking dainty steps towards the door, playfully patted Qin Su on the backside as she passed him, leaving a fragrant trace behind. She departed without Qin Su even knowing her name. Gotham is indeed unrestrained. No wonder the young master can combat crime with such ease. Qin Su held little regard for ordinary individuals. After all, he was a traveler from another world. His future partner should at least be a Kryptonian. For how else could he justify his extraordinary abilities? "Poison Ivy, I have spared your life not to serve as my matchmaker." After securing the gates of the other wards, Qin Su approached the lifeless form of Poison Ivy. Upon seeing her alluring physique, an instinctive urge stirred within him. Yet, he remained steadfast. "Hurry and disperse the powder. Are you not afraid I might take advantage of you in your vulnerable state?" Suddenly, Poison Ivy opened her eyes, gazing at Qin Su with a seductive look. In Eastern tales, a life saved is often repaid with one's body, is it not? Qin Su chuckled in irritation. "So, you resort to releasing your powder to entice the doctor, generously sacrificing another's well-being? I cannot bear children, nor do I desire to send you off. I must seek assistance elsewhere." Poison Ivy retorted defiantly. Realizing that she had likely awakened long ago, Qin Su understood she was now a true vegetable, capable of breathing through her skin, deliberately feigning death to lower her guard and seek an escape. Little did she know, Qin Su had personally delivered her to Arkham. "I have spread most of the powder on you, and yet you can still restrain yourself. Are you truly normal?" A guard at the door glanced over, casually discussing the evening's news. "Did you hear? The Black Mask Club was blown up by Batman. We might even see Black Mask tonight." "I would prefer not to have such events tonight." The two had been in Arkham long enough to have witnessed countless scenes. Batman's interrogation methods were far more intense than this. "Do not distract me. Tell me what you know." In the process of merging with the essence of all things green, what did you perceive? Poison Ivy suppressed her anguish, glaring at this impenetrable individual. "Humph, you felt it too, did you not? However, you certainly did not see clearly. Even if you confine me to Arkham, it will not alter Gotham's fate of destruction." Qin Su propped his chin on his hand. "Gotham's destruction? Could it be related to Pokemon? I wonder if that individual is involved." With a suspicion forming in his mind, Qin Su drew forth the lake tea, causing Poison Ivy to spit out a mouthful of vegetable juice in pain. "Poison Ivy, let us strike a bargain." He conjured a vial of potion from thin air. Name: good healing potion. Type: medicine. Quality: special effect, healing. Description: a spray-type healing potion that restores 60 points upon use. Please refrain from using it in combat, unless you wish to spray as much as you can vomit. The last 5 words were emphasized in bold. This is an item obtained by Qin Su using his last opportunity to draw from the Pokemon world, a bottle of fine healing medicine. "I shall heal your wounds. And in return, you will divulge everything you know." The poison ivy can heal herself, but this self-healing requires nutrients, all of which have been drained by Qin Su. Although the exact extent of her vitality remains uncertain, after the application of the healing medicine, the wound on her chest swiftly mended. Qin Su turned his face aside, avoiding direct gaze, for the verdant ivy upon poison ivy had yet to regrow. Poison ivy regarded the officer, who was quick to draw his weapon, realizing that he could have easily ended her life, but instead chose to heal her without hesitation. Such a Na'vi young man, who negotiates terms after fulfilling an obligation. A sudden pang gripped her heart as she noticed the Lake Toya, still clutched in Qin Su's hand. Their existence was under threat. Qin Su, if you cannot stop them, Gotham and the world shall face annihilation. This holds true in Arkham and beyond. Poison Ivy's gaze was filled with sorrow. She could communicate with plants. And during her absence from Arkham, all flora conveyed the same emotion, fear. It drove her to the brink of madness. Manaphy, that child is the key. Only the confluence of oceanic and botanical powers can withstand the impending catastrophe. Visions of verdant life flashed before her, revealing a Gotham, an Arkham, where nothing remained. A crimson figure standing amidst the ruins, flanked by 3 dim lights. Merely recalling this scene sent fragmented whispers echoing through her mind, causing her body to tremble violently, her eyes rolling back. The chime of a soothing bell rang out, dispelling the whisper's influence, as Poison Ivy gasped for breath. Thank you for the information, Qin Su said, fastening the calming bell to the ivy on her left arm. Consider this small bell a gift. May it soothe the anger and hatred within you. Humanity's relationship with plants is not solely one of persecution. In the East, many are engaged in afforestation. Hearing is one thing. You must seek understanding for yourself. With that, the gate closed, and Qin Su departed Arkham. Listening to his receding footsteps, Poison Ivy controlled her vines to bring the bell before her, murmuring, "You've taken my heart. Such a trifle cannot suffice." She pressed her hand against her left chest, feeling the emptiness within. "May I ask for your opinions? Do you all fancy minotaurs?" This chapter surprisingly went unscathed. Shall we attempt a double update tomorrow? I hope to achieve this. If anyone is capable, please help promote the book. I beseech you. This chapter concludes. Chapter 24. Barry, let us catch the Flash together. How does it feel? Gordon, having caught up with an old friend, held a half-full can of beer. Not so great. Those scoundrels inside deserve to be executed 100 times over, yet a mere mental certificate granted them immunity from the death penalty. Qin Su reached out to snatch the beer can from Gordon's hands, but Gordon deftly evaded him. If you wish to avoid returning home to Barbara's wrath upon detecting the scent of alcohol, you ought to hand the beer over to me. Gordon smacked his lips, reluctantly surrendering the beer to Qin Su, lamenting, all right. It seems I am now under the watchful eyes of my family at home, and now outside as well. Oh dear. Without hesitation, Qin Su poured the beer out. I managed to extract some information from Ivy regarding this incident. She is indeed open to persuasion. This time, the esteemed Poison Ivy did not offer another chance to be rewarded, but merely granted a basic reward of 50 points, subtly affirming her goodwill towards Manaphy. Gordon nodded in agreement, stating, Poison Ivy is not inherently malevolent. She merely possesses an overly extreme disposition. Should she amend this flaw, she would prove to be an invaluable ally. It is reassuring to hear you acknowledge this, Director. Please wait a moment. Qin Su hurried back, and Gordon observed him conversing with Ham. The gate to Poison Ivy's room creaked open once more, the bright lights causing her to frown slightly. 2 guards entered, transporting a potted aloe vera and a sunflower, setting them down before swiftly departing. What is the meaning of this? Poison Ivy questioned, perplexed. To provide her with plants was tantamount to granting her a key. Surely, the personnel at Arkham could not be so benevolent, leading her to suspect ulterior motives. One guard slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I almost forgot to mention this. Before entering the vehicle, Qin Su shook himself thoroughly, discovering a sunflower seed and a small tracking device. Functionally, these 2 items could be considered equivalent. I suggested to Ham that we place some potted plants in Poison Ivy's room. It may help mitigate her resistance towards the doctors. Naturally, there were conditions attached to this gesture. Should Poison Ivy attempt to use the plants for an escape, she would forfeit this privilege henceforth. Gordon deemed Qin Su's actions to be reckless. Poison Ivy possesses the ability to activate and control plants. Are you not facilitating her escape? In comparison to this special treatment, what could she not acquire once free? Ham would certainly not acquiesce to such a proposal. Qin Su waved his hand dismissively. Yet the fact remains that he has agreed, and as long as Poison Ivy is not foolish, she would undoubtedly accept this offer. After contemplating the guard's words, Poison Ivy decisively acquiesced, albeit with an additional condition of her own. The last time I was out, I noticed you had some potted plants in your office. Those poor little things, you clearly do not know how to care for them. Hand them over to me as well. Poison Ivy was no fool. She could foresee what Qin Su had envisioned. She calculated her time spent at Arkham in relation to her freedom post-debut, finding it nearly a 50-50 split. Incarceration had become the most enduring aspect of her existence. Even if she were to escape using the plants, she would inevitably find herself back in confinement within a week, rendering the experience of prison life significantly more prolonged. Thus, the prospect of having a few companions to converse with was undoubtedly advantageous for Poison Ivy. Unless Poison Ivy possesses the confidence to emerge without the fear of being recaptured by Batman, an ability she evidently lacks. Especially now that I am here. Qin Su turned his gaze towards the receding silhouette of Arkham. The building's lights, shrouded in mist, revealed a visage reminiscent of a demon. Moreover, this serves as a precaution, Qin Su murmured in a tone only he could perceive. Tucking the tracker and sunflower seeds into his pocket, his eyes fell upon Manaphy, who had endured quite a tumultuous day and was now nestled against Qin Su's chest, fast asleep, drooling and dampening his uniform. The Prince of the Ocean. Manaphy. If that legendary Pokémon truly aligns with Qin Su's conjectures, then Manaphy cannot be relied upon as a decisive advantage. Furthermore, judging by the information provided by Poison Ivy, the mastermind behind it all likely possesses formidable influence. The crimson figure that instills trepidation in all things green. Qin Su cradled his head in contemplation. When it came to that red silhouette, only one individual came to mind. Upon returning to his room, Qin Su dialed a number. Hello, this is Barry Allen. May I inquire who I am speaking with? After merely 3 days, I refuse to believe you've forgotten my phone number. Barry, the official forensic examiner. Qin Su elongated the final syllable. Barry set down the chocolate bar in his hand, wiping his mouth. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, as you taught me. He teased. You're doing well, darting off to Gotham and leaving me here with Uncle S' incessant ramblings. For 3 days. I thought you had perished in the line of duty. Qin Su was unfazed by his banter. If Barry genuinely believed he was in peril, he could reach Gotham within 30 seconds. Barry had undoubtedly confirmed Qin Su's safety through some channel. These past few days in Gotham have been quite eventful. I shall recount them to you when time permits. I primarily sought you out to inquire about certain matters. I knew it, Barry said, licking his fingers clean at super speed and speaking in his clumsy Mandarin. No one visits the Temple of the Three Treasures without a reason. Qin Su felt a wave of frustration. Ever since they began hanging out, Barry had taken to flaunting his imperfect Mandarin. Regarding that scoundrel, the Flash, have you uncovered his true identity? Qin Su asked, veiling his words with innuendo. Ahem, Qin Su, I think there is a misunderstanding between you and the Flash. Barry spluttered. He merely has more fans than you, runs faster, is kinder than you, and has inadvertently stolen a few of your opportunities to do good. There is no need to pursue him relentlessly. Upon hearing this, Qin Su clenched his fists. He knew Barry was deliberately provoking him. That is a personal vendetta. I shall undoubtedly apprehend him. Has he exhibited any unusual behavior lately? Anything that deviates from his norm? Barry reflected on his recent experiences over the past 3 days, rescuing people from fires, eating hot dogs, battling thugs, eating hot dogs, and going on dates with Iris, followed by eating hot dogs. Nothing abnormal. With this, Qin Su felt a sense of relief and urged Barry to keep a close watch on the Flash. When I return to Central City, I will need your assistance in solving the case. Barry. Together, we shall capture the Flash. Barry stammered, reluctantly acquiescing to Qin Su's insistence. After hanging up the phone, Qin Su abruptly turned around, yet he did not see the figure he had anticipated amidst the flickering lights. Batman had not come to inquire about him. Perhaps he was preoccupied with reprimanding Damian or simply deemed it unnecessary to appear. Qin Su had managed to uncover the small devices that Poison Ivy and Damian had placed on him, but Batman's device remained elusive. He gazed out at the full moon. It was the 15th day of the month. You must have overheard my conversation with Poison Ivy, Batman. Chapter 25. Tonight's Gotham is on Wayne's tab. Having expelled the effects of the fear toxin from his system, Batman reviewed the entire process of Qin Su detaining Poison Ivy, including their private conversation. However, he did not immediately seek out Qin Su. Instead, he contacted his allies. Arthur, there has been an incident involving the Atlantean trench dwellers in Gotham. Can you provide me with an explanation? Batman sat in the Batcave, utilizing the watchtower to communicate with Aquaman. Batman. Gotham. Trench dwellers? Arthur found it difficult to fathom how these elements intertwined. I once repelled a group of trench dwellers long ago, but my knowledge of them is limited. I only know they are extremely bloodthirsty, consuming nearly any flesh they encounter. To hear they have attacked someone in Gotham is indeed peculiar. Arthur noted that the creatures had been unusually quiet lately. Wherever the trench dwellers roamed, chaos usually ensued, and the sea could not be so tranquil. This implies someone is restraining them, Batman observed, narrowing his eyes. The trench dwellers were likely targeting Mara, and according to Poison Ivy's insights from the Green, Gotham was destined to become a wasteland, with Mara being crucial to averting the impending disaster. In contrast to the ocean, the land came to mind, and Batman recalled the recent spate of minor earthquakes in Gotham. Arthur pondered, "Are you suggesting that the trench dwellers are being manipulated by someone? That seems implausible. They are notoriously volatile, and even I cannot communicate with them. Perhaps I should consult Vico. He is my mentor and possesses extensive knowledge of Atlantis." Delegating the matter of the trench dwellers to Arthur, Batman swiftly began to change into his alter ego, Bruce Wayne. "Computer, mark all major shelters in Gotham that can withstand a magnitude 7 earthquake and a tsunami." The computer screen promptly highlighted 3 locations. "Excellent, Alfred. From this moment on, transport enough supplies for 10 million people to sustain them for 2 weeks to these 3 shelters." Alfred assisted Bruce in adjusting his attire and politely replied, "I fear Gotham does not possess such inventory. Then procure it from other cities. Buy as much as possible. Additionally, prepare a video for me to send to Gotham Television." After the video was filmed, Alfred hesitated slightly, saying, "Master Bruce, is it not rather hasty to release such information without decisive evidence? Even the long-established Wayne family would suffer greatly if this judgment proves erroneous." Yet Bruce merely pressed the send button. "If my judgment is erroneous, I would be exceedingly delighted." The following morning, as Qin Su rose early to partake in breakfast, she beheld the visage of Bruce Wayne on the television news. According to predictions from Lucius Fox, the chief scientist of Wayne Enterprises, Gotham is poised to experience a seismic event exceeding magnitude 7 within 3 days, with a potential tsunami threatening the northeastern coastline. In the interest of public safety, Wayne Enterprises urges all citizens to relocate to designated shelters within Gotham over the next 2 days, with emergency evacuation routes currently being planned. Now, let us welcome Bruce Wayne, a director of Wayne Enterprises. "Mr. Wayne, can you assure us of the accuracy of Mr. Fox's predictions? After all, working within the shelters will be impossible, and should the earthquake not occur, who will bear the economic repercussions of such a series of consequences?" The scene shifted, with Bruce's face dominating the screen. "There are ample supplies within the shelters, and all expenses during this period will be fully covered by Wayne Enterprises." With this single statement, the sheer opulence emanated from the television, leaving Qin Su in stunned disbelief as she gulped down a glass of milk to steady her nerves. Truly, he is Batman, swiftly discerning the potential calamity stemming from the legendary Pokémon, and decisively formulating a response. Indeed, Bruce's financial prowess is unparalleled. What are we lingering for? Gordon, his face etched with worry, had already witnessed this news cycle repeated on the television multiple times. "Come with me to the precinct. I must allocate police forces to the 3 major shelters and ensure order during the evacuation." Qin Su had never anticipated that a single utterance from Batman would usher her into 72 hours of relentless overtime. As the news disseminated through various media outlets, Wayne Enterprises' prediction regarding the earthquake spread throughout Gotham on that very day, leaving many in a state of skepticism. Wayne Enterprises granted all its employees a 3-day leave. Given its substantial presence in Gotham, over 1 million people began seeking refuge, influenced by the herd mentality, especially with the recent surge in earthquake reports prompting more individuals to join the evacuation. On the rooftop of Gotham Police Headquarters, Gordon stood beneath the spotlight, a beam of light piercing the sky to project the bat symbol onto the somber clouds. A shadow emerged behind him. The Dark Knight had returned in broad daylight. Batman understood Gordon's summons. "During this period, I will collaborate with Robin to ensure the smooth operation of the shelters. They will be your responsibility." With no outsiders present, Gordon finally allowed his frustrations to surface, that spoiled scion of the Wayne family. Does he not realize that his flippant remark has plunged all of Gotham into chaos? Infuriating. Evacuating and seeking refuge cannot simply be resolved with wealth. To persuade people to leave their homes voluntarily, their safety must be assured. Thus, the first 6 hours of the evacuation are crucial. It is imperative that Gotham's citizens see their possessions adequately safeguarded. Otherwise, neither Bruce nor even Batman will be able to compel them to depart. Amidst the vast exodus of people, those nefarious individuals lurking in the shadows would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to create chaos, and Gordon could almost foresee the pandemonium that would engulf Gotham. The Gotham Police Department was poised to face its most formidable challenge since its inception. Lighting a cigarette for himself, Gordon turned his head and was taken aback. For Batman had not vanished without a word this time. Having listened to Gordon-esque grievances, Batman understood that his ally bore no ill will. The pressure on the police department from this evacuation effort was indeed overwhelming, and this time, he found himself unable to assist. He tossed a bat-shaped communicator to Gordon, instructing him to deliver it to Qin Su and ensure that communication remained uninterrupted, assuring him that he would reach out. With that, he donned his cape and leapt into the air, gliding down to the Batmobile below. Gordon took one last bitter drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it beneath his foot. Though he felt the weight of age, this city still had need of him. As Batman navigated the Batmobile at breakneck speed towards Indian Hill, he activated the onboard communication system, connecting to the Bat Network. Batman online. Robin online. Nightwing online. Oracle online. The communicator scanned Qin Su's iris, and a notification chimed in. Police online. The dual updates felt a bit disjointed. He needed to reacquaint himself with the rhythm. Furthermore, he sought continued readership and recommendations. As the climax of the first volume was approaching, and he pondered whether he could execute it well, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. This chapter concluded. Chapter 26. The adorable sheep brew. The evacuation efforts should not be led by individuals or corporations, but should be orchestrated by the government. Qin Su stood on the street, where hundreds of Gotham's citizens carried their belongings, moving at a snail's pace along the thoroughfare. At the end of the crowd lay a bus terminal, where double-decker buses were transporting people to safety. Yet, I must concede that in this nation, which champions liberty and democracy, the government's command capabilities fall short compared to the efficiency of capital. Moreover, the Wayne Group had excelled in their efforts. The evacuation batches were organized by neighborhood, and the optimal routes calculated by the Bat computer were indeed flawless, allowing ample time for the process. However, many situations cannot be anticipated by a computer. Although Batman had considered them, he too found himself unable to avert the impending crisis. Crime, a term all too familiar in Gotham, surged by 500 within 2 hours of the evacuation notice being issued. As people left their homes, it was impossible for them to take all their possessions. Aside from securing and waterproofing what they could, many items were left behind. This provided an opportunity for the unscrupulous. Give me your money. No, I beg you. That is all our savings. The man trembled, excitedly gripping the throat of an 8-year-old child. I said, give me your money. Pain radiated from his throat throughout his entire body. The boy remained as still as a quail. He recalled his father's words when encountering malevolent individuals outside. Do not resist fiercely, for they often lack reason, and blind struggles will only yield contrary results. Mom, it hurts, the boy gasped, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Upon witnessing her child's agony, the mother hesitated for a brief moment, placing the cash she held onto the ground. Please do not harm my child. This is all the money I have, it is yours. As the greenbacks lay glistening on the ground, the man could no longer contain his excitement. His unfocused eyes widened, and he pushed the boy aside, turning to lunge at the mother who was placing the cash. Stay away from my money, he shouted, his voice raw and strained. Yet the more he tried to move towards her, the greater the distance grew. Mana, the villain flies away. Gentle streams of water bound the man like ropes, and Manaphy flicked its antennae, propelling him skyward. The boy fell to the ground but felt no pain, as a stream of water shielded him from harm. He gazed in awe at the ethereal sprite until his mother enveloped him in her arms. Oh, God bless you, you're safe. The boy shook his head resolutely. No, Mom, it was that sprite. She protected me. The mother looked up to see Manaphy winking at them before soaring into the heavens. The man who had been flung away rolled on the ground, his right leg grotesquely twisted. Qin Su, clutching handcuffs, stepped on the man's broken leg, declaring, do not move. You are under arrest. The man screamed as though he were a slaughtered pig, and when Qin Su cuffed him, she noticed the myriad of needle marks on his arm. Shifting her weight forward slightly, Qin Su stuffed the man into an overcrowded police car and slammed the door shut with her foot. Manaphy expertly shrank down, settling on her shoulder, awaiting praise. Qin Su affectionately patted her head. Well done, that was clean and swift, but you were too close to the criminal. If he were in a clearer state of mind, he could have slashed you with a knife from that distance. Next time, use a water gun to incapacitate him directly. Taking advantage of the surge in criminal activity in Gotham, Qin Su was instructing Manaphy on combat. Considering the fate that lay ahead for Manaphy, she felt compelled to do so. Mastery of techniques should not be confined to their superficial execution. Manaphy, you can directly manipulate water. The water gun, the whirlpool, are merely more convenient forms for you to express your power. Rather than a trainer communicating with their Pokémon, it resembled Pokémon sharing techniques among themselves. As the sole police Pokémon, Qin Su imparted her insights on learning techniques to Manaphy. The initial movements of the sword's dance had been simplified through practice. Now, with a mere flourish of her sword, she could perform an entire sword's dance, significantly reducing the chances of error during combat. The Bat communication device's indicator light flickered to life. Oracle report. Police, 500 meters ahead. Turn left at the next 2 streets. A bank robbery has occurred. Number of robbers unknown, armed with heavy firepower. Copy that, the police responded. Qin Su gazed intently at the severely overloaded police car, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He now understood why both Dick and Batman favored equipping their vehicles with autonomous driving features. Suddenly, a black truck careened through the bank's entrance, its cargo doors flung open. A group of masked bandits, donned in raven masks, leapt out. The first among them unleashed a hail of gunfire towards the outside, shattering the remaining glass. Outside, no police were present. It was merely a warning to their equally nefarious counterparts. Faint-hearted fools, stay back. This bank belongs to us. The Ravens, fully aware of Gotham's dire state, exhibited no fear, casually approaching the bank manager. You just bent down to discreetly press the alarm button, didn't you? The bank manager, drenched in sweat, was taken aback that his small act had been noticed, and he resigned himself to waiting for death with closed eyes. Yet, the anticipated gunfire never came. Hey, boss, look at his expression of defiance. Does he believe he has performed some heroic deed? One of the Ravens mocked. A man in a gas mask settled onto a sofa in the bank's lobby, his slender needle piercing the upholstery. Who are you? The bank manager cracked open an eye, witnessing the falling yellowish straw, and was instantly filled with dread. The Scarecrow. In that moment, he felt as though he had encountered something far more terrifying than any calamity, scrambling towards the vault in a desperate bid for safety. Scarecrow, Jonathan Crane, regarded the fleeing manager with disdain. The fear of the feeble and fragile is insipid. To truly savor the richest fear, one must seek out the resolute. For instance, Batman, though, at present, this old adversary is likely preoccupied with the surge of violent crime on the streets. Street-level robberies posed a significant risk of casualties, while bank heists did not. For the robbers, swift resolution was paramount. Scarecrow understood Batman. Compared to the million-dollar loss of the bank, Batman placed far greater value on a single life. The Ravens observed news reports on public television. We owe a debt of gratitude to Bruce Wayne. All the Gotham police have been dispatched to maintain public order. Without the pressure of law enforcement, we can leisurely empty the entire vault. Scarecrow cast a cold glance at his subordinates. Hurry up. I am eager to join this revelry. Scarecrow relished instilling terror. The recent shelter initiative led by Wayne Enterprises provided him with a perfect opportunity. By introducing a high concentration of fear toxin into the shelter's ventilation system, he could transform into Gotham's true nightmare. Yes, the Ravens quickened their pace, tossing bags of cash into their vehicle, leaving a trail of scattered bills in their wake, none paying heed. A single $100 bill fluttered to the ground, rising and falling as if possessed by life, inching closer to the Raven guarding the hostages. With a rapid series of strikes, 2 were incapacitated by the blade, while 2 others were swiftly dispatched at a distance, reducing the number of Ravens by 4 in an instant. Upon hearing the gunfire from the police weapon, the Scarecrow immediately collapsed onto the sofa, narrowly evading the lethal bullets. Separating the hostages from the Crow thieves, Qin Su revealed his presence. The Scarecrow should not have moved recklessly. Chapter completed. Chapter 27. Correct answers earn rewards. Incorrect ones face punishments. The Oracle, devised by Barbara based on the Bat Network, was responsible for locating the crime scene and dispatching information to the nearest heroes, thus enabling the most efficient strike against crime. Prior to this, Qin Su had thwarted several heinous crimes, primarily involving addicts and petty thugs, who believed that Gotham's police were overwhelmed and could pose no significant threat to him. The Scarecrow was the first supervillain Qin Su encountered that day. Even with a guaranteed advantage, Qin Su remained prudent, carefully observing to confirm the number and positioning of the robbers and hostages, as well as the route the Crows took while transporting the cash. Utilizing Manaphy's water-based cloaking ability, he swiftly incapacitated the nearest Crow thief by the hostages. Often, powerful superheroes confront a dilemma: the presence of hostages in the hands of villains. Qin Su opted not to seize the leader first, in order to avoid falling into a similar moral quandary. Manaphy, maintain invisibility and protect the civilians behind me. Keep them at a distance. The transparent stream of water pushed the bank manager beneath the desk, while a blue water wall formed in front of them, leaving Qin Su outside the barrier. Mana, leave it to me. The Scarecrow, witnessing one of his fallen subordinates with a mangled right eye socket, realized that the penetrating bullet had instantaneously obliterated his brain. When had Gotham acquired such a marksman? especially a police officer. The Scarecrow felt a mixture of shock and rage, narrowly escaping a fatal shot. He prided himself on being a terrifying artist. Unlike Penguin or Black Mask, who operated as crime bosses, the Scarecrow resembled a small business owner, lacking an extensive intelligence network and thus remained oblivious to Qin Su's previous exploits. His henchmen were frequently replaced, drawn in by monetary allure, which was also the reason for the Scarecrow's bank heist. His funds had dwindled. However, he was adept at instilling fear to control his followers, forcing them to inhale fear gas, which instilled in them an extreme terror, compelling them to wear crow masks and obey his every command. Without needing the Scarecrow's directive, the crows brandished submachine guns and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Qin Su. Such a dense hail of bullets required no aim. Qin Su had no intention of enduring the onslaught of firearms, having already devised a counter-strategy prior to his entrance. Drawing forth a prepared pokeball, Qin Su waved it like Lake Toya, targeting a vulnerable point in the barrage for a home run. The pokeball opened midair, casting a radiant beam that connected to Qin Su, causing his body to automatically shrink, weaving through the hail of bullets until he vanished into the pokeball. The policeman has disappeared. Something is coming. The crow thieves, confused by the sudden turn of events, instinctively aimed at the red and white sphere. But before they could adjust their aim, the pokeball opened once more. Amidst the flickering crimson light, Qin Su wielded a Glock in his left hand and a Toyama Lake in his right, as if a divine weapon had descended. Within 7 paces, his blade struck swiftly, severing a man's leg. Beyond 7 paces, his gun fired with remarkable speed, emptying the remaining bullets from the magazine. With the seamless combination of blade and firearm, I moved with unparalleled swiftness. By the time Qin Su touched the ground, there was not a single adversary left standing. Casually discarding his empty firearm, he steadied himself against the rolling pokeball, exhaling a breath of relief. Success. The ultra-short-range teleportation tactic constructed around the pokeball, within a designated radius. Pokemon could be transported into the pokeball, and it was this very principle that guided Qin Su's strategy. Regrettably, this tactic had limitations, as forcing a Pokemon to break free from the pokeball would cause significant damage, rendering it easily unusable. Yet, Qin Su employed it without hesitation. After all, he lacked a bat belt, and tactical items were in dire shortage. The Scarecrow observed Qin Su's series of maneuvers, watching his subordinates fall like harvested wheat, yet remained unmoved. Each shot was aimed with precision, delivered mercilessly, a stark contrast to Batman's fighting style. His voice was as grating as nails scraping against glass. Qin Su turned towards the sound, only to find a noxious green gas enveloping the hall. The Scarecrow unleashed a torrent of fear-inducing gas from his sprayer, concealing himself within the toxic haze. I wonder if your willpower is as resilient as your formidable skills. I can hardly wait to witness your collapse in fear. He taunted. As Qin Su retreated a few steps, the Scarecrow's deliberate manipulation left him ensnared in the gas. This fear toxin was the Scarecrow's magnum opus, a culmination of his lifelong studies. Inhaling it would cause individuals to confront their deepest fears, and he could exploit this gas to instill terror over previously unfeared phantoms. Qin Su rotated the Toyama Lake, attempting to disperse the gas, but he was no berry. Despite his efforts, the gas remained unmoved, hidden within the noxious cloud. The Scarecrow watched as Qin Su succumbed to its effects, then let out a chilling scream. No, stop. I'm not. The Toyama Lake was hurled away, and it was unclear what illusions plagued his mind, as he repeatedly denied the visions before him. Ha ha ha. Have you lost even the courage to wield your weapon? Your spirit is more fragile than I anticipated. The Scarecrow sneered ominously. This is perfect. I shall inscribe a new terror within your heart, etching an indelible mark upon you. You will become my most loyal and formidable hound. Ha ha. Just as the Scarecrow prepared to manipulate Qin Su's fears through words, Qin Su flailed and shouted, No, I am not a non-legendary. I am not. Non-legendary? What nonsense is this? Black fool. By the time the Scarecrow sensed something amiss, a vine had already coiled around his leg, obstructing the sprayer's outlet. Plants? Poison ivy? The Scarecrow immediately thought of his counterparts. Oof, you guessed wrong. Transforming into the wild demon vine, Qin Su approached the Scarecrow. The answer is indeed the wild demon vine. However, it is understandable that you might misjudge, for I bear a striking resemblance to poison ivy, both draped in verdant hues and impervious to toxins. The green fear gas effectively concealed the transformation's emerald glow. Thus the Scarecrow remained oblivious to Qin Su's metamorphosis. As Qin Su drew nearer, the Scarecrow's breath quickened, rather than severing the vines that ensnared him. He opted to engage in close combat. Brandishing the syringes affixed to his fingers, His gaze was fierce. Do you think I am powerless without my toxins? It is not arrogance that drives the Scarecrow, though he seldom resorts to it. His martial prowess is remarkably high. He has even fused crane and drunken fist styles to create his own brutal dance of violence, augmented by the venom concealed in his limbs, rendering him a formidable opponent. The wild demon vine, deftly evading his strikes, scoffed. You bear the name Jonathan, yet wield fear as your weapon. You revel in tormenting others to the brink of insanity, yet lack the courage to reveal your true self. A coward who hides behind a mask to commit nefarious deeds is even less worthy than the crows. You do not deserve to perish beneath the waters of Lake Toya. Seizing an opportunity, the wild demon vine latched onto the Scarecrow's back, its delicate tendrils slipping through the gaps in his gas mask and face, forcibly removing the mask from his visage. The Scarecrow let out a chilling scream, not from the inhalation of toxins, but from the exposure of his face to the sunlight. This mask was not a stone demon mask, but merely a shroud for a face unfit for the light. Chapter 28. In truth, the protagonist of this volume is the Penguin Man. A hawk soared through the skies, its keen eyes fixated on the terror-stricken gaze of the diminutive man below. The Scarecrow, terrified of revealing his true identity, lunged at the wild demon vine, disregarding the flesh torn by the thorns of the vines, desperate to reclaim his mask. Enough. Qin Su reverted to his original form, lacking the inclination to torment this seemingly pitiable yet utterly detestable individual. Had the Scarecrow possessed any strength left, he would have met a fate akin to that of the crows, yet he was now defenseless, posing no threat to Qin Su. In accordance with the policy of diminishing force, I shall refrain from further violence. Surrender peacefully, Jonathan Crane. Qin Su addressed Jonathan by his name rather than as the Scarecrow, which swiftly extinguished the latter's will to resist. He curled his body, allowing Qin Su to disarm him of his potions and syringes. 2 police cars arrived belatedly, no? Perhaps just in time. Qin Su entrusted Jonathan to his colleagues. All hostages are safe. There are survivors among the downed criminals. Please remain vigilant. My vehicle is 2 streets away, containing 5 criminals. They too shall be turned over to you. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Qin Su delegated the subsequent handling to his colleagues and hastened to the next crime scene. The Gotham police were particularly busy today. A cry of the hawk pierced the sky as Qin Su looked up, spotting a dark figure vanish into the gloom. The Penguin stood atop the highest tier of the Iceberg Lounge, a sanctuary of stillness today, as the impending earthquake rendered revelry a distant thought. Cursed be the Wayne Scion, for he had unwittingly squandered an entire day's earnings. As a dark figure lunged toward him, the Penguin exhaled a plume of smoke, extinguished his cigar, and discarded it into the refuse. He then spritzed an exquisite perfume over his form, mindful that his pet detested the scent of tobacco. A bald eagle descended from its perch above, flapping its wings and emitting a cooing sound, a vocalization reserved for those it held dear. Good lad, you've worked hard. Will you also take your leave? The eagle nodded vigorously, briefly replenishing its moisture, before soaring inland once more. The Penguin watched his companion depart. The bald eagle was neither the first nor the last to abandon him. Animals and birds often possess an instinctive foresight of impending calamities, and had it not been for the Penguin's directive, the eagle would have vacated Gotham 3 days prior. The Penguin had a remarkable ability to tame any avian creature. His fondness for penguins rendered him particularly disdainful of bats, creatures that, though not of the avian realm, could still take flight. He employed these trained birds to gather and relay intelligence, surveilling Gotham and indeed the entirety of America. The eagle had been dispatched to monitor the Scarecrow, and its return indicated that the Scarecrow had been apprehended, with the identity of his captor easily deduced by the Penguin. My remote associate dealt with the Scarecrow with ease. He mused, though it is hardly noteworthy. Cobblepot held the Scarecrow in contempt, viewing Jonathan Crane as a feeble fool unworthy of comparison to himself. Having been bullied and belittled, Crane resorted to donning a mask to rebel, yet without that mask, he lacked the fortitude to face the girl who had spurned him. In terms of criminal history, aside from his invention of fear gas, the Scarecrow was merely a psychologically flawed madman, whose actions were driven not by profit, but by a chaotic mind. Thus, the rational Penguin harbored an aversion for lunatics. Some assert that Gotham belongs to the Bat, others claim it belongs to the Joker, and still, some declare it belongs to him. Such notions are relics of the past. Gotham is presently without a master, and I am certain of one thing. Gotham's future belongs to the Penguin. With a tap of his umbrella upon the floor, he summoned his alluring secretary. Rouse the lethargic souls below. It is time to set them in motion. The Penguin waddled in a manner reminiscent of his namesake, much like the Scarecrow, a moniker birthed from familial disdain. Yet he would bestow upon it an entirely new significance. The Wayne heir's inaugural endeavors were commendable. Now, the Penguin flung open the floor-to-ceiling windows, unfurled his umbrella, and leapt into the abyss. Gotham would henceforth be entrusted to the Cobblepot family. As the Penguin's directives were disseminated, not only the Penguin gang, but the entire Gotham underworld sprang into action. They brandished firearms acquired at a bargain from the Penguin and surged onto the streets, overwhelming the Gotham police. However, these gangsters did not direct their weapons at the officers. Instead, they unleashed their firepower upon the rioters, seizing the chaos. With a methodical approach, they hunted down these impassioned amateurs, sparing no bullets and intentionally leaving some alive. In the name of the Penguin gang, you are under arrest. In the bewildered and panicked expressions of the criminals, they were bound and escorted to the Gotham police station. One can only imagine the turmoil that surged within Commissioner Gordon upon witnessing dozens of vehicles parked at the station's entrance. He initially feared an assault on the precinct and hurriedly retrieved his most prized assets from the secret armory, more than one tank. The officers were taken aback, recognizing those metallic behemoths as tanks confiscated from Bane after his defeat by Batman. Had Commissioner Gordon truly kept these hidden away? Oh, what a sagacious decision. Yet, as Gordon prepared for confrontation, what awaited him was a convoy of criminals. The leading member of the Penguin gang handed Gordon a letter. To the obstinate yet steadfast Gordon, do you fancy the gift I have bestowed upon you? Do not be overly elated. This is merely the beginning. The Cobblepot family will unveil its long-concealed grandeur to Gotham, which should have been your domain, now belongs to your little successor. Inform him that the scum of the earth shall be delivered to Cobblepot, to confront my mentor and experience the might of the youth. Signed, Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot. At Indian Hill, Falcone was not fixated on the footage of Batman grappling with assassins, but rather intently observed the largest screen displaying live feeds from significant streets across Gotham, nearly all of which bore the Penguin's presence. Oswald, you have not disappointed my expectations. His eyes reddened, a tear cascading down to his lips, tears of exhilaration. Although it falls slightly short of my expectations, I concede that you have attained adequacy in this era rife with superhuman anomalies. Like a mentor witnessing the emergence of his pupil, Falcone rendered his judgment, a judgment he was indeed qualified to deliver. Regrettably, as he wiped away the dried tears, it was all too late. In the past, Falcone reigned over Gotham's underground forces, a true king without a crown. Yet, it was precisely this power that rendered him incapable of altering Gotham, as he believed his criminal empire was the very source of its corruption. In his quest for transformation, he was compelled to dismantle it himself. Falcone had granted the young Penguin an opportunity to revitalize the family, the price being that the Penguin must pledge to reorganize Gotham's underworld, rising alongside the equally favored Gordon to dominate both the lawful and the illicit. Falcone believed that this dual approach would cure Gotham's afflictions. Years have passed, and upon Falcone's return to Gotham, he discovered a city more shrouded in despair than ever. The likes of the Joker and Two-Face, along with various madmen and fools, roamed freely, while the Penguin remained ever the Penguin. Disheartened, Falcone began to perceive Gotham as irredeemable. Mere destruction of the underbelly was insufficient. He sought to dismantle the very foundation of Gotham, to start anew. He abandoned the Penguin and chose to align himself with Black Mask. Meanwhile, the Penguin dutifully honored his commitment to Falcone, leveraging his extensive intelligence network to forge connections with the gangs of Gotham and beyond. Though they were not beholden to the Penguin, it mattered little, for he possessed wealth. Falcone naively believed that thwarting a single arms deal could undermine him. How foolish. The old man had fallen behind the times. As contemplated in Chapter 2 of Qin Su, large-scale arms smuggling was, in fact, quite commonplace in Gotham. The Penguin controlled both the arms and intelligence markets, thereby subtly amassing power while waiting for Gordon to seek his collaboration. Ultimately, he was met by Qin Su. Thus it transpired. Qin Su, though reluctant to concede, recognized that Cobblepot possessed a deeper understanding of Gotham's darkness than the police. He was outperforming them, and order was gradually being restored to the streets. In the name of the law, one could now confront the principal culprits. Remember, the Gotham Police Department will always stand as your steadfast ally. As Qin Su observed the crime locations on the Bat communicator extinguish one by one, a look of relief spread across his face. The Penguin had placed his bets on him. And with a sigh, he acknowledged the strain in his shoulders. It was time to stretch. A familiar sports car halted before him, the window lowered, revealing Nightwing and Robin gesturing toward the back seat. Care for a ride, officer? I couldn't ask for more, Vigilante. Indian Hill, with Wayne Enterprises' chemical manufacturing facility perched atop, was a place where its legal owner could only surreptitiously scale the walls. Avoiding surveillance, Batman accessed an underground space that was conspicuously absent from the blueprints. Roughly estimating, he surmised that at least half of Indian Hill had been hollowed out. Utilizing his grappling gun, Batman descended. If Qin Su had spoken truthfully, the legendary Pokemon, possessing godlike powers, should indeed be of a size befitting its mythic reputation, likely residing below. As if in affirmation of his conjecture, the earth began to tremble, the fixed claws above showing signs of loosening, prompting Batman to breach the glass and enter the building. Inside, he was met by dozens of black-clad assassins. Undoubtedly, Batman's stealth skills were unparalleled. However, he faced adversaries equally trained in the art of subterfuge. Had the League of Assassins, including Ra's al Ghul, become involved? His gravelly voice inquired with calm assurance. Even amid an ambush, Batman remained composed, this time adequately prepared to confront a visitor from another universe. He found dealing with these League assassins to be rather straightforward. Weapons of all kinds were wielded, yet Batman countered each with his bare hands. In the eyes of a true master, the chasm between unarmed combat and armed confrontation can be effortlessly traversed. He cast aside a smoke bomb, and within the swirling mist infused with lead powder, one assassin after another fell to his prowess. I knew that such a caliber of opponent could not be subdued by mere numbers. Bruce. Turning, Batman regarded the man who had unexpectedly appeared behind him with a grave expression. Ra's al Ghul, upon witnessing the League of Assassins, I knew you were present. What is your purpose this time? Damian has already proven himself a competent Robin. What more do you seek? I seek you, Batman. Ra's al Ghul stood with his hands clasped behind his back, never concealing his admiration for Batman. He had invited him to join the League of Assassins on numerous occasions, all of which had been met with refusal. At this pivotal moment, in this unique position, I extend to you my final invitation. He emphasized the last two words, Batman. Join the League of Assassins, and my position shall be yours. Batman inclined his head slightly, as if genuinely pondering the offer. If I were to lead the League of Assassins, what would become of you? Pretending to hesitate, yet truly seeking to glean information through my response, such intense focus on the target. Indeed, you are a natural-born assassin, Batman. Having lived for 7 centuries, Ra's al Ghul was not easily deceived by Batman's ruse. He drew forth 2 Amay daggers. You have arrived too late, Batman. Gotham is on the brink of annihilation. If you still care for Damian, surrender him to me. Batman unfurled the blades embedded in his gauntlets. Alfred has informed me that making decisions for a child without their consent is a grave error. You ought to inquire about his thoughts. I believe he would say no. Damian clutched Qin Su's collar, exclaiming, I refuse to do this. Batman will send me to a boarding school. A boarding school? You are Batman's son? Qin Su teased lightly. Damian's gaze shifted away. Nightwing quickly interjected. No, he means boarding school as a euphemism. It is actually the Teen Titans, a heroic team I have established. Seeing Nightwing's smug demeanor, Damian disdainfully turned away, uninterested in a childish team. He aspired to be Batman's successor. Isn't that splendid? An opportunity for further education and broadening one's horizons. I have no desire to play house in Nightwing's daycare. Robin, you ought to show some respect. They are not merely playing house. They are budding heroes, just like you. The 3 boys devolved into a cacophony of argument, and the lone woman in the channel could no longer endure it. Silence, all of you. Batman has entrusted control to me, and I am now the one in charge. Unless I consent, none of you shall go. Barbara was thoroughly exasperated with these men, bickering in the channel as if her authority were non-existent. With her commanding voice, the entire channel fell silent, and the 3 boys recognized that the power of decision lay not in their hands. Ahem, O beautiful Oracle, Nightwing has adopted a sweet, melodious tone. Might you graciously lift your delicate fingers to assist me just once? By merely pressing a button, I assure you that the stars shall twinkle solely for you this evening. Both Qin Su and Damian shivered simultaneously, springing up in unison, feeling utterly unsettled. Barbara let out a cold laugh. You have reminded me, Nightwing. I discovered a folder in the back computer, one that Batman has specifically marked as off-limits to me. Yet it lies within my access permissions. Care to guess what its contents might be? Upon hearing this, the young master broke into a cold sweat. His lips pressed tightly together, daring not to utter another word, evidently choosing to feign death. Qin Su's proposal bore significant risk, however. It was perfectly suited for you to execute. Barbara opened another communication channel. Alfred, Oracle requests access to the Batcraft, targeting Nightwing. Alfred, stationed in the Batcave, had been adjusting the refuge protocols. Access granted, Master Nightwing, please acknowledge. The Batcraft descended above Qin Su and the others. Nightwing gritted his teeth and took the pilot's seat first. Come aboard. This time, I shall be responsible for the Batfall plan. Excellent. with someone to take the blame. Damien felt unafraid, displaying excitement greater than anyone else. Charge, charge, charge. Wait for me. I'm not on board yet. 3 minutes later, a bat burst through the roof of the Indian Hills factory, plummeting headfirst towards the depths with tremendous force. 4. The next chapter shall usher in another significant event. I hope it can be stabilized. A newcomer should have spent nearly 10 minutes reading, and I hope they might assist with a few clicks for the new book investment. I beg of you. End of chapter. Chapter 29. Guess who the penguin is based on? Vico, are you familiar with the habits of the trench? My king, why do you inquire? Arthur held great respect for his mentor, Vico, who had guided him to become Aquaman. Without him, Arthur would not have reached this point. It is concerning a friend of mine on land. You know, Vico, the Justice League. Batman informed me that a group of trench has targeted someone in Gotham. Since you imparted knowledge about Atlantis to me, I believe you should possess some information. I am afraid I cannot answer you, my king. Even Atlanteans know very little about them, only that they are sealed deep within the ocean. Arthur felt somewhat troubled. He had always prided himself on his expertise in oceanic matters within the League, yet he could not provide a response when Batman inquired. Well, if even you, Vico, cannot assist me, perhaps I shall seek out Mara. She always manages to answer my queries. Sometimes I suspect she is more qualified than I to succeed as Aquaman. Vico humbly replied, No, my King Arthur, in my eyes, you are the greatest ruler. Enough, Vico, now my brother Orm is Aquaman. If you wish to flatter someone, direct it towards him. Thank you. As the communication ended, Vico retracted the reverence from his face and cast the communicator into the sea. As the bubbles ascended, a vibrant crimson hue emerged, instantly staining the sea surrounding Vico a deep scarlet. Golden magical energy coalesced into a staff that fell into Vico's grasp, his gaze growing ever more resolute. For the sake of my King Arthur's return to the throne, for the preservation of the Atlantis civilization, I shall spare no effort, even if it means betraying you, my king. Pairs of white eyes glimmered beneath the ocean's surface, the scent of blood wafting through the sea breeze, igniting an exhilarating anticipation within them. He raised the golden staff high. Silence, beasts, it is not yet your time to enter the fray. Exercise patience, for King Orm shall soon set his plans in motion. Returning to the present, the citizens of Gotham were seeking refuge, an evacuation of millions rarely witnessed in American history, drawing the attention of major city media outlets. Ladies and gentlemen, this geological disaster predicted by Wayne Enterprises has compelled countless Gotham residents to abandon their homes. Initially, I believed it improbable that people would comply so willingly. It appears I was mistaken. Louise, a reporter from the Planet Daily, was present on the scene in Gotham. Those familiar with her knew she must have volunteered for this assignment, likely without prior approval. The populace was adhering to commands, entering shelters in an orderly manner, with not a single person attempting to cut in line. Despite the potential for stereotypes, I must express my astonishment. Is this truly the Gotham I once knew? The city of crime? Could it be that Wayne Enterprises' influence over Gotham runs deeper than I had imagined? Louise cautioned her viewers, remain vigilant against capital interests. Noticing the live broadcast, a short, stout gentleman squeezed into the frame, pressing a button on his umbrella, which unleashed a spring-loaded fist that struck an elderly man to the ground with precision. Oh dear sir, are you all right? Allow me to assist you. Leslie, come over and escort this gentleman to the emergency medical station, the penguin called out, summoning his subordinates to whisk away the bewildered old man. His loud commotion successfully captured Louise's attention. That was one of Gotham's crime lords, the Penguin, a notorious rival of Batman. Perhaps he possessed knowledge of crucial matters. Due to the Penguin's stature, Louise had to bend slightly to inquire, Mr. Cobblepot, I observed you and your men aiding the injured. Are you not a crime lord? Why engage in such actions? The Penguin, or rather the humble and courteous Mr. Cobblepot, doffed his hat in a manner befitting a traditional British gentleman. I hold great admiration for Miss Louise, who dares to venture into the field. In response to your question, I have always been involved in such endeavors, only to be deliberately mischaracterized as a criminal figure. Tears welled at the corners of his narrow eyes. Since childhood, I have faced ridicule for my physical imperfections. They called me the Penguin, both short and rotund. Even now, they continue to label me as the Penguin, accusing me of nefarious deeds. They are the same individuals who seek my submission, yet I shall never relent. For the audience gathered before the television, those well-versed in the history of Gotham may recognize the significance of the surname Cobblepot, for this city was founded by my ancestors. How could I possibly bring harm to it? Noticing Louise's skeptical gaze, Cobblepot deftly shifted his narrative, finally unveiling some substantial information. In truth, this evacuation effort was initiated by myself in collaboration with the Wayne family. After all, The 4 prominent families are interconnected. Did you observe that there were no looters on the streets? That is thanks to the seamless cooperation between Commissioner Gordon and myself. As we seized the opportunity to restore order in Gotham, Louise began to comprehend the situation. The Penguin was playing the sympathy card, intertwining the Wayne Group and the Gotham Police Department with his own narrative, seemingly aiming to cleanse his image and reintegrate into society. Swiftly, she attempted to divert the conversation, her gaze wandering. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up her eyes as she grabbed the camera. Look, that is Aquaman. Legend has it he is the King of Atlantis. Let us go interview him. Louise hurried off with the photographer toward the shore to seek out Aquaman, while the Penguin remained unfazed, aware that the media present comprised more than just the Planet Daily. He had ample resources for marketing, but Louise was a unique case. Her special connection with Superman compelled him to seize the spotlight. The Penguin gazed towards Indian Hill, contemplating, I have maintained control over Gotham's core. Do not let me down. Batman. A drop of rain fell upon his hooked nose, prompting him to glance skyward, his brow furrowing. I recall today's weather forecast predicted clear skies. Aquaman stood at the edge of the shore, staring at the ocean, devoid of a single ripple, an unsettling anxiety coursing through him. The sea had never been this tranquil, indicating that someone was meddling in these waters. A microphone was thrust toward him, and recognizing Louise, he sighed. After all, Superman's brilliance left a lasting impression on everyone around him. Fish were frantically fleeing the entire northeastern coast, as an ominous force was brewing. Journalist, please. You and the others must leave this place at once. Yet, how could a reporter be swayed by merely a few words from Arthur? The more perilous the situation, the more invigorated she became. Danger? Is it a tsunami triggered by an earthquake? I have heard that animals can sense impending disasters before humans do. Are you planning to part the seas with your Aquaman powers? Before the King of the Ocean, Louise felt no sense of peril. Meanwhile, Arthur's expression grew increasingly grave as he grasped his trident. The true ruler of the ocean is not I, but my brother. He has arrived, sharing the same bloodline. Arthur sensed his brother, Orm, along with a legion of soldiers. The fully armed Atlanteans stood silently behind Orm. Brother, you have trained your army well, Arthur remarked, still holding onto his trident. Orm, donned in a helmet that concealed all but his mouth, exuded an aura of malevolence with his bright red visor. Yet his tone was unexpectedly gentle. No, brother, they have always been exemplary, obedient to command. Arthur chuckled. They were not like this during my tenure. Louise detected the scent of gunpowder. Aquaman, I do not wish to intrude upon your gathering, but has he brought an excessive number of companions? Is there a festival in Atlantis today? She hoped fervently for such a celebration. Orm raised his head, disdain etched across his features as he regarded Louise. Arthur, my brother, are you not with Mara? What relationship does this ill-mannered surface dweller have with you? Your maid, perhaps? The Atlanteans traditionally held a contemptuous view of humanity, a perception deeply ingrained in their culture, with the exception of Arthur, who had lived among humans. She is my friend. Setting that aside, Orm, what brings you to Gotham? Orm chuckled lightly. Brother, you lack control over your kingdom. The humans have launched a missile at Atlantis, resulting in the deaths of several of my people. I came to ascertain whether you were aware. His disappointment and anger diminished significantly upon realizing the attack was not sanctioned by his brother, a revelation that brought him genuine relief. I bring the mightiest force of Atlantis. Allow me to assist you in quelling this rebellion, brother. Arthur could hear the sincerity in Orm's voice. He genuinely sought to aid him, albeit through invasion, a method that certainly aligned with Atlantis' character. Listen, brother. I am not their king. That missile was an accident. From my understanding of the surface nations, if they truly intended to assault Atlantis, they would do so with overwhelming force, leaving no stone unturned. Thus, he had collaborated with Orm to devise the Atlantis battle plan. Indeed, I remember, brother. I was preparing to activate it after informing you. Arthur embraced his brother. No, brother, heed my words. You must retreat. That plan is outdated and no longer applicable. Orm utilized his helmet-S scanning system to analyze Louise and photographer Jimmy's data. But these surface dwellers are undeniably frail, see? A surge of water engulfed Louise, sending her flailing in panic. With but a flick of my finger, I could extinguish her life. Arthur vanished before Orm, diving into the torrent to rescue Louise. After ensuring she was unharmed, he exhaled a sigh of relief and fixed Orm with a serious gaze. Brother, I just saved your life. Orm was at a loss for words. Though humanity was frail, they also possessed formidable individuals. A man clad in a red and blue uniform descended before Arthur, taking Louise into his arms. Upon feeling her cold skin, his eyes glowed crimson. Arthur, Is this a family matter or a diplomatic dispute? Superman positioned himself between Arthur and ORM. Do not. ORM has no intention of attacking. The Man of Steel was not genuinely angry. I hope you can manage this situation effectively. Expressed profound dissatisfaction with Superman's demeanor towards his brother. Mind your words, and do not look down upon me. Observing the plea etched upon Arthur's face, Superman swallowed the icy breath he had prepared to unleash and descended to the ground. As the atmosphere began to ease, Arthur continued to implore his brother to depart. In the distance, atop a towering edifice, Vico watched the scene unfold, shaking his head. My King Arthur. While diplomacy is indeed a skill befitting a ruler, what you truly require at this moment is this. Vico raised his scepter high. No longer must you suppress yourselves. Denizens of the trench, unleash your true nature. At that very moment, the vehicle transporting the Penguin to the refuge came to an abrupt halt, seated in the rear. The Penguin nearly collided with the door, but fortunately his hooked nose provided a buffer, though the pain was undeniably real. Give me one good reason not to send you to the depths, he said, rubbing his nose and peering with one eye barely open. Suddenly, with a crash, the window shattered, and a claw covered in scales reached in, seizing the driver's head and dragging him out, the Penguin witnessing the unfortunate soul being torn asunder. Well, that reason suffices, he muttered, deftly using his umbrella to pry open the car door, displaying remarkable agility, a skill honed through practice with Batman. The latter still far from his caliber. The Penguin crouched low to evade a sweeping claw, unfurling his umbrella to launch a net that ensnared a denizen of the trench. Retracting the umbrella, he unleashed a powerful blast upon the trapped creature, rendering it asunder. After blowing on the tip of his umbrella, he delivered a swift kick to the mangled head of the creature. I've heard the urban legends of crocodiles residing in New York's sewers, but I never imagined there would be fishmen lurking in Gotham's depths. He glanced towards the manhole cover that had been dislodged, surmising that these aquatic monstrosities must have emerged from there. A cacophony of indistinct roars erupted from the pipe, confirming the Penguin's suspicions as 3 more denizens of the trench crawled forth. Eyeing the creatures that regarded him with predatory intent, the Penguin smirked. Ah, I know a crocodile man who also dwells in the sewers. Are you acquainted with him? We are friends. The creatures responded with guttural sounds, and the Penguin swiftly switched to a machine gun mode, unleashing a hail of bullets that shredded the frenzied monsters into mere fragments, dispatching them with ease. Yet, his countenance remained grave. The Penguin was acutely aware that he could profit from this incident, provided Gotham continued to exist and its inhabitants remained, albeit uncertain of their numbers. If these bloodthirsty fiends were allowed to infiltrate the refuge, the death toll would surpass mere hundreds. Such an outcome clashed with the Penguin's plans. Retreating would mean relinquishing all the leverage he had painstakingly amassed. Gotham's sewer system was a labyrinth, with some modern constructions even serving as escape routes. Damn it. Penguin Gang. Listen up. Into the depths. Unlike previous tactics that involved exhausting small factions against one another, this time, the Penguin has summoned his most trusted allies. He has opted for an all-or-nothing gamble. Batman, you always emerge victorious. This time, it must be so. On the coastline, Superman was the first to hear the cries of the Atlanteans, swiftly ensuring Lois's safety. Arthur understood the implications of this. He could also perceive the flames igniting within Gotham. ORM, you have indeed concealed something from me. Those monsters. You sent the Atlanteans to slaughter innocent civilians while I was ensnared by your schemes. Lightning crackled against the golden scales of Arthur's armor as he roared at ORM, tasting the bitter sting of betrayal. This time, however, ORM felt aggrieved. He had intended to swallow his pride for the sake of his brother, to take a step back for the greater good, yet before he could even move, he was unjustly accused. I know not what you speak of regarding the Atlanteans. I am Aquaman ORM, noble and upright. Arthur, if you doubt me, then let us forge our trust anew with the blood of our foes. A bolt of lightning struck, splitting into 2 as it struck both Arthur and ORM's tridents. It is time to fight with our backs against the wall, brother. Chuanbao, truly a harbinger of fortune, my muse. Chapter 30. Successfully joining the Wayne family's soiree. Suspicion and conspiracy ignited the flames of war, while Gotham's Dark Knight faced his own turmoil. The sounds of clashing metal echoed incessantly, as 2 figures continuously shifted positions, each seeking the other's vulnerabilities amidst their relentless combat. The assassins of the League stood 10 meters away, observing the final confrontation between their leader and Batman. Both combatants possessed the pinnacle of human physicality and extraordinary martial prowess, leaving no certainty as to who would emerge victorious. A thrust left a deep gash on Batman's chest armor, prompting him to leap back and create distance. Lei Xiaogu twirled the Amei dagger in his hand, beckoning Batman closer. What is the matter, Batman? Is your focus waning? Are you fatigued? In response, two batarangs soared through the air. The battle was far from over. Yet the disparity between them was becoming apparent, not in terms of skill, but rather due to Batman's waning stamina as a middle-aged man, unable to keep pace with the over 700-year-old Lei Xiaogu. This disparity elucidated Batman's frequent defeats against Lei Xiaogu. The latter had immersed himself multiple times in the pool of the Wei, its extraordinary waters maintaining his body in peak condition. Moreover, this time, Lei Xiaogu was different from before. He reproached, Batman, you have grown weak. Is it because of Damien, my daughter? Or perhaps your little cat? Excessive emotions have rendered you feeble. You are no longer the Dark Knight I once esteemed. The two resumed their fierce struggle, yet this time, Lei Xiaogu still had the presence of mind to speak, unsettling Batman, indicating that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Batman utilized his gauntlet to parry the two Amei daggers, launching a series of kicks, first a right roundhouse, then a left front kick, each of which Lei Xiaogu effortlessly countered. Is this your limit? I have seen enough, Batman. Allow me to conclude this. As Lei Xiaogu's skin flushed a deep crimson, he exhaled a cloud of scalding white steam, overpowering Batman and forcing him to kneel. Behold, Batman, Bruce, this is the new power I have acquired. I grant you one last opportunity to submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you eternal life and dominion. Batman remained resolutely silent, detecting the scent of sulfur emanating from Lei Xiaogu. Noticing the lack of response, Lei Xiaogu shook his head. You can't even muster a perfunctory reply, Batman? You have chosen the path of annihilation. Struggling to maintain his composure, Batman suddenly activated a communication projection from his right gauntlet, revealing three small heads clustered on a single screen. Batman, we're here. Get moving, get moving. Lei Xiaogu overheard the exchange, yet the meaning eluded him. Only Batman recognized the backdrop of the Batwing's cockpit, with Nightwing seated in the center, while the one grasping the controls was not Nightwing, but Damien. The gauntlet detached with a thud, and Batman executed a roll away from Lei Xiaogu, his right hand reaching for his waist. Lei Xiaogu understood Batman's intent. With a swift motion of his left hand, he commanded his assassins to encircle Batman. Escape amidst the smoke bombs if you believe you can, Lei Xiaogu declared, unperturbed. I indeed lack such confidence, Batman replied, producing the remnants of a stealth bomb. A subtle smirk gracing his lips, but I am not employing smoke bombs. The stealth bomb detonated, releasing a cascade of shimmering confetti, momentarily stunning all present. Sensing impending doom, Lei Xiaogu frantically swatted away the troublesome scraps of paper, inadvertently allowing a multitude to adhere to his steam-dampened face. Batman's figure vanished amidst the golden and silver sparkles. And in the next moment, a deafening roar erupted overhead. Accelerate, clear the path. At Qin Su's urging, Damien pressed the missile launch button, blasting a hole in the floor large enough for the aircraft to pass through, propelling it directly to the floor where Batman stood. Lei Xiaogu looked up in disbelief as the ceiling suddenly exploded. A batplane hurtled toward him, nose down. He hurriedly sidestepped to evade it, and as the aircraft neared the ground, he glimpsed his grandson through the glass. Pull up. Nightwing strained against the controls. The batplane tilted slightly upward, crashing diagonally onto the floor, sliding forward while its wings pushed the assassins aside until it collided with the wall, coming to a halt. The hatch opened upward, and Nightwing was the first to leap out. Cough, cough. Robin, I will never again board a plane you pilot. Not at all aware of the importance of safe driving. Qin Su nodded in agreement, showing no awareness of his role as a contributor to the quip. Ignoring their jests, Damien unsheathed his twin blades. Batman, I am here to assist you. Where are the enemies? Aside from Lei Xiaogu, no one else remained standing after the aircraft had plowed through the ground. The unlit sequins were once again lifted by the aircraft, shimmering in gold and silver. Damien vaguely recognized a familiar figure with a dark expression, a grandfather. Batman silently approached the three young individuals, locking eyes with Ra's al Ghul, the swirling sequins creating an atmosphere akin to a masquerade ball just concluded with celebratory fireworks. Wow, what a fantastical reunion, Robin. So, Batman is in a scuffle with your grandfather. Is this a family dispute? I could mediate, Qin suggested, retrieving his Pokémon detector, which finally indicated a third presence aside from himself and Manaphy. Excellent, it's right below. Batman cast a glance at Manaphy perched on Qin Su's shoulder, who remained visible this time. Ra's al Ghul had just begun to speak when Damien hurled 3 darts, fearing his grandfather would open a box. Grandfather, no matter what you've done in Gotham, please cease immediately. Whoosh. The 3 darts struck Ra's al Ghul's chest, blood seeping through his garments. Damien was taken aback. He aimed, Yet Ra's al Ghul made no effort to evade, momentarily losing focus in his gaze before regaining it. Another immature existence of the spirit, yet so feeble. Batman discreetly pressed down the barrel of Qin Su's raised gun. Qin Su frowned in dismay. Was it wrong to take a shot while the villain was rambling? He is no longer human. Bullets hold no power over him, Batman explained expressionlessly. Ra's al Ghul casually removed the darts from his body, his wounds healing almost instantaneously. Batman speaks the truth. I am no longer tormented by the frailties of humanity. My soul can transcend the shackles of the flesh at any moment, all thanks to our master's grace. Nightwing scoffed. I suspect you omitted a crucial word. Ra's al Ghul was unfazed by Nightwing's scorn. He extended his hand toward his grandson. Batman remains fixated on Gotham, but you can return to my side. Together, we shall bask in the Master's brilliance, along with your mother, sharing supreme power and eternal life. Grandfather. Damian felt somewhat disoriented. He had been raised under his grandfather's tutelage, with Ra's al Ghul embodying not just a relative but also a mentor, accustomed to accepting and executing tasks. He instinctively felt compelled to obey. Yet, he turned to his companions and brother, as well as his father, seeking counsel from Batman. Batman parted his lips, intending to convey that the decision lay solely with Damian. Unexpectedly, he was pushed forward by hands on either side, finding himself face to face with Damian. Batman then instinctively embraced his biological son. Feeling Batman's flustered and clumsy embrace, Damian suddenly smiled. No need to worry, Batman. Damian summoned the courage to confront Lei Xiaogu. I refuse, grandfather. I do not care for eternal life, for I am still young and wish to grow taller. The supreme power you speak of, which bows to the master of your words, can it truly be deemed supreme? Upon hearing his grandson's reply, Lei Xiaogu calmly responded, a foolish choice. With a swift series of gunshots, Qin Su, sensing the atmosphere of paternal affection was waning, immediately fired 4 shots. With 2 fingers, Lei Xiaogu intercepted the bullets, once again affirming his inhuman physique, exhaling boiling steam as his skin reddened. I shall sever your heads and present them, along with the essence of your immature existence, to my master. Batman urged Damian towards Qin Su and the others. Go underground and put an end to this. Damian gazed at his visibly stronger grandfather. Can you confront him alone? Qin Su and Nightwing held him back, Nightwing's hands firmly on Damian's shoulders. Trust him. With precision, Qin Su emptied his magazine, declaring, he is Batman. Convincing words, indeed, as Damian followed Qin Su downwards, leaving Batman alone to face the frenzied Lei Xiaogu. Letting Damian go was the right choice, Batman. I truly do not wish for that child to witness his father being torn asunder. That would be too cruel. Batman remained indifferent, uttering the command, aircraft, activate lethal force. Automated fire control system activated. The down bat jet unfurled its dual wings, extending several cannon tubes and automatic machine guns, unleashing a torrent of formidable firepower. Bullets poured upon Lei Xiaogu like a waterfall, with occasional missiles adding to the onslaught, swiftly incinerating his garments and exposing his crimson flesh. Is this your reliance? A few small guns and flimsy cannon tubes? You know well that firearms cannot harm me. Lei Xiaogu maintained an air of ease, biding his time until the ammunition was expended, at which point he could easily dispatch Batman. Impact has been loaded. Following an emotionless voice, the automatic machine guns ceased fire and retracted their mechanical arms. When Lei Xiaogu lowered his protective arms from his eyes, what confronted him was a colossal mechanical fist. Boom. Lei Xiaogu shattered the glass and fell to the next level, while Batman stood at the breach, now clad not in a mere lightweight fabric suit, but in a full set of formidable impact armor. Batman spoke in a low tone. Lei Xiaogu, what I just demonstrated was the power of humanity. Now it is time for you to comprehend the wisdom of mankind. With a leap forward, the impact of the armor upon landing sent shards of glass scattering. I return your words to you. Batman's voice resonated through the metal helmet. I urged Damian to leave to spare him the sight of his grandfather being rendered helpless. As he reached out to grasp Lei Xiaogu's head, the latter suddenly expelled a burst of flames, obscuring Batman's vision and seizing the opportunity to flee. However, Batman did not retract his outstretched arm. Instead, he seized the right leg of Ra's al Ghul. The flames at this temperature posed no threat to the formidable armor of Ra's al Ghul. The desperate Ra's attempted to retaliate, launching a punch aimed at the head of the armor in hopes of catching it off guard. But the seemingly cumbersome armor moved with remarkable agility, and Batman firmly grasped his fist. Reveal your plan to me, or I shall break your other hand. The other one. Before Ra's could fully comprehend, Batman had already twisted his left hand. Tell me now. Qin Su and his companions were blocked in front of the elevator. remnants of the League of Assassins scattered on the ground nearby. Oracle, how long will it take to unlock the elevator access? Damien, feeling a sense of urgency, trusted his father but was acutely aware of his grandfather's brutality, especially now that Roz had acquired an unknown power. Qin Su, however, was unperturbed. After all, it was Batman. If he couldn't handle the situation, their efforts would be in vain. I'm working on it, don't rush me. They locked the elevator access. Nightwing, incredulous, asked, who could possibly halt your intrusion? A physical lock. They smashed the elevator control module. The elevator is inoperable, and you'll have to find another way down. Qin Su felt an ominous premonition. What other way? Of course, we'll take the stairs. Barbara, convinced she was not reveling in misfortune, wished for Dick Grayson's legs to be exhausted, and perhaps a third leg to be broken as well, to prevent him from having any offspring of alien descent. Their destruction of the stairs indicated there were no more obstacles left to hinder them, only delays, and such delays hinted at a conspiracy brewing to a critical point. Using the stairs would be impractical. Qin Su pried open the elevator doors with the help of the lake's energy, dismantling the panel above to climb into the elevator shaft. Robin, Nightwing, come up. Qin Su raised his arm, selecting the soul unlocked wild magic vine, launching the cylinder. He took a deep breath and then pressed down fiercely. It felt akin to pushing a syringe. Qin Su sensed something surge within him, transforming him into another species. Robin and Nightwing merely witnessed a flash of green light before Qin Su vanished, replaced by a one-eyed vine creature. Damien raised an eyebrow. Is that Watch's function to transform? Or is this your true form? Enough chatter. The wild magic vine ensnared them tightly with its tendrils. You'd better pray to God. What? Nightwing grasped Qin Su's intention but was bewildered by the statement. The transformation time was limited to 20 seconds. If they didn't reach the bottom within that time, not even God could save them. With that, the wild magic vine kicked Robin and Nightwing down one by one. Advancing another step, thank you all for your support. End of chapter. Chapter 31. What ultimately became of those who controlled the divine beasts? Falcone bore witness to the downfall of the League of Assassins through surveillance. During his decades-long sojourn away from Gotham, he traversed numerous nations, and his keen insight, honed in the underworld, allowed him to perceive a surging undercurrent of malevolence. The League of Assassins, founded by Ra's al Ghul, was initially conceived to gather strength in the pursuit of a utopian world. However, after 7 centuries, Ra's al Ghul, having repeatedly immersed himself in the Lazarus pit, found his mind eroded by its corrupting waters. His sense of justice gradually warped, leading him to conclude that humanity was an irredeemable race. Only in a world devoid of humans could true beauty exist. To realize this vision, he ordered the members of the League to infiltrate various nations, seeking to dismantle the world by assassinating its leaders. Falcone, following the trail, discovered Ra's al Ghul, the legendary demon of the shadows. It was his understanding of Ra's al Ghul's philosophy of destruction and rebirth that compelled him to seek the overthrow of Gotham. Consequently, Falcone gained profound insight into the League's might, recognizing their influence behind many pivotal moments in human history. The fact that Batman managed to defeat Ra's al Ghul transformed Falcone's perception of the masked vigilante. Not only Batman, but these young individuals also impressed him. Witnessing Qin Su and others ascend to the elevator, even knowing they were there to sabotage his grand designs, brought Falcone a sense of satisfaction. In the underworld, he played the role of a patriarch. The more exceptional the young talents, the more he cherished them. Much like his initial investment in the Penguin, seeing Qin Su walk the path he had meticulously laid out for them stirred a sense of admiration in Falcone. They were all rare talents. Roman. A mocking chuckle escaped from beneath the skeletal mask. He had never believed that any formidable figure would emerge from the police force, yet at this critical juncture, Black Mask refrained from offending the man who had given him everything. True talent is to be claimed. Mr. Carmine, do you wish for their loyalty? I can ensure that. Falcone waved his hand dismissively. I understand the priorities at stake. Concentrate your efforts. Roman, you are the one I value most. He paused momentarily. How is its mental state? Black Mask responded with ease. After a month of hypnotic conditioning, its consciousness has succumbed to a deep slumber. Once its body is fully restored, I can control it at will, enabling the manifestation of great power to reshape Gotham into the city of your dreams. Upon hearing this, Falcone's eyes ignited with fervor. He placed his hand upon the cold glass, gazing at the crimson figure. He could never forget that fateful day when a deep red meteor fell into the sea, its molten lava spilling forth to birth an island. On that day, Falcone witnessed a miracle, and he was convinced that only a divine intervention could salvage the irredeemable Gotham. You are the gift bestowed upon Gotham by the divine. After today, Gotham shall embrace rebirth. A series of vigorous knocks interrupted Falcone's reverie. He gestured with his eyes, and numerous mobsters armed with guns stood vigil at the door. Rest assured, sir, the entrance is fortified and customized. They lack the authority to breach it. The sound of knocking grew increasingly louder, to the extent that no one noticed the faint dripping noise emanating from the side wall, its frequency escalating until, with a resounding explosion, Robin and Nightwing burst through the wall. The 20 seconds allotted for transformation was fleeting, just sufficient for Robin and Nightwing to descend. While Qin Su was lowered by Manaphy, her strength could accommodate one person's weight, albeit at a slower pace. Let us devise a plan regarding our forthcoming actions, Nightwing proposed, crouched at the base of the elevator shaft, gazing at Qin Su, who was being gently lowered by Manaphy. The Bat family has always favored strategic preparation, a commendable tradition instilled by Batman himself. Yet this time Nightwing and Robin chose to heed Qin Su's counsel. You possess the most profound understanding of Pokemon, so I defer to your judgment, Damien remarked. He never contested specialists in unfamiliar domains. A leader need not be versed in all matters but must adeptly utilize the talents of others, an essential quality of an accomplished leader. Qin Su was pleased with their collaboration and proceeded to share pertinent information. I must inform you in advance that the earthquake in Gotham is unavoidable. Our objective is merely to mitigate the damage. In this regard, Wayne Enterprises and the Gotham Police Department have accomplished 90% of the task. We must ensure that the worst-case scenario does not materialize. As for the plan, I am a police officer. With a flourish, Qin Su produced an anti-material sniper rifle. To quell Gotham's chaos, Gordon had indeed procured numerous valuable resources. The priority is undoubtedly the safety of the hostages. After installing directional explosives in the wall, Damien and Nightwing retreated to a safe distance. Shall we have a competition? Damien unsheathed his dual blades. What are the stakes? Nightwing responded nonchalantly, confident in his abilities. 1 point per adversary. The loser must repair Batman's aircraft without assistance. Agreed. The moment the wall collapsed, the two young bats plunged into the fray. Damien deftly wielded his dual blades, severing the tendons of his foes, an evolved technique stemming from his assassination instincts, designed to incapacitate without necessarily causing fatality. In stark contrast, Nightwing's use of his staff was markedly more brutal, to ensure each strike was decisive and to prevent exhausting his stamina against repeat opponents. He delivered each blow with considerable weight. Their progress remained nearly synchronized, with a consistent gap of merely 2 seconds. Tonight, Nightwing particularly relished targeting opponents' lower bodies. Having incapacitated an untold number of legs, and in the midst of the melee, he found himself experiencing phantom pain. The Mafia under Black Mask comprised fervent zealots, brainwashed and fearless, yet their numbed cognition rendered their reactions sluggish. Although Damien and Nightwing had not yet reached the evasion prowess of their mentor, they were impervious to the mind-controlled puppets, deftly maneuvering through a hail of bullets, harvesting the vitality of their enemies. Falcone quietly admired the performance of Damien and Nightwing until the last adversary fell. He glanced at the breach in the wall, but the young man he had eagerly anticipated meeting had yet to make an appearance. Nightwing struck the final down man with a blunt blow, proclaiming, 10-4. I win. Robin. Damien pouted, undeniably adorable, but soon his gaze turned malevolently towards Falcone. It's not over yet, Nightwing. This man is worth 3 points. Nightwing did not chastise Damien for altering the rules. Instead, he brandished his staff, positioning it before the masked figure. Roman, please do not disturb them. That boy has a bit of a grudge against Falcone. The masked man halted, recognizing Nightwing's voice. The former Robin? Oh yes, you now bear a new heroic name, Nightwing. Ha ha ha. The terrifying skull revealed its jaw, and from the depths of its dark mouth spewed venomous words. Nightwing. You are just like us, a victim of that lunatic known as Batman. A name change and leaving home will not allow you to escape the shadow of the bat. We both know there is only one way. The words of the masked man slithered like a silent serpent, burrowing into Nightwing's heart, stirring the very desires he most wished to confront. Independence, separate from Batman. No, there are many ways. One day, I shall surpass him. Nightwing engaged Black Mask with staff and bare hands, yet the masked man showed no signs of faltering. Nightwing was not surprised. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, every Gotham villain lamented the lack of investment in their skills. After all, Batman relished greeting and interrogating with his fists, even if they could not fight. Repeated beatings would inevitably teach them a thing or two, for one must first learn to endure punishment in combat. Black Mask scoffed, you may deceive others, but do not deceive yourself. We criminals understand better than anyone how tenacious, loathsome, and great Batman truly is. Even if he ages, you will never surpass him. Only death. Complete annihilation will grant you a chance, Robin. As Black Mask shouted, Nightwing caught a glimpse of a display case featuring a tattered cape. Through the reflection in the glass, he saw a red and green uniform, Robin's uniform, his own. He reached out to touch the cape, but the harder he tried, the further it seemed to recede, as if he were shrinking while the cape expanded. Just then, the sound of flapping bat wings resonated, and he turned to see a figure standing in the spotlight. He desperately ran forward to pursue it, yet no matter how fast he sprinted, it felt as though he remained rooted in place. At that moment, the cape fell, enveloping all light. In reality, Nightwing's pupils dilated as he relinquished his staff, allowing Black Mask to press a knife against his throat. Nightwing, you will always be Batman's little sidekick, just like me. The Black Mask Roman Cianis, a man in relentless pursuit of the specter of Bruce Wayne, yearned to triumph over Bruce, to conquer Batman, even if it meant slaying his own parents without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Damian observed Nightwing in peril, yet he had no intention of intervening. Falcone noticed this and found it intriguing. Will you not assist your comrade? My comrade requires no aid. Does one need assistance to deal with a delusional individual? He is unworthy of being my ally, Damian retorted, casting a frosty glare at Falcone. As for you, Carmine Falcone, I have a score to settle. I presume there would be negotiation, given your restraint in engaging me directly, Falcone replied as he leaned back, noticing the crimson stain slowly surfacing on his left leg, prompting a hearty laugh from the elder. You are venting your inner rage, young man. But why? Damian made no effort to conceal his intent. Because you should not meddle in my family affairs. Were it not for your influence in the underworld, the League of Assassins would not have easily rooted itself in Gotham without Batman's notice, leaving my grandfather to squander time amassing power. With the blade plunged into the floor, Damian's gaze turned icy. By then, I shall have matured sufficiently to partake in their conflict. I will replace my grandfather as the link between the League of Assassins and Batman, enabling my mother to fulfill her desires while my grandfather enjoys a peaceful retirement. As for Batman, I shall assume his mantle. Now, everything has been ruined by you, regardless of who prevails in this encounter. Either Batman or Ra's al Ghul will inevitably depart from my life. Falcone, Roman, tell me, should I end your life? Falcone listened intently to Robin's words, then shook his head resolutely. You should not kill me, nor can you. Damian nodded. Indeed, thus I have driven the dagger into the floor. You owe me a life. Will you abandon your plans? I promise, I can transform Gotham. Falcone continued to shake his head. You do not comprehend. I never intended to survive. The reason I remain here is merely to await someone. Cobblepot, Gordon, and even Quinn. The opportunities in the new world are limited. I refuse to usurp the place of the young. Hearing Falcone's indifference towards life and death, Damian's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Black Mask handed a knife to the brainwashed Nightwing, indulging his sinister amusement by compelling Nightwing to end his own tragic existence. Go on. To die before Batman would be a surpassing feat, he cackled. Nightwing wore a grim visage as the blade inched closer to his throat, poised for self-infliction, when a blinding spark of electricity illuminated the nape of his neck. The jolt coursed through his brain, awakening his senses. Black Mask, realizing the predicament, attempted to forcibly eliminate Nightwing, only to find himself ensnared by Nightwing's grip. His wrist caught and joint locked, crashing to the ground. Roman, I have matured on my own, yet you seem to have learned nothing from your experiences. Nightwing nonchalantly discarded the small knife. Even the Scarecrow must periodically update his toxic formulas. Do you truly believe that a mere mask capable of influencing the mind can shield you from our resolve? The method to break the brainwashing is rather simple. Sufficient physical stimulation. Nightwing opted for electric shocks, always carrying a timed discharge device in his utility belt, specifically prepared for the Black Mask. Roman, I present you with a choice. Relinquish your mental control over this behemoth and find a way to pacify it. This could significantly reduce your prison sentence. The Black Mask chuckled at this. Nightwing, do you think I am ignorant of the law? My sentence is no less than 500 years. Do I truly care for an extra 10? Nightwing's heart sank upon hearing this. The Black Mask's unwillingness to cooperate dashed any hopes of a favorable outcome. For now, it was wise to avert the worst-case scenario. He reached for Roman's mask. The Black Mask, resolute and merciless, struggled violently against the pain, even at the cost of his limbs breaking. Yet, the fleeting moment of freedom was enough for him to focus and awakened the slumbering beast within. Nightwing could not prevent the Black Mask's actions. His gaze dimmed with despair. Many lives would soon be lost. The Black Mask shouted a name drawn from the fragments of the beast's memories. Awaken, Gula. A penetrating round struck the back of the Black Mask's head, obliterating his skull. The material of the mask was unknown. As the bullet exited through the center of the mask, leaving behind a gaping hole, the headless corpse collapsed, blood and matter spilling from within the mask, oozing slowly from the bullet hole. Outside the wall, the concealed Qin Su expressionlessly cycled the bolt of his rifle, golden shell casings spinning across the floor. Ignorance can be terrifying. Those who exploit Pokemon for nefarious purposes seldom meet a favorable end. Furthermore, Qin Su is not Miss Junsha. He is a police officer, an officer of the law in America, a guardian of Gotham. The threat to the hostages has been neutralized. Truly, this was a remarkable achievement. Thank you all. Tomorrow will bring even greater challenges. End of chapter. Chapter 32. The day Gotham sank in the presence of superheroes. Qin Su would not engage in the act of killing criminals without sufficient justification, especially those affiliated with the Bat. Such actions would shatter the relationships he had painstakingly built and could lead to accusations of police brutality. He might find himself living next door to Poison Ivy before long. Now, with Nightwing's attempt having failed, Qin Su pulled the trigger as a last resort, making the Black Mask the first supervillain to fall by his hand. He retracted the sniper rifle into his storage space and leaped through the wall. Nightwing gazed at the headless body of the Black Mask, his fists clenched. I am sorry. And thank you. His apologies and gratitude were directed at Qin Su. Nightwing felt he had failed him, burdening him with the weight of murder. Qin Su moved with a light step, reassuring Nightwing by placing a hand on his shoulder. I bear no psychological burden for killing the Black Mask. You need not concern yourself with it, for it was my own decision. I serve as a safeguard against the worst-case scenario. Nightwing felt no sorrow for the demise of the Black Mask. Rather, he had yet to emerge from his emotional turmoil. The electric shock was merely a means of forced awakening, incapable of resolving his inner conflict. Gazing at the majestic creature submerged in the green liquid, Qin Su's expression turned solemn. As anticipated, it was the legendary embodiment of the earth, the creator of land. A Pokemon capable of shaping and expanding the very ground itself, Groudon. Its body was enveloped in deep crimson, with symmetrical black patterns etched into the crevices of its scaly skin, and menacing spikes protruded from various parts of its form. From any angle, Groudon appeared far from the benevolent deity depicted in myths. Indeed, this was the reality. Groudon was not of the amiable sort within the Pokemon realm. Had Qin Su encountered Groudon instead of Manaphy from the outset, even the soothing bell gifted by the deity would have proven ineffective. Groudon never deigned to communicate with the weak. Only those stronger or acknowledged by it warranted its attention. Manaphy poked its small head through a hole in the wall, and upon seeing other Pokemon, its eyes sparkled with excitement as it swiftly flew in. Mana! Mana mana! Manaphy joyfully circled the enormous glass jar, yet no response came, regardless of its fervent calls. Mana? What is wrong with him? Concerned, Manaphy returned to Qin Su's side, who gently cradled it and placed it upon his shoulder. Rest assured, Groudon is merely asleep and is expected to awaken shortly, though it might be rather grumpy upon rising. Perhaps a little earthquake would significantly boost Gotham's construction industry. You are indeed Qin Su, haha? I can't believe Gordon would choose someone like you. Falcone lay crumpled on the ground, rendered momentarily incapacitated by Damien. With no hope of escape, all he desired was to meet Qin Su, yet this encounter began with the death of the Black Mask. Had it been Gordon, he would have relied solely on his handgun and never aimed for the head. Falcone was evidently well acquainted with Gordon. You deceived Gordon. You are one of Cobblepot's people? It seems Cobblepot's ambitions exceed my expectations. Is the underworld insufficient for him? Stop trying to sow discord. Every action I take is grounded in evidence, including the death of the Black Mask. You fools have no comprehension of the foolishness of your actions, believing a mere mask could control a deity? Roman's mask was crafted from the wood of his parents' coffins. The Black Skull mask possessed the ability to interfere with and control individuals on a psychological level, contingent upon the willpower and mental strength of the one being controlled. The result of killing the Black Mask was akin to removing the mask itself. When the mental control was severed, Groudon's consciousness would awaken from its slumber. Qin Su pointed at the lake with a finger and scolded. Had I been a second slower just now, the Black Mask would have awakened Groudon, restoring its full power. In that instant of awakening, the Black Mask's mental control would falter, and Groudon would realize that someone dared to manipulate it. Gotham would then face the wrath of a deity. Despite Qin Su's sword being directed at him, Falcone smirked slightly. What if I told you that this was part of my plan? The breath of everyone present hitched momentarily. Ahem, even if Roman's control were to fail, the current Gotham would still be obliterated by Groudon. Afterward, the survivors would rebuild their homes from the ruins, much like the four families did when establishing Gotham. The difference this time is that everyone will partake in the endeavor. Gotham will no longer be the possession of the four families, but belong to all. The three individuals present were left speechless, shaken by the words of the Godfather. Qin Su wished to question the veracity of this vision, yet he recalled how Falcone had willingly relinquished control over the underworld for Gotham's future. Without a doubt, he was a man capable of such sacrifice. Even if this future would cost the lives of the majority, it would be difficult for others to criticize him, as he too would be among those sacrificing. A grand vision indeed, but regrettably, such a method would not be accepted by Batman, Jim Gordon, or any Gothamite. With clear eyes, Qin Su spoke from the perspective of an outsider. To me, Gotham has never been merely a city. It is defined by the people who dwell within it. They live, work, marry, bear children, and even commit crimes here. They are the very foundation of Gotham's existence. To kill others and construct a new Gotham from their ashes would have no connection to the original. If rebuilding a new city could save Gotham, it might be a sound strategy, but I propose a slight modification. Let us name the central city Gotham City. Falcone's carefully devised plan for Gotham's salvation was dismissed as a mere jest, his eyes widening in disbelief as he nearly lost his breath. Qin Su delivered his words mercilessly. You simply chose to abandon Gotham, seeking to drag others down with you, including me, the outsider, the Penguin, Batman, and Robin. We have yet to give up. For a crime lord of Falcone's stature, the physical harm he endured paled in comparison to the psychological wounds inflicted by Qin Su's every word, each piercing through him, leaving him without retort. As Falcone appeared to be on the brink of collapse, Damian, concerned that Falcone might have further schemes, quickly supported him and patted his back to ease his breathing. Your plans to subvert Gotham have crumbled into nothingness. Tell me, aside from the mental control exerted by the Black Mask, what else have you done to Groudon? Boom. The specially reinforced door of the laboratory suddenly caved in. Observing this, Damian swiftly grabbed his weapon, and after another impact, the door was burst open, revealing a mangled corpse sliding to Qin Su's feet. Despite the corpse being unrecognizable, Qin Su identified it instantly. The Trench Clan? Clad in his formidable armored suit, Batman stood at the entrance, gripping a still-breathing member of the Trench. Where's Ra's al Ghul? Damian inquired, his heart fluttering with unease as he noted the absence of the formidable figure. During the interrogation of Ra's al Ghul, the Trench had infiltrated through the sewers, and while I was occupied with subduing them, Ra's had made his escape. With a swift motion, Batman crushed the creature's skull in his grasp. He held no qualms about slaying non-human entities. His raspy voice emerged from beneath the metallic mask. Just now, the Oracle transmitted information that the Atlanteans have officially declared war on humanity, and the battlefield they have chosen is Gotham. As he stepped heavily into the laboratory, Batman beheld the decapitated corpse on the floor, yet he remained silent. He input commands into the portable computer on his gauntlet, establishing a connection with the lab's computer system. Several images captured by drones were projected onto the screen, revealing monstrous waves crashing upon the land. Qin Su observed Superman and Mera endeavoring to shield civilians during their retreat. We have evacuated the majority of the populace, leaving only a handful of stubborn individuals. Superman will swiftly escort them to safety. However, there are grave concerns. Mera alone cannot halt the advancing tide, compounded by the relentless downpour. It is conservatively estimated that Gotham will be completely submerged within 6 hours. Upon hearing this, the gravity of the situation dawned on everyone. While the shelters could withstand earthquakes and tsunamis, they were no match for Gotham's potential submersion. Should the Atlanteans remain unchecked, the 3 shelters would become the watery tombs of Gotham's citizens. Is there enough time to evacuate people to other cities? Adhering to the Bat's strategic mindset, Nightwing had already begun contemplating the worst-case scenario. Batman shook his head. No? The Oracle has calculated that previous evacuations consumed substantial transport capacity. Even with a restart of services, we could only manage to evacuate 9 million people. I have instructed Gordon to contain the information, for now. Order remains stable within the shelters. Gordon informed Batman that the sewers leading to the shelters were under the control of the Penguins organization, significantly alleviating the pressure on the police. Batman was taken aback for 3 seconds upon hearing that Gotham's underworld was collaborating with the police to combat the flood. Such alliances had previously only existed between criminals and corrupt officers. A holographic display flickered to life on Batman's gauntlet. As Cyborg stationed at the watchtower sent a rallying signal, Gotham is under siege by the Atlanteans. Aquaman is engaged in battle with his brethren, Green Lantern is off-planet, and Flash is en route. Wonder Woman and Superman are already in position. However, mere strength will not suffice against a military force. We require your tactical acumen, Batman. I will be there shortly, Batman replied, concluding the communication. The armored suit automatically detached, allowing him to resume a more agile form. He glanced at the still sleeping Ghoul. Now that you have a preliminary understanding of the dire situation outside, tell me, has this matter been resolved? No one responded. Batman turned to the most reliable ally, Nightwing, who shrugged helplessly. Let me think. The situation here is akin to a nuclear bomb on a countdown to detonation. There's no way to defuse that. Batman. Only Qin Su gazed at the war footage on the screen, suddenly inquiring, how much longer until the evacuation is complete? Half an hour, came the reply. It is not a long time. It should suffice. Qin Su extended his hand to the others, asking, do you have any timed explosives? Simultaneously, 3 members of the Bat family produced timed bombs in 3 varying sizes, their designs remarkably similar. Qin Su could not help but cover his face. All right, I asked too much. You will place the bombs in a circular formation around the life pod, set to detonate in half an hour, and then we shall leave. Batman regarded Glorador thoughtfully. 2 wrongs do not necessarily make a right. Batman, are you familiar with the concept of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? Chapter 33. On a rainy day, brothers battle and seek help from sunny brothers amidst the thunder and torrential rain. When ORM declared war on humanity as the King of Atlantis, a deluge began that would shatter Gotham's historical rainfall records. The Atlanteans were stronger and possessed more advanced technology than humans. However, once they left the ocean, they were nearly equal to the armed humans. ORM understood this. Thus, he utilized his authority as Aquaman to create conditions favorable for his people to fight. He summoned rain from the sky and flooded the land with seawater, bolstered further by the numerical advantage of his army. Clearly, ORM was well versed in the art of war. He had the advantage of timing, geography, and morale, all firmly on Atlantis' side, and they felt no guilt. Each Atlantean believed that humanity deserved their fate, their spirits high and ready for battle. If only his brother would stand by his side, it would be even better. ORM thought as he thrust towards Arthur's side, which Arthur narrowly evaded. Brother, you have no chance of victory. Do not resist in vain. Submit to King ORM. A bolt of white lightning struck behind ORM, as if to rally his resolve. While under ORM's relentless assault, a wary Arthur was forced to retreat. Arthur too attempted to persuade ORM to surrender, earnestly imploring, ORM, stop. You have enraged him. The coastal populace has completely evacuated. He is coming for you. What? Before ORM could finish his warning, Superman dove from a height of 100 meters, delivering a punch that felt akin to being struck in the chest by a high-speed swordfish, sending him flying dozens of meters and skimming across the water. Superman! Arthur gasped in shock. Superman hovered in front of Arthur, slowly retracting his fist. Arthur, your brother initiated this conflict. Observe your surroundings. Seeing their king being knocked away, Superman immediately became the target of concentrated fire. Yet, the beam striking him merely caused sparks to fly without so much as shifting him. Meanwhile, Arthur, standing beside him, suffered the collateral damage of several explosions from the energy spheres, which unnerved him greatly. Very well, you may strike him, but do not kill or severely injure him. There were no ordinary civilians in need of rescue. Superman appeared to be effortlessly engaged in battle. He noticed a flash of golden light emanating from ORM, and a smile crept across his face. It seems I have been overshadowed. ORM had just resurfaced from the sea, yet before he could utter a word of defiance, a crimson lightning encircled him several times, binding him with ropes and artfully tying a bow. Here you go, Wonder Woman, announced the Flash, extending the other end of the rope to her. Thank you, Flash, Wonder Woman replied, as she pressed her foot against ORM's lower back, demanding sternly, why did you attack Gotham? Speak. ORM, ensnared by the lasso of truth, wore a grim expression, his face dark enough to drip water. He felt no effect from the lasso, and bellowed in fury, to serve as a warning to humanity. But now it is too late. You have insulted the King of Atlantis. This battle shall be to the death. Without ORM's command, the Atlantean forces launched an assault on the Justice League. Clad in simple scaled armor, they wielded high-energy weapons capable of repelling Superman with each close-range detonation. The Flash found himself encircled by a surging crowd, creating a watery barrier. Unable to break free, he could only run in place at high speed, while beneath his feet, a colossal kraken unfurled its immense beak. The duel between Wonder Woman and ORM was equally dire. The indomitable nature of the lasso of truth was futile against ORM, for he was a sorcerer. Arthur discerned ORM's intentions, but soldiers blocked the path to their king. ORM, no. You will lead us to irreparable ruin. ORM gazed calmly at his brother. It is already beyond redemption, brother. A massive high-pressure cyclone formed above, and Wonder Woman, grasping the lasso, looked up. Aquaman's dominion encompassed not only the ocean but also the storms. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking each hero present with a staggering voltage of 100 million volts. Superman, with negative magical resistance, collapsed instantly, while the Flash, entangled with the tentacles, vanished after being struck by lightning. Only Arthur remained conscious, as Orm still showed restraint towards his brother. The overwhelming current rendered Wonder Woman temporarily unconscious, and the lasso of truth fell into Orm's possession. Though inexperienced, he was not blind to its extraordinary nature, a divine gift. And yet I cannot break free with my own strength. There was no time to contemplate spoils of war. Orm commanded the waters to pull all the unconscious members of the Justice League beneath the sea. People of Atlantis, he proclaimed, as the sea lifted him to great heights, surveying his army, while Arthur was restrained by 2 soldiers. For ages, our ancestors have recounted the terrifying tales of the surface. Now we have conquered our fears and set foot upon the land. What we see is no cause for fear. Raise your weapons. And join me in submerging Gotham beneath the waves, transforming it into the new domain of Atlantis. Long live King Orm. Long live. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Atlantis revealed its true fangs to humanity. The colossal sea beasts were but the harbingers of a greater threat, as 2 aerial warships ascended from the ocean's surface. The vessels opened their hatches, unleashing a relentless stream of aircraft. Witnessing this spectacle, the military, which had already set sail, silently turned back, recognizing that their technological prowess was vastly outmatched. Batman, having departed the Indian mountains with a prisoner, received a grave communication from Steel. Batman, aside from you and me, the entire Justice League is offline. Aquaman has also been captured. The Atlanteans advance alongside the tide. The coastline has receded by a kilometer, and Gotham's police stand powerless against the military. We require reinforcements, Batman. Steel's agitation was palpable. He was ready to activate the boom tube for assistance. Batman halted him. No. Steel, remain at the watchtower. You still possess human lungs. This battle is not suited for you. I'll just replace my lungs. Unnecessary. I have a plan, Batman coldly declined. Locate the remaining individuals who need to be evacuated and activate the boom tube to transport them to safety. I must complete the evacuation within 10 minutes. With that, Batman severed the communication, leaving Steel disheartened. Such was Batman's nature, unyielding and intimidating. None in the Justice League dared to defy him. However, this time, Steel resolved to disregard Batman's orders. Batman claims to have a plan, yet I have my own. There is no time for further observation. I am connecting to the grid. The mechanical components on Steel's left illuminated with a red light. Grid connected. Everyone, you should have witnessed the footage I broadcasted. The Justice League needs assistance. The world needs you. A series of icons lit up, representing new heroes joining the Justice League. The boom tube was ready, targeting Gotham City. While Steel took action, Batman was not idle. He harbored doubts about the Penguin's altruism and questioned his ability to defend 3 shelters simultaneously. Thus, he dispatched Nightwing and Robin to assist with 2 of them. As for the remaining shelter, Batman and Qin Su would proceed together. Pressing the call button, the sleek, formidable Batmobile emerged from an unseen corner, drifting to a halt before Batman. Get in. Qin Su understood he had no right to refuse and obediently occupied the passenger seat. Thinking positively, at least Batman had not relegated him to the trunk. With a surge of power, the Batmobile roared to life, pressing Qin Su against the seatback. The safety belt crossing his chest offered little solace. You killed Black Mask. Batman's deep voice cut through the tension unexpectedly. Qin Su had anticipated this conversation. If we do not eliminate him, Giratina will awaken immediately, and all of us, including those still underground and yet to reach the shelters, will perish. Thus, between the majority and the minority, you chose the majority. Qin Su vehemently denied. No, I made no choice. I am merely fulfilling my duty. The police possess both the right and the obligation to eliminate criminals when the safety of the populace is jeopardized. This is reasonable, legal, and compliant. Ahead, several members of the Trench tribe obstructed the path, yet Batman, undeterred, maintained an extraordinary velocity. As he approached, the Batmobile automatically deployed electric cables, incapacitating them and casting them aside. Gotham's police bore no such obligation. That was a matter for Huaxia, Batman gently corrected. Qin Su realized, oh, my apologies for the confusion. But I do recall there is a right, as stated by the instructor during training. Batman fell silent, while Qin Su's ears throbbed with the sound of his own heartbeat. He embraced the terrified Manaphy, sensing her spirit lingering at the starting point. Jump. Having spoken, Batman vanished from the driver's seat, leaving Qin Su in shock. He hastily unfastened his seatbelt, leaped outside, and activated the device on his wrist, transforming into wild magic vines to envelop Manaphy, cushioning her fall, before instantly reverting to his original form. Data has been recorded. It seemed Batman was oblivious to the information displayed on the visor. He commanded his gauntlet, Batmobile. Engage attack mode. Initiate remote control. The Batmobile once again incapacitated several members of the Trench tribe, then began to transform upon receiving instructions. The four wheels expanded laterally, and two machine guns emerged from the hood, alongside a cannon barrel. Alfred, it's in your hands. Far away in the Batcave, Alfred donned pristine white gloves, gripping the controls. Received, Master Wayne. Butler is online. Qin Su shielded Manaphy's eyes, turning her away. He wished for her to acclimate to combat, not to the slaughter. The torrent of steel ground flesh to dust, while the Batmobile discarded a bottle of desiccant into every open manhole it passed, a task Batman had undertaken since the beginning, thus prompting the Trench tribe to emerge above ground. The increasingly violent downpour drenched Qin Su's uniform as he shielded his eyes until a tall figure shielded him from the wind and rain. Qin Su, tell me your level of confidence. 10 out of 10, Qin Su shouted, though lacking the functions of a watch. However, the radiant glow emanating from Manaphy confirmed his suspicions. The time had come, he awakened. A series of explosions erupted from the underground chemical factory, burying the laboratory beneath debris, as a green, unidentified liquid spilled into the earth. The power flickered, extinguishing all lights. A pair of golden eyes ignited, illuminating the darkness. Golden light shot from Indian Hill, reaching the heavens, and after a fleeting pause, erupted and spread across all of Gotham. Where the light traversed, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight flooded the land. Orm marveled at the dissipating storm, only to witness the sea begin to undulate uncontrollably in the next moment. The earth trembled, and a sword-like peak emerged, replacing the lowly Indian mountain to become Gotham's highest summit. At its pinnacle stood but a solitary crimson figure. The Earth God, Groudon, made its grand entrance. Tomorrow will bring another double update, along with a twist. End of this chapter. Chapter 34. Who says Groudon cannot fly? The Earthquake is a scheme orchestrated by Wayne Enterprises. Even the Justice League are not paragons of virtue, imprisoning us to pilfer our wealth. Those forcibly confined by Superman and the Flash raged in protest, while those with a modicum of sense avoided them like the plague. Anyone who has navigated the societal landscape knows how many industries are intertwined with Wayne Enterprises, including the banks where they save their money. Why would Wayne Enterprises resort to theft? It inherently belongs to them. Nonetheless, their actions disrupted the overall atmosphere of the shelter, creating a cacophony that eroded the sense of security, leading to further conflicts. Alfred was responsible for the supply of resources, which could adequately meet the weekly needs of 30 million people, while in reality, the number of those seeking refuge was far less than 30 million, making the provisions more than sufficient. However, the distribution of supplies managed by the city government was marred by chaos, with instances of looting and duplicate claims, compounded by the torrential rain outside, which further spread panic while the government remained powerless. Suddenly, the fluorescent lights in the shelter flickered erratically before extinguishing completely. In the darkness, silence enveloped the crowd as they sensed the ground quaking, desperately clinging to one another. The city's power distribution system had collapsed, ceasing all electricity. Fortunately, the shelter possessed an internal power supply, which was swiftly restored, allowing Gotham's citizens to witness the unfolding scenes on their televisions. As the sky transformed, an instant of calm followed the storm, the azure expanse radiant with sunlight. In stark contrast to the ethereal, mirror-like sky, the earth began to tremble violently. Modern architectural symbols, the towering skyscrapers, cascaded down, raising clouds of dust as the concrete surfaces buckled under the pressure, fracturing and rising upwards. Observing this, Batman drew his grappling gun, aiming at an exposed iron beam of a building, using it to swing into an open area. Qin Su, lacking Batman's equipment, could only leap across the fractured ground, struggling to keep pace with Batman. Ignoring Qin Su, Batman retrieved a remote-controlled batarang from his utility belt, launching it into the sky. He activated his gauntlet to project a model of Gotham's city structure, zooming in on a red that unmistakably marked Groudon atop Indian Mountain. Qin Su's eyes widened. The system appeared vaguely familiar. He pulled out his Pokemon Navigator for comparison, feeling somewhat inadequate. Without glancing up, Batman remarked, "During our time at the private clinic, I scanned the device in your possession alongside Manaphy. Creating a replica under visible sample conditions is quite straightforward. The challenge lies in sourcing some materials that do not exist on Earth, necessitating substitutes of similar properties. Ultimately, this inferior version was produced. Qin Su was taken aback. Was this truly what he deemed an inferior version? It appeared markedly superior to his own. Batman did not deceive Qin Su. The version he replicated was indeed a degraded model, a radiation tower nearly 3 meters tall. Batman constructed 3 such towers, strategically placed around Gotham. The data displayed on the Batcomputer merely reflected the information regarding signal reflections, while the remote-controlled batarangs served as relay stations to compute the seismic magnitude and extent. The readings indicated a magnitude of 7.6, with the radiation encompassing the entirety of Gotham, affecting portions of Metropolis as well. Upon witnessing the model of the precariously leaning skyscrapers, Batman's expression tightened as he gained a clear understanding of Groudon's destructive potential, contemplating his strategy for counteraction. Are you certain he will assist us against the Atlanteans? Absolutely certain, Qin Su affirmed, gently stroking the sleeping Manaphy in his arms. Since Groudon's formal awakening, Manaphy's physical state had exhibited considerable instability, akin to a violently oscillating sphere of water. The title of Earth Creator was not self-bestowed by Groudon, but rather derived from tales told by humanity in another realm, recounting how Groudon had descended before those afflicted by floods, evaporating water with brilliant light and intense heat, thereby saving them. Moreover, according to Manaphy, there existed another legendary Pokémon corresponding with Groudon, named Kyogre, the creator of the oceans. Groudon and Kyogre were inherently opposed, having engaged in fierce battles on numerous occasions. The model indicated that the coastline was drawing ever closer to the city, having been confined within a tank for a month and subjected to attempts at domination. Groudon was undoubtedly furious and required an outlet for his wrath. Presently, there stood an individual intent on commanding the ocean to inundate the land, with an outcome that was all too predictable. As if to validate Qin Su's assertions, Groudon's golden eyes fixed upon the coastline, where countless radiant stones congregated at his feet, lifting him skyward toward the shore. Qin Su watched in astonishment. Those were stones forged from primal energy, a sight far removed from his understanding of non-flying entities. Batman did not express surprise at Groudon's ability to fly. Instead, he silently eliminated aerial disruption from his strategic considerations. With Groudon's movement, seismic activity also shifted, leaving no intact structures in its wake. Qin Su mourned for the Gotham citizens burdened by unpaid mortgages for 3 seconds. Meanwhile, at the seaside, the Atlanteans' offensive began to wane. Their resolve diminished under the relentless sun, drastically reducing their operational time on land and granting the heroes a moment to breathe. "Elemental woman, with me," Zatanna exclaimed. Swiftly spinning her staff, she recited the incantation in reverse. Her ice magic merged with the freezing rays emitted by Elemental Woman, instantly encasing the surging seawater and the soldiers within it in ice. Phew, this is not a sustainable solution. Before her loomed a chilling wall of ice. Yet Zatanna was drenched in sweat. This was not her first foray into ice magic. The ice wall could only serve to buy time, as the Atlanteans' weaponry could easily shatter it. Steel had summoned all reserve members of the Justice League to Gotham in a desperate bid. Yet it proved futile as Atlantis maintained its numerical superiority. Hawkman and his allies contemplated the strategy of capturing the leader first, but the cunning sorcerer, Orm, was acutely aware of the formidable individuals among the humans. To ensure his safety, he opted to remain behind his vast army. Any hero attempting a decapitation strike would face an overwhelming counterattack from foes that vastly outnumbered them. Green Arrow, Oliver, managed to fell 3 soldiers with a single arrow, but as his hand reached for his quiver, it grasped only emptiness. Every arrow he possessed had been unleashed, with enemies surging towards him like a relentless tide. Green Arrow resorted to using his bow to strike the fish-headed assailant. Black Canary employed her sonic powers to shield her boyfriend's retreat, while Green Arrow spat out the seawater that had splashed into his mouth, exclaiming, "This is Gotham, yet I have yet to lay eyes on Batman." Steel elucidated over the comms. Batman has his own plans. I care not for his plans. He must hasten. Had that beam of light not dispelled the storm, we would not have endured this long, Oliver retorted. Zatanna's voice was nearly hoarse from the incantations she had uttered, far exceeding her usual monthly quota. Furthermore, she sensed a peculiar tremor, an overwhelming force akin to magic. Driven by a sorceress's curiosity, Zatanna cast a levitation spell, allowing her to ascend and behold the extensive ruins of collapsed structures. There, she spotted the ominous red figure drawing nearer. With an impassive expression, Zatanna activated her communicator. "Steel, open the boom tube immediately," she bellowed. "What is happening?" Steel inquired, perplexed by Zatanna's distressed demeanor. While simultaneously contacting Dr. Fate, Zatanna urged the other heroes to prepare for retreat. When they sought clarification, she responded, "Something far worse is approaching." End of chapter.